Section 1 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. Book 5. The Italian Princes. Chapter 1. Paul II, 1464 to 1471, Part 1. So long as the struggle against the consular movement continued, the objects of the papal policy were determined. It was only when the papal restoration had been practically achieved that the difficulties of the papal position became apparent. Nearly 100 years had passed since there was an undoubted pope who had his hands free for action of his own, and in those 100 years the central idea on which the papacy rested, the idea of a Christian commonwealth of Europe, had crumbled silently away. A dim consciousness of decay urged Pius II to attempt to give fresh life to the idea before it was too late. The expulsion of the Turks from Europe was clearly an object worthy of united effort, and the old associations of a crusade would set up the papacy once more as supreme over the international relations of Europe. But Pius II's well-meant effort for a crusade was a total failure, and only his death prevented the failure from being ludicrous. He left unsolved the difficult problem: in what shape was the papacy to enter into the new political system which was slowly replacing that of the Middle Ages? A still more difficult problem, as yet scarcely suspected, lay behind. How was the ecclesiastical system which the Middle Ages had forged to meet the spirit of criticism which the new learning had already called into vigorous life? Some sense of these problems was present to Pius II as he lay upon his deathbed, and the cardinals dimly felt that a crisis was at hand. Pius II's corpse was brought to Rome, and his obsequies were performed with befitting splendor. Then, on August 24th, 1464, the 20 cardinals who were in Rome entered the conclave in the Vatican. The first day was spent in preliminaries. On the second day, the electors made an effort to check the growth of papal autocracy by imposing constitutional restraints. They framed a series of regulations which each swore that he would observe in case he were elected. These regulations began with an undertaking to continue the war against the Turks and summon a general council within 3 years for the purpose of stirring up princes to greater enthusiasm for the faith. But this was only the formal prelude to promises which more nearly affected the interests of the college. The future pope undertook to limit the number of cardinals to 24, who were to be created only after a public vote in a consistory. None were to be created who were not of the age of 30 at least, graduates in law or theology, and not more than one relative of the pope was to be amongst them. The cardinals were to be consulted on appointments to the more important posts, and the wills of members of the curia were to be respected on their death. As a guarantee for the observance of this agreement, a clause was added empowering the cardinals to meet twice a year and consider if it had been duly regarded. If not, they were to admonish the pope, with the charity of sons toward a father, of his forgetfulness and transgression. When this agreement had been drafted and signed by all, the cardinals proceeded to a scrutiny. The majority seemed to have made up their minds, for the first voting showed 12 votes in favor of Pietro Barbo, Cardinal of San Marco. As soon as this was announced, 4 cardinals at the same moment declared their accession, and then, to make the election unanimous, Bessarion asked each separately if they agreed. Cardinal Barbo was elected with a unanimity and a rapidity which were of rare occurrence in the annals of papal elections. Only the old Scarampo was opposed to one against whom he had a long-standing grudge, for Barbo had consistently opposed his influence over Eugenius IV. Pietro Barbo was a nephew of Eugenius IV, by whom he had been made cardinal. He was a man of handsome appearance, naturally suave and courteous, with all a Venetian's love of splendour. He learned in the Curia how to use his natural gifts to good purpose. He could easily ingratiate himself into the favour of his superiors, and was a favourite of Nicholas V and Calixtus III. To the keen-sighted Pius II his supple manners were not so acceptable, and he did not so readily have his wishes satisfied. Yet he was an incorrigible beggar, and had recourse even to tears if entreaties failed, so that Pius II laughed at him and gave him the name of Maria Pientissima. But the complacency of Barbo was not confined to his superiors. He was fond of popularity and was genuinely kindly. He never abandoned the cause of anyone whom he took under his protection. He visited members of the Curia when they were sick, tended them carefully, and supplied them with unguents and medicines which he obtained from Venice. His enemies attributed his kindliness to interested motives, and accused him of hunting legacies, but this could not be the reason of his affability to the Roman citizens, whom he delighted to entertain with refined magnificence. His first act in the conclave after his election showed that his natural impulse was towards considerate courtesy. He advanced to embrace his old enemy Scarampo, who was so crippled with gout that he could not leave his chair. Seeing a crestfallen look upon his face, he consoled him, and bade him be of good cheer, assuring him that the past was forgotten. To his personal popularity and his supposed sympathy with the reforming policy of the college, Barbo chiefly owed his election, though the political cause which brought him into prominence was the alliance with Venice against the Turks, which Pius II bequeathed to the Papacy. Barbo was in the prime of life, of the age of 48. When asked what name he would bear as pope, he said Formosus. The cardinals were afraid that this would be interpreted as his own estimate of his handsome appearance. At their request he chose another name. But his next choice of Mark did not please them better, for it was the Venetian war cry. Finally he took the title of Paul II, and was consecrated on September 16th. The cardinals, who had counted on the complaisance of the new pope, soon found themselves mistaken. In spite of his promises, Paul intended to be as absolute as his predecessors. He had signed the agreement drawn up in the conclave with the remark that even if its provisions had not been drafted, he would have observed them for their intrinsic usefulness. But his first act as pope was to set aside this compact. He drew up another of his own which he said was better, but which was full of ambiguities. He summoned the cardinals one by one into his chamber, and requested them to sign his draft as preferable to their own. When they remonstrated, he overwhelmed them with reproaches. When they wished to read the document and discuss its contents, he covered it with his hand and bade them sign. When Bessarion refused and tried to escape, the Pope seized him, dragged him back, locked the door, and threatened him with excommunication if he did not immediately obey. Dismayed and overborne, the cardinals one by one complied, except the brave and upright Carvajal, who said, "I will not do in my old age what I never did as a youth. I will not repent of my integrity, but I will bear you no grudge." When Paul II had extorted all the signatures except that of Carvajal, he flung his document into a chest and locked it up. The cardinals were not allowed even to have a copy of the amended regulations which the Pope consented to observe. It was a bitter disappointment to them. Under Nicholas V, Calixtus III, and Pius II, the college had not been able to mold the papal policy. Under Paul II, it hoped for a return to power, but the Pope bursts its bonds as a lion breaks through a net. The cardinals were downcast, but at last a dim consciousness that probably each of them would have behaved in a like manner found expression in a joke which the Cardinal of Avignon made to the Pope. "You have made good use of your 24 years' study of the college to deceive us once." Thus Paul swept away the last remnants of the consular principles and asserted that nothing could bind a pope. It is true that he could plead that such an attempt had been distinctly forbidden by a constitution of Innocent VI in 1353. He could urge that such a scheme on the part of the electors to the papacy to secure their own interests was entirely contrary to the canonical conception of the plenitude of the papal power, that the method adopted of signing a joint agreement was singularly unfortunate, that to refuse to sign would have meant exclusion from office, while to fulfill the agreement after election would have been an unlawful diminution of his authority, which the new pope was bound to maintain and hand down intact. But the fact remains that Paul broke a solemn promise, and so closed the door to the only possible means of guaranteeing reform. But though Paul did not intend to increase the power of the cardinals, he had no objection to increase their grandeur. He reserved to the cardinals the privilege of wearing red hats, and allowed them to use purple cloaks and trappings for their horses, which had been formerly reserved for the Pope. He gave them also raised seats in consistories and in churches. Moreover, he made a monthly allowance of 100 gold florins to cardinals whose yearly revenues were below 4,000 florins, and he showed a new liberality to poor bishops. All this was part of his policy to make his pontificate remarkable by personal splendor. If Nicholas V aimed at making Rome the literary and artistic capital of Christendom, Paul II aimed at making the grandeur of the papal court a model to the princes of Europe. He loved magnificence and claimed it as a special prerogative of the papacy. He delighted to walk in procession, where his tall figure overtopped all others. His dignity and impressiveness in celebrating the Mass enchanted even his assistants in the ceremony. His love of ornaments was shown by his revival of the use of the regnum or triple crown, first worn by Urban V, but since abandoned. He had one made studded with jewels valued at 120,000 ducats. When he appeared in public, he was, says Platina, like another Aaron, with form more august than man. Paul was a zealous collector of cameos and medals, and a lucky opportunity soon threw in his way a means of acquiring a large collection. Cardinal Scarampo died in March 1465, and by his will left all his possessions to two nephews, who were by no means fit persons to enjoy the vast treasures which Scarampo had amassed at the expense of the Church. He was suspected of having appropriated the wealth of Eugenius IV, and when he carried his enmity against Paul so far as to make no restitution to the Church at his death, everyone thought that the Pope was amply justified in setting aside his will and seizing his goods. Men even wondered at Paul's clemency towards Scarampo's nephews. When they attempted to flee with some of their uncle's treasures, they were only imprisoned for a few days, and Paul made them a handsome allowance out of the money which he received. Paul was not a practised politician like Pius II. He was averse from war, as was natural in one who loved the splendors of peace. He had no desire to meddle unnecessarily with the affairs of Europe, and the results of the journey to Ancona were not encouraging for a continuance of crusading schemes. Still Paul sent subsidies to Matthias of Hungary, and declared himself ready to contribute 100,000 ducats for the purpose of a crusade, if other powers would contribute in proportion. But Europe was apathetic. North Italy was disturbed by the death of Cosimo de' Medici, and the Venetians hung back. Nothing was done, and the Turks continued to advance steadily, checked only by the brave resistance of Skanderbeg in Albania. Perhaps Paul was not sorry to find that no heroic measures were expected of him. His interests lay in the arts of peace, and he took a large view of the obligations of the work that lay immediately at his doors. For a time, at the beginning of his pontificate, he seems to have seriously contemplated a reform of some of the worst abuses of the papal system. He consulted a consistory about the desirability of abandoning grants of benefices in expectancy. Different opinions were given, but that of Carvajal prevailed. He said that the papacy had laboured long to break down the opposition of ordinaries to papal provisions. Now that the prerogative had been established, it would be dangerous to let it fall into abeyance. It was an argument, unfortunately, only too plausible at all times. Abuses soon pass into rights, and the technical mind deprecates the surrender of claims which it cannot undertake to defend. Paul did not venture to decree the abolition of grants in expectancy, but for his own part he declined to make such grants. Though he loved magnificence, he was too high-minded to resort to unworthy means for raising money. He did his utmost to put down simony and repress the sale of indulgences, but personal efforts were unavailing on the part of one who had cut himself off from the cooperation of his natural advisers. All he could do by himself was to bequeath to his successors a fruitless example of personal purity. So while Paul refused to admit principles which might secure lasting reforms, he turned his attention to matters of detail in the organization of the Curia. The army of officials who composed the administrative staff of the papal court were divided into several departments, chief of which was the chancery, presided over by a cardinal who took the name of vice-chancellor. The chancery preserved the papal archives and conducted the papal correspondence. For this last purpose there were two sets of officials, the papal secretaries and the abbreviators. Since the reorganization of the Curia by Martin V, it had been recognized that the secretaries stood in confidential relations toward the Pope, and their office frequently ended with the death of their patron. The abbreviators, who were not concerned with the private correspondence of the Pope, but only prepared formal documents, held office for life, and were appointed by the vice-chancellor. The lucrative post of vice-chancellor had been bestowed by Calixtus III on his nephew, Cardinal Borgia. Pius II had no friendly feelings toward Borgia, and liked to exercise patronage himself. Accordingly, he formed the abbreviators into a college, fixed their number at 70, and limited the nominations of the vice-chancellor to 12. He filled the college so constituted with favourites of his own, Sienese friends, and literary dependents. Paul, probably with justice, regarded the abbreviators as the source of much corruption and venality. Perhaps he was not sorry to rid himself of the Sienese element which Pius II had so largely introduced into the Curia. He abolished the arrangements of Pius II, ejected his nominees from their posts, and did away with the order of abbreviators altogether. This again was a barren attempt at reform. Sixtus IV restored the college, and Innocent VIII increased it, that he might make money out of the sale of offices. No step is more unpopular than one of administrative reform, and Paul's reputation has suffered in consequence. Great was the dismay, bitter the indignation, and loud the cries of the dispossessed officials. Many of them were scholars and men of letters, and according to the temper of their class, considered that they conferred more distinction on the Curia than they received from it. The Pope's action was resented as an insult to the entire literary fraternity, and the abbreviators were at first sure that if they raised their complaints, the Pope would be forced by public opinion to give way. Moreover, as the office of abbreviator was frequently bought by candidates, they put in a legal claim to its possession as a freehold for life. Plotina, the most distinguished of their number, urged their cause with warmth, and demanded that their claim should be submitted to the legal decision of the auditors of the Rota. He little knew the resoluteness of the Pope. Paul looked at him with a scowl. "Do you talk of bringing us before judges as if you did not know that all law is seated in our breast? If you talk in that way, all shall be dismissed. I care not. I am Pope, and can at my good pleasure rescind or confirm the acts of others." Plotina found Paul as immovable as a rock, and when remonstrance failed, he determined to have recourse to threats. He wrote a haughty letter to the Pope saying that if he persisted in depriving the abbreviators of their legal rights, they would complain to the princes of Europe and entreat them to summon a council, which would call the Pope to account for his illegal conduct. It is a striking testimony to the power of the revived literature of Italy that such a threat could have been conveyed to such a Pope. The humanists must indeed have had a high sense of their own importance before they could dream of disturbing the peace of Europe by a question concerning their position in the papal court. The answer of Paul was quick and decided. He ordered Plotina to be put in prison on a charge of treason. In vain Plotina justified his action by reference to the censorial power in the Roman Republic. For 4 months he lay in his cell, bound by heavy chains, without a fire in the wintry weather. He was at length released through the entreaties of Cardinal Gonzaga, who warned him not to leave Rome, but to stay there quietly. If you were to go to India, he added, Paul would find means to bring you back. Plotina was humbled, and on his release from prison lived quietly in Rome till he again excited the Pope's anger and suffered still worse treatment at his hands. With equal decision, Paul applied himself to the practical details of the government of Rome. He inquired into the prices of provisions, and when the corn merchants pleaded scarcity as a reason for their high charges, the Pope sent envoys of his own to procure corn and meat for the Roman market. So successful was he in this undertaking that prices fell more than half. While he thus provided for the comfort of the people, he sternly repressed disorder and demanded obedience to the laws. He had a horror of violence and wished all men to live in peace. In carrying out his measures, he showed a happy mixture of firmness and mercy. Turbulent spirits were cooled by a few days' imprisonment. No malefactors were allowed to escape. But Paul was averse from severity, and above all from bloodshed. Though willing to remit the full penalty inflicted on smaller crimes, his sense of justice would not allow him to pardon homicide, while his clemency shrank from the infliction of capital punishment. The prisons were filled with culprits, and the magistrates clamored for their execution. "Do you think it is a small thing," said the Pope, "to put to death a man, so admirable a piece of God's workmanship, and molded for use by human society through so many years of toil?" He devised a new punishment for grave offenders by sending them to serve in his galleys, with strict orders to the captains that they should be mercifully treated. Compassion was inherent in the temperament of Paul. He rescued birds from their captors and let them go free. He could not even endure to see a bullock being led to the shambles, but would stop and buy it from the butcher, that its life might be spared. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 1, Paul II, 1464 to 1471, Part 2. In other matters which affected the well-being of the city, Paul showed equal sagacity. He cleansed the sewers and aqueducts, and repaired the bridges over the Tiber. He preferred to take part in the city life rather than enjoy the somewhat solitary grandeur of the Vatican. He lived chiefly in the Palazzo of San Marco, which he had built as cardinal, and which still stands as a memorial of his architectural taste. From its windows he could enjoy the sight of the Roman carnival, which he delighted to organize and encourage. There were races of all kinds in the long, straight street which led to his palace, and which took from his day the well-known name of the Corso. All classes and all ages might enjoy themselves. There were foot races for the Jews, for youths, for adults, and for old men. There were horse races, donkey races, and races for buffaloes. There were pageants of giants and cupids, Diana and her nymphs, Bacchus and his attendant fauns. There were processions of civic magistrates escorted by wagons laden with grotesque figures, while songs in honor of the Pope resounded on all sides. On the last day of the carnival, Paul gave a magnificent banquet to the magistrates. The remnants, including all the furniture of the table, were distributed amongst the people, and the Pope himself threw small silver coins to be scrambled for by the crowd. Some shook their heads at these heathenish vanities as unbefitting a pope, but Paul, while desirous to check abuses, had none of the spirit of asceticism, though he himself was most temperate in his pleasures, and seldom took more than one meal a day, and that a simple one. He possessed, however, the spirit of genuine charity, and besides showing liberality in cases of conspicuous need, chose almoners, men and women of high character, whom he supplied with money which they expended secretly in the relief of the destitute. In the States of the Church, Paul did what he could to stop administrative corruption. He forbade the governors of cities to receive presents, except of provisions, and these not more than a supply for 2 days. He gave the castles into the hands of prelates, thinking that they were more trustworthy than the neighboring barons. Moreover, he was enabled to take an important step toward securing the peace of Rome, which since the days of Eugenius IV had been disturbed by the turbulent Baron of Arezzo, Count of Aguilara, who was little better than a bandit, and made the approaches to Rome dangerous by the robber hordes whom he encouraged. He held his power by virtue of opposition to the popes. He intrigued with the discontented in Rome, and kept the city in constant disquiet. At his death, in September 1464, he was master of most of the towns in the Patrimony. Paul resolved to recover the possessions of the Church from the 2 sons of Averzo, who promised to restore the castles which their father had seized. The promise was not kept, and in June 1465 Paul II sent his troops against them. There was a party in Rome which was in their favor, a party which wished to maintain any sort of check on the power of the Pope. Paul acted with the wisdom of a statesman. He summoned an assembly of the Roman people and plainly put before them his policy and his aims. The opposition was at once overborne, and Rome was united in desiring to be rid of a horde of robbers at its gates. Not a blow was struck in behalf of Averzo's sons. One fled to Venice, the other was made prisoner. 13 castles were at once surrendered to the Church, and by the end of 1465 Paul was master of the Patrimony. Towards the general politics of Italy, the attitude of Paul was at once wise and dignified. He studied above all things to maintain peace, and refused to join in any of the leagues, or countenance any of the plans which the Italian states were so fertile in forming against their neighbours. He would not offend anyone, but he would seek no one's favour. He had no objects of his own to pursue, but aimed at holding an independent position as arbiter amongst conflicting interests. In the external relations of the papacy, Pius II had left one important question for settlement, and when the need for action was clearly apparent, Paul II could act with a resolution unknown to his predecessor. The last thing that Pius II had done before departing for Ancona was to summon to Rome the heretical king of Bohemia, George Podiebrad. It was reserved to Paul II to bring to an end the Bohemian difficulty, and the fact that he entertained no political projects of his own enabled him to concentrate his attention on the purely ecclesiastical side of George Podiebrad's position. We have seen how George of Bohemia strove to emerge from the isolation in which, as an Utraquist, he stood amongst the powers of Europe. He tried every means and even threatened to break down the hierarchical basis of the state system of Europe. First, he endeavoured to win the imperial crown, and failing that, to reform the empire according to his ideas. Finally, he set on foot a scheme for a new organization of international affairs by means of a parliament of European princes. This last attempt had warned the papacy of its danger, and Pius II resolved to crush George by every means in his power. The death of Pius II suspended for a time the process against George, which the Pope had threatened. George had a short period of respite while Paul II paused to survey the ground. Though George Podiebrad had done great things in restoring order into Bohemia and raising its credit abroad, he was still no nearer to a permanent settlement than he was at the beginning of his reign. The Catholics of Breslau refused to recognize him as their king, and were under the protection of the Pope. Bohemia was still distracted, and the key to the papal policy was to be found in the saying of the Archbishop of Crete to the complaint of the men of Breslau, that not the Rhine, the Danube, and the Tiber could quench the flame of heresy in Bohemia. The Moldau alone will suffice, was his answer. In truth, the Bohemian nobles looked with some suspicion on the king, who had risen from their own ranks, and whose efforts were directed to increase the kingly power. They were gradually becoming more discontented, and though they would not venture to take up arms simply at the Pope's bidding, for the large majority of the people were Utraquist, they were ready to seek a political pretext which might bring them into alliance with the Pope. Early in 1465, a baron who had been always hostile to King George, Hynek of Lichtenberg, rose against the king, and the states of Moravia declared war against him as a disturber of the peace. His castle of Zornstein was besieged, whereupon Hynek fled to Rome and besought the Pope to take cognizance of his case. The Bishop of Lavant, who had been appointed legate for Bohemian affairs in Germany, wrote from Rome forbidding all Catholics in Moravia and Bohemia to continue the siege of Zornstein. Hynek, as being a good Catholic, was under the protection of the Pope. King George now knew what he had to expect from the new Pope. He wrote to Paul assuring him that Hynek was not persecuted on account of his faith, but was being punished for his rebellious conduct. The Bishop of Lavant from Neustadt threatened with interdict all who took part in the siege of Zornstein. Paul answered George's letter not to himself but to the Bohemian states, saying that he was sorry to hear charges against an orthodox man like Hynek, as he who ordered proceedings to be taken against Hynek had no power and authority, since he refused obedience to the Church. The Pope declared Hynek to be no rebel, and repeated his orders that the siege of Zornstein should be raised. Of course, the papal letter did not carry conviction, and Zornstein fell before its besiegers in June 1465. The letter of Paul was meant to be a declaration of war. By his defence of Hainac, he showed the means by which he intended to wage it, and invited allies. He did not act without knowledge. By his side stood the stubborn Carvajal, who, since the days of Eugenius IV, had directed the papal diplomacy in Germany and Bohemia. George was not long in feeling the results of this policy. The discontented barons, who dreaded the steady growth of the royal power, gathered together secretly and formed themselves into a league under the guidance of Bishop Jost of Breslau. At the head of these nobles stood Zdenek of Sternberg, once the firm friend of King George, but who had gradually been estranged from him. It was agreed that the religious question was to be carefully excluded from their complaints, and that their action was to be founded on the grounds of national patriotism. A list of grievances was drawn up and presented to the king in a diet held at Prague on September 25th, 1465. The discontented barons absented themselves, but their written complaint contained 12 articles accusing the king of diminishing the rights of the nobles, employing foreigners rather than Bohemians, and allowing Rochicana and his priests to disturb the peace of the land. To these complaints the king returned a dignified answer, but it was clear that the grievances were merely a pretext, and that the object of the league was hostility against George. On November 28th, the discontented barons, with the bishops of Breslau and Olmütz, entered into a league for 5 years for the purpose of mutual defence. Side by side with this action of the Bohemians, the Pope proceeded on his way. Indignant at the fall of Zornstein, he nominated a commission of 3 cardinals, amongst whom was Carvajal and Bessarion, to report on the process which Pius II had instituted against George. On receiving their report, he renewed on August 2nd, 1465, the citation to George of Podiebrad, who calls himself King of Bohemia, to appear within 180 days to answer to the charges of heresy, perjury, sacrilege, and other crimes. On August 6th, the Pope further commissioned the Bishop of Lavant to loose all ties of allegiance or alliance between George and his subjects or allies. The Pope did not wait to give George a chance of appearing to his citation. The notoriety of his misdeeds was held to be apparent, and the legate was bidden to lodge complaints against him in all the courts of Germany. King George at once realized the danger in which he stood. He saw that the papal policy tended to isolate him, not only in Europe, but in his own kingdom. He judged it wise to make a movement of retreat, to try to renew the position in which he had first stood towards Pius II. He looked for mediators with the Pope. In the Emperor he could put little trust. From Matthias of Hungary, who stood high in the Pope's favour, he hoped much. From Louis of Bavaria he borrowed the pen of his chancellor, Dr. Martin Meyer. Acting on Meyer's advice, he pleaded his inability to come to Rome and demanded a council in the neighbourhood of Bohemia, before which he would willingly appear. Louis of Bavaria sent an envoy to Rome in November 1465, bearing George's proposals for reconciliation. He offered to lead a crusade against the Turks and drive them from Constantinople, on condition that he received as a reward the imperial crown of the Eastern Empire. In Bohemia, the existing condition of the religious question was to continue. The compacts were to rest on their own basis without any papal recognition. George's son was to succeed him on the Bohemian throne, and another son was to receive the archbishopric of Prague, which he was to hold from the Pope. Much of the possessions and privileges of the Church should be restored to the Catholic clergy. Paul was not captivated by this fantastic proposal. He was of a practical turn of mind, and had no taste for daring and adventurous schemes. His mind was made up about George, and he was resolved to give no quarter. He gave a decisive proof of his intractability by his treatment of a Bohemian envoy who brought him a letter from George in December. "Holy Father," said the envoy, "this letter is sent by your faithful son, the King of Bohemia." The Pope took the letter and flung it on the ground. "How, you beast, can you be so bold as in our presence to call him king, whom you know to be a condemned heretic? To the gallows with you and your heretical ruffian." Paul could be both plain-spoken and resolute when he chose, and we are not surprised to find that the envoy waited for 3 weeks for an answer. Finally, at Christmas, the Pope, seeing him in the church of Santa Maria Maggiore, sent a chamberlain to turn him out. Louis of Bavaria, in answer to his mediation, received a sharp reproof and a vigorous criticism of George's proposals. "A forsworn heretic," said the Pope, "asks for further favours. Let him first keep his promises. Better the infidel who knows not the truth than a heretic and a schismatic." Diplomacy was no longer possible between the Pope and the king. Though a breach was now imminent, all parties hesitated. George had everything to gain by moderation, and still hoped to escape the storm. The League of Bohemian Nobles was not strong enough to attack him, and negotiated with the Pope for money and support. The Pope answered that they were not fighting for the Catholic cause, but only for their own interests. If they declared themselves on the side of Breslau and the Catholic faith, he would help them, but not otherwise. The League hesitated and made a truce with George, who was constant in his desire for peace. The Pope, meanwhile, did not venture to proceed to extremities and declare George deposed till he saw some means of enforcing the sentence. George could not be overcome save by the arms of some foreign power, and it was not easy to find a prince who was ready to undertake the difficult task of attacking so powerful an adversary. The Emperor was, of course, hopeless, and the princes of Germany were too busy with their own schemes of aggrandizement. There remained Matthias of Hungary and Casimir of Poland. But Matthias, though professing himself ready to obey the Pope in all matters, was occupied against the Turks in his own dominions, and Casimir maintained a doubtful attitude toward the Pope's proposals. The time passed by for George's appearance in Rome to answer the charges against him, and still the Pope hesitated to proceed to extremities. The question was discussed in a consistory on December 21st, 1466, till Carvajal, true to his inflexible principles, confirmed the wavering minds of the cardinals. Why do we measure all things by human judgments? Must not something in difficulties be left to God? If the Emperor and the kings of Poland and Hungary will not help us, God will help us from his holy seat, and will bruise the head of the wicked. Let us do our duty. He will perform the rest. His view prevailed, and on December 23rd, in an open consistory, sentence was given against George as a heretic. He was deprived of all his dignities, and his subjects were released from their allegiance. The effect of this determined attitude of the Pope was at once felt in Germany, where the old antipathy against the Bohemians began in some measure to revive. The students of Leipzig and Erfurt sold their books and bought arms for a crusade against the heretic. The Emperor and the German princes began to draw further away from George. The Barons' League, formed itself definitely into a Catholic League, and elected as its leader Zdenek of Sternberg. But it was clear that the League would be powerless unless it found allies outside the kingdom. George had a wise adviser and a skilful diplomat in Gregory of Heimburg, whose skilful appeals to the German princes did much to strengthen George's position. Acting under Heimburg's advice, George, on April 14th, 1467, met the Pope's bull by a formal appeal. On the grounds that the proceedings against him were contrary to justice and were dictated merely by personal hatred, he appealed first to the Roman See itself, against which George added he had no grievances, but only against its present occupant, who was a mortal man, subject to mortal passions. Secondly, he appealed to a general council, and thirdly, to Paul's successor, and to all corporations in Christendom which loved right and justice. This appeal produced no result, save that it gave a technical ground for Catholics to continue on the side of George without severing their allegiance to the Pope. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 1, Paul II, 1464 to 1471, Part 3. War now broke out between the Barons' League and King George, but it was a war of plundering raids and sieges of castles in which George had the balance of success. Both sides grew weary of this fruitless devastation, and a truce was made in November. George behaved with singular moderation. He wished only for a lasting peace, and did not care to pursue a temporary advantage. The Pope fulminated against George, but that produced little effect. The real question was whether the Polish or Hungarian king would come to the help of the League. There were long negotiations with Casimir of Poland, but he shrank from the arduous task and offered his services as a mediator. Matthias of Hungary was more easily won over. Though bound by many ties to George Podiebrad, he had become gradually estranged from him and regarded him with feelings akin to jealousy. He had married George's daughter, but her death in 1464 loosened his personal ties to the Bohemian king. In truth, the attitude of Bohemia was a stumbling block in the way of the policy of Matthias. The existence of the Hungarian kingdom was threatened by the invasion of the Turks, and Matthias needed the help of Europe to repulse them. A close alliance with Bohemia was the most natural means of gaining help, but an alliance with Bohemia, in the existing condition of the papal policy, meant isolation from the rest of Europe. Matthias had to choose between an alliance with Bohemia against Rome and the Turk, or an alliance with Rome against Bohemia and the Turk. By identifying himself with the cause of the Church, he saw a means of convincing Europe that his war against the Turk was waged in the cause of Christendom. He saw also a chance of obtaining for himself the crown of Bohemia, and thereby uniting the resources of the two countries. He resolved to cast in his lot with the Papacy, if it were necessary for him to take one side or the other. The opportunity for which Matthias waited was not long in coming. King George had made a truce with the Catholic League that he might have his hands free to strike a blow against the Emperor. He regarded Frederick III with growing animosity, and saw in him a centre for papal intrigues which might unite Germany as well as Hungary against Bohemia. Frederick had submitted to the German Diet of Nuremberg in June. Letters from the Pope demanding help against George, and the election of a new king of Bohemia. Though the Diet did not entertain these proposals, yet Frederick had shown his hostility towards George, who now resolved to meet it. He hoped, by striking at Austria, to raise up troubles within the Emperor's dominions, and convince Matthias of the need of an alliance with Bohemia against the Turk. In the beginning of 1468, George's son, Prince Victorine, defied Frederick III as Duke of Austria and advanced into his territory. The stroke was not decisive, as the Austrians managed to make some sort of resistance, and Frederick III turned for help to Matthias. The decision of Matthias was at once taken. Summoned by the Pope, summoned by the Catholic League, and summoned by the Emperor to attack Bohemia, he saw himself supported on so many sides that victory would be sure to bring him the Bohemian crown. At the end of March he declared war against King George. That Matthias Hunyadi should, at the Pope's bidding, turn his arms against George Podiebrad was the irony of history on the policy of the restored Papacy. As head of Christendom, the Pope summoned Europe to war against the Turk. As head of the ecclesiastical system of Christendom, the Pope strove to restore the outward unity of the Church, and these two objects proved to be contradictory. Pius II hoped to combine them by his crusade, which should again unite Europe under the papal leadership, and sweep away the dangerous and revolutionary schemes of George Podiebrad. Events showed that Pius II had striven after what was unattainable, and Paul II had to consider which aim he should put foremost. If Europe as a whole would not advance against the Turk, the best chance of holding the Turk at bay was the maintenance in Eastern Europe of a strong power, such as might be formed by a close alliance between Bohemia and Hungary. Paul II cast to the winds all thought of the real interests of Europe, that he might secure the interests of the Church. To reduce Bohemia to obedience to the Papacy, he did not scruple to plunge into warfare, which could only end in mutual destruction, the two most capable rulers in Europe, whose territories were the natural bulwarks against the advance of the Turk. When we deplore the selfish and grasping policy which prevailed universally in the succeeding age, we must regret that such a pope as Paul did not bequeath an example of greater care for the general good. The news of Matthias's decision awakened the wildest joy in Rome. Cardinal Ammanati wrote to the Pope, "On reading today copies of 2 letters of the truly most Christian King of Hungary, I raised my eyes and hands to heaven and gave thanks to God's goodness, which at length has regarded us and raised us to a hope of salvation, and kindled the spirit of Daniel, who will tread down Satan under our feet. The Lord has awakened, as it were, from sleep, like a giant refreshed with wine. The vengeance for the blood of his servants which has been shed has entered into his sight. Our enemies, in the words of the Apostle, will be made a footstool under our feet. The issue is grave, for nothing can be more joyous for the Catholic people, nothing more glorious for the Apostolic See than victory, nothing more sorrowful than defeat. The torch is destructive which may spread a daily conflagration on our heads and those of all faithful people. Wherefore we must the more propitiate the God of hosts and aid the pious king by the prayers of the Church, that while he fights there may reign over the Bohemian sinners snares, fire, and sulphur, and the breath of storms may be the portion of their cup, for which they shed their own and others' blood." With these aspirations of Ammanati, it is worth while to compare the words of Gregory of Heimburg, who still remained a keen critic of the papal policy, convinced of the mischief which it had wrought in Germany, and prepared to withstand it to the last. Yet Heimburg had learned from his experiences with Sigismund of Tyrol that it was hard to fight against the Papacy, and though the keenness of his pen is the same as at first, his expressions are more moderate, and the joy in battle has cooled. Heimburg is no longer acting on the offensive, but uses all his skill to parry the blows of an adversary whom he feels to be too powerful for him. His last appeal in behalf of George was written in the middle of 1467, and in it Heimburg put forth all his skill. His object is to defend George against the Pope's procedure, and he carefully narrows the issue between them. Beginning with an apology for venturing to speak against dignitaries, he says that he is distracted between reverence and patriotism. If he speaks, it is after the example of St. Paul, who raised his voice even against the high priest when he behaved wrongfully. He then declares George's fervent desire to clear himself of the charge of heresy, and by giving an account of arguments used in George's council, he skilfully manages to set George's high-mindedness in contrast with the corruption of the Curia, representing him as combating the suggestions made by his advisers, who recommend him to take advantage of the venality and prevarication which prevailed at Rome. He enlarges on the injustice of the Pope's procedure, and to explain the hatred of the Pope against George, he tells once more the story of the means by which the Papacy overcame the German neutrality, and points out how it wishes to keep Germany in chains by means of its alliance with the feeble emperor. He dwells on the papal arrogance in German and Bohemian affairs, and then continues, "O Paul, Paul, Bishop of bishops, who have received the sheep of Christ, not to shear or milk or slaughter, but to feed, would it not have become your office of shepherd to have granted the king's request for a fair trial, especially as he offered to bring into accordance with the compacts anything that might be found contrary to the ritual of the Roman Church? Could you not have granted a certain latitude to Bohemia, as Gregory the Great did to Augustine of Canterbury when he wrote, 'If the same Christ is worshipped, variance of ritual matters not'? But you were afraid that the authority of general councils, which you and the emperor had trampled underfoot, might again revive, and your filthiness be spread throughout the world. You would have lacked also the delight that you have received from the slaughter of women great with child, whom your cutthroats, beneath the banner of the cross of Christ, have massacred. Remember, Holy Father, that as long as you are weighed down with the burden of the flesh, you are a man liable to sin, and therefore may reckon true what is other than the truth. What gain do you hope to obtain if so much blood be shed in war that the Danube, red with the blood of the slain, dyes the Scythian sea? Will the Bohemians be heard at length even in your despite, and peace again be restored? God will provide what is best." Heimburg writes as though the time for the pen were past, and matters must be decided by the sword. Matthias entered Bohemia in April 1468. Paul II supported him by issuing bulls of extraordinary severity against those who in any way helped George or had any commercial dealings with him, and by holding out extraordinary inducements to those who joined in the crusade against him. George was attacked by three enemies at once: Matthias of Hungary, the Catholic League, and the hosts of crusaders who assembled at the Pope's bidding. They naturally gained some advantage, but Matthias soon saw that the conquest of Bohemia was no easy matter. He tried to win over Casimir of Poland, but George offered to procure from the estates of Bohemia the election of a son of Casimir for his successor, and the Polish king listened more readily to George than to Matthias. The war went on, and George was sorely pressed. But as the schemes of Matthias became more apparent, the emperor grew terrified of his too mighty ally. He wished to be rid of George Podiebrad, but he hoped to secure the crown of Bohemia for the Austrian house. Matthias, on his side, aimed not only at the throne of Bohemia, but at the dignity of King of the Romans, as a reward for his labours for the good of Christendom. In his helplessness, Frederick III. resolved to try what could be gained from the old alliance which he had formed with the Papacy. Under the pretext of fulfilling a vow which he had made in his troubles of 1462, he started on a pilgrimage to Rome in November 1468. He placed Austria under the protection of Matthias, whose interests he professed to have chiefly at heart in seeking an interview with the Pope. In fact, however, he regarded Matthias with terror, while Matthias looked on him with suspicion. Paul II. was not well pleased at the news of the Emperor's coming. In spite of the Pope's efforts for peace, Italy was not very quiet, and imperial visits gave opportunities for disturbance. The death of Cosimo de' Medici in 1464 and of Francesco Sforza in 1466 had placed the direction of affairs in North Italy in less experienced hands. In the south, Ferrante of Naples looked with a jealous eye on the success of the Pope in consolidating the possessions of the Church. It is true that in February 1468 Paul II. Had succeeded in bringing about a general pacification of Italy, but the Italian League existed in name rather than in reality. A prudent counsellor pointed out to the Pope that a general disarmament would only cast adrift a number of mercenary soldiers who would seek some occupation for their arms. "It is our duty," said the Pope, "to be true to our pastoral office. God, who rules all things, will dispose matters according to his will." Paul was personally averse from war. He kept only a few troops, enough to act as mounted police. He used to say that the only expense which he grudged was the pay of his soldiers. But the more the Pope showed a pacific disposition, the more did Ferrante push his claims. He wished to recover the territory with which Pius II. Had enriched his nephew Antonio, and he made difficulties about the payment of the tribute due from Naples. Paul II., though peaceful, was firm, and refused to accept the merely formal tokens of the vassalage of Naples, the white horse and the hawk. When the Neapolitan envoy urged that this refusal would anger the king, who could not afford to pay the tribute, Paul answered, "We will wait. Some day he will pay us." End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 1, Paul II, 1464 to 1471, Part 4. While matters were in this unstable condition, a small thing sufficed to create a disturbance. In October 1468 died Gismondo Malatesta, Lord of Rimini, who since his humiliation by Pius II. Had been warring against the Turks in the Morea. On his death, Paul II. Claimed Rimini, as Gismondo died without any legitimate heir, and his possessions therefore reverted to their lord the Pope. Venice acted as protector of Rimini during the absence of Gismondo, who was fighting on their behalf, and Rimini itself was held by Gismondo's famous wife, Isotta. Paul had taken into his employment Roberto, a natural son of Gismondo, and Roberto offered to win the city for the Pope. He was successful in his conquest, but held Rimini for himself, and entered into alliance with Ferrante of Naples. It seemed only too probable that round the walls of Rimini would rage a war into which all the Italian powers would be drawn. When the time of Frederick III's arrival at Rome drew near, Paul showed all a Venetian suspiciousness and foresight. He called his troops into the city, and awaited Frederick's movements with some anxiety. But the feeble Frederick III was equally powerless for good or evil. Attended by 600 knights, he entered Rome on the evening of December 24th, 1468, and was welcomed by the cardinals, who, in a torchlight procession, conducted him to St. Peter's, where the Pope was awaiting his arrival. Twice the emperor knelt as he approached the Pope's throne. Then the Pope, slightly rising from his seat, gave him his hand and kissed him. The seat assigned to him was no higher than the Pope's feet, and there Frederick sat while lauds were sung. He retired to the Vatican, and after a few hours' rest attended Mass on Christmas Day, and read the Gospel attired as a deacon. In all the festivities that followed, Frederick III showed himself desirous to pay all respect to the Pope, who treated him with patronizing condescension. In processions he took the emperor's right hand with his left, and with his right blessed the people. According to custom, the emperor dubbed knights on the bridge of Sant'Angelo, while the Pope looked on. Strict attention was paid to ceremonial usage, and the papal master of ceremonies, Agostino Patrizi, drew up an elaborate account of all that was done, that it might serve as a precedent to future times. The record of Patrizi was of little use for this purpose, as the visit of Frederick III was the last appearance of an emperor in Rome. Certainly the empire had never sunk lower than in the hands of Frederick III. Patrizi writes, "Great was the kindness which the Pope on all occasions showed the emperor, and it was esteemed all the greater because the papal authority is no less than it was in old times, while its power and strength are much greater. For the Roman Church, by God's will, through the diligence of the popes, especially of Paul, has so grown in power and wealth that it is comparable with the greatest kingdoms. On the other hand, the authority and strength of the Roman Empire has been so diminished and reduced that, save the name of empire, scarcely anything remains. I do not forget that former popes have shown themselves respectful to emperors and sometimes to kings. The power of the Pope used to be what princes allowed, but now things are changed. A trifle at their hands, a mere act of courtesy, is held a very great matter." Patrizi tells us the abiding policy of the Curia. It advanced pretensions, and time turned them into realities. But precedents became dangerous after a certain point, and we are not surprised that Frederick III's successors gave the Curia no chance of enforcing the precedent which it so triumphantly established. Of course, the Pope and the Emperor solemnly discussed the project of a crusade. The Pope asked the Emperor what he advised, and Frederick judiciously answered that he had come to receive, not to give counsel. But at last he proposed a conference of princes at Constance, where he promised that he and Matthias of Hungary would be present. Paul II doubted the expediency of this course, and nothing was decided. A crusade was indeed hopeless, but Frederick III wished to gain from the Pope a recognition of his claim to inherit the crowns of Bohemia and Hungary, and to transfer the electoral dignity of Bohemia to Austria. But the papal cause was identified for the present with that of the Hungarian king, and Paul II would not displease so necessary an ally. As to Bohemia, he wished to strike it out of the number of kingdoms and divide it into a number of duchies. The imperial visit was productive of no results to the emperor, who on January 9th, 1469, left Rome to find on his return to his own dominions that a revolt had broken out in Styria. Matthias of Hungary was not sorry to see his uneasy ally employed at home. After Frederick's departure from Rome, Paul II turned his attention to the affairs of Rimini. Venice, equally with the Pope, resented the position of Roberto Malatesta, and in May 1469 an alliance was made between them. Roberto was supported by Milan, Florence, and Naples. Federigo of Urbino, who saw with alarm the spread of the papal power over the neighbouring barons, deserted the Pope's service and put himself at the head of the army which marched to Roberto's defence. In August, the papal forces were defeated and obliged to retreat, and in face of the menacing attitude of Ferrante of Naples and the advance of the Turks upon Negroponte, Paul did not judge it wise to prolong the war. Negotiations were set on foot which ended on December 22nd, 1470, in the renewal of the League of Lodi, made in 1454, and in a general pacification of Italy. Roberto Malatesta was left in quiet possession of Rimini, where he strengthened himself by marriage with a daughter of Federigo of Urbino. Meanwhile, Paul II pursued his design of organizing the government of the city of Rome. In 1469 he issued a commission for the revision of its statutes, which dated from 1363, on the grounds that some were of ancient and popular origin, others contrary to the liberty of the Church, others useless and obsolete, while others needed amendment. The reforms were made after consultation between the citizens and the curia, between the magistrates and the prelates. The revised statutes were printed soon afterwards, probably in 1471, and their publication marked an epoch in the legislation of the Roman city. They were divided into 3 books dealing with civil and criminal law and administration. Paul did not attempt to destroy the old liberties of the city. Its political power had been merged in the Papacy, and the Pope did not limit its old right of self-government. Senators, conservators, and captains of regions remained as before, and formed a court whose decrees were laid before the General Assembly, in which every male over the age of 20 had a place. The clergy were excluded from the government, and no Roman layman was to answer before an ecclesiastical court. To put down the murders which the blood feuds of the Romans made so frequent, a special court was established and special penalties prescribed. The only striking point in the administrative regulations is the sumptuary laws forbidding luxury in clothing and festivals. The magnificent Paul II wished to appropriate splendour and display as a prerogative of the papal office. In Bohemia, Matthias of Hungary found his task more difficult than he expected. Early in 1469 he entered the country, and George gathered his forces to repel him. Owing to a heavy fall of snow, Matthias was surprised in the narrow passes of Villamo, where he could neither advance nor retreat. George was ready to listen to overtures for a truce. He wished for peace and determined to trust to the generosity of Matthias. He thought that a renewal of the old alliance with Hungary was still possible, and was more likely to be brought about by negotiation than by victory in the field. Accordingly, he allowed Matthias to withdraw after promising to make peace. Great was the dismay of the papal legate Rovarella, who threatened Matthias with excommunication if he carried his promise into effect. The possibility of a pacification ensuing from the meeting between George and Matthias, which took place in Olmütz on March 24th, filled the nobles of the Catholic League with terror. They resolved to bind Matthias to the cause which he had undertaken, and on April 12th formally elected him King of Bohemia. Matthias had now a position to fight for. He informed George that he had agreed to the conditions of Willamo on the understanding that George would abjure his heresy. War again broke out, but George was now filled with a personal hostility against Matthias. He saw that his scheme of forming a powerful Bohemian kingdom on an Utraquist basis had failed, and he saw that the failure prevented him from handing down to his sons the heritage of a kingdom. Resolved to secure Bohemia against the ambitious designs of Matthias, he suggested to the Diet, which met in June at Prague, the election of Ladislas, son of Casimir of Poland, as his successor. The election was accepted, and George renewed the war with the feeling that he had gained an ally. Everywhere was disturbance. There were troubles in the dominions of the Emperor as well as in Hungary, and the Turkish host invaded Bosnia and Croatia. The papal policy had plunged Eastern Europe into helpless confusion. The King of Poland and Matthias both looked to the Pope for confirmation of their pretensions to the Bohemian throne, but Paul II's answers were ambiguous. He wished to use them both to crush George, and thought it best to leave both the claimants with much to hope for from his decision. The war went on, and Matthias found Bohemia hard to subdue. The political interests of Germany again centred in Bohemia. There was even talk of an alliance between George and Charles of Burgundy. Even the Catholics of Silesia began to tire of war, and in Breslau there were preachers who spoke of the blessings of peace. But in March 1471, George Podiebrad died. Rochicana died a month before him. With them, the ideas that animated the policy of the Utrecht party passed away. The Bohemian question entered into a new phase, and Ladislas and Matthias were left to fight for the Bohemian crown. Paul II did not long survive his great antagonist. On July 26th, he was struck with apoplexy and was found dead in his bed. Men said that he had been strangled by a spirit which he kept imprisoned in one of his many rings. He had done nothing worthy of note in his last years, save that he decreed to lessen to 25 years the interval between the years of Jubilee, and found a field for his magnificence in the reception of Borzo of Este, on whom he conferred the title of Duke of Ferrara in April 1471. It is impossible to suppress a feeling of regret that so strong a man as Paul II, who possessed many of the qualities of a statesman, did not succeed in giving a more decided impulse toward the settlement of the future policy of the Papacy. He saw the dangers that beset it, and for his own part he was resolved to escape them. He would not allow the Papacy to sink to the level of an Italian principality, nor would he adopt the dangerous plan of identifying it with the new learning. He would not permit the abuses of the Curia to become stereotyped, but did what he could to repress their more flagrant forms. All these were tendencies difficult to resist, and by his resistance Paul exposed himself to much obloquy and misunderstanding. These negative merits would in ordinary times have constituted a high claim on our respect. Unfortunately, the days of Paul II demanded in the Pope a constructive policy, and Paul was not sufficiently experienced in statesmanship to make his meaning clear and impress it upon others. The good that he did was rapidly swept away. His one great undertaking, the reduction of Bohemia, was of doubtful service to the Papacy. As the nephew of Eugenius IV, Paul had been brought up amidst the traditions of the papal restoration. Amidst his search after other objects to pursue, he seems to have clung to these traditions as founded on such certain wisdom that hesitation was impossible. Bohemia was the abiding memorial of the papal degradation, and he was resolved that that memorial should be obliterated. Of his force and resoluteness there can be no question. They were expressed even in the formal documents of his chancery, which discard the graces of style which Pius II loved, and speak with a directness that is rare in diplomatic records. Paul II died with the belief that he had reduced Bohemia. George and Rochicana were dead. Heimberg took refuge in Saxony, was reconciled with the Church under Paul's successor, and died early in 1472. The loss of its leaders destroyed the political power of the Utraquist party in Bohemia, and again left free course to the current of the Catholic reaction. But the papal candidate did not succeed to the Bohemian throne. The Diet chose Ladislas of Poland, and in spite of all that Matthias could do, Ladislas made good his position. Eastern Europe was distracted by the contest, and the Turkish arms reaped the advantage of this disunion amongst their Christian opponents. Ladislas succeeded because his weakness compelled him to be tolerant. He needed the help of the Utraquists against the Hungarians. The compacts were tacitly recognized. The existing condition of religious matters was maintained. All that the papacy gained was the substitution of a Catholic for an Utraquist king of Bohemia, and the price which it paid was the advance of the Turkish arms. No doubt there was in this more gain than appears at first sight. A man with the political sagacity and wide aims of George Podiebrad threatened a dangerous revolution in the international organization of Europe. Moreover, the papal policy had unexpected influence on the course of religious feeling in Bohemia. It did much to call into existence a new organization that was more decidedly opposed to the principles of the Roman Church. George Podiebrad, in his desire for a strong national unity, had done his utmost to put down the more fanatical sects which had formed out of the remnants of the Taborites. He wished to stand simply but decidedly on the basis of the compacts, and in this he was seconded by Rocky-Kana. This position no doubt corresponded to the desires of the nation, but it was not in itself a strong one for opposition to the Roman Church. The religious movement in Bohemia was so closely united in its origin with political feeling that it spread only amongst the Czechs and was powerless to influence the German element within Bohemia itself. The compacts expressed the compromise which a general desire for peace rendered necessary, and the Council of Basel succeeded in paring down Utraquism to its lowest point. Still, however, the actual details might be diminished. The fundamental position of Utraquism remained. It asserted the authority of the Scriptures against the authority of the Church. The weakness of Utraquism lay in the fact that after establishing this principle, it limited the sphere of its application to the single question of the reception of the communion under both kinds. Rocky-Kana, in his desire to save Bohemia from its isolation, adhered to the Catholic ritual and doctrine, discarded all that was averse to the system of the Church, and retained only the cup for the laity. The probability was that such a symbol would become meaningless, and that a protest restricted within such narrow limits would lose all real power. In this state of things we are not surprised to find that some earnest minds reverted to the principles from which the Hussite movement originally began, and in deep moral seriousness went back to the position assumed by Matthias of Janau and other precursors of Huss. Chief among such men was Peter Helchitsky, who was dissatisfied alike with the yielding attitude of Rocky-Kana and with the savage spirit of the Taborites. He could not follow Rocky-Kana in admitting transubstantiation, the priestly power of absolution, or the doctrine of purgatory and indulgences. About the sacrament of the altar he reverted to the position of Wycliffe, that by virtue of the words of consecration the substance of bread and the body of Christ were alike present in the hands of the priest. But it was not doctrine so much as practice that occupied Peter Helchitsky. He thirsted for a moral reformation, which the fury of the Hussite wars had thrust far into the background. Helchitsky sought for the real basis of the life of the individual Christian, and found it in the love of God apart from all human ordinances. He defined Christianity as the kingdom of the Spirit and of freedom, in which man pursues what is good, and in which war and contention are unknown. Heathenism is servitude to the flesh. From it spring dissension and wickedness, which must be compelled to order by means of temporal government. Thus temporal authority rests on no Christian basis, but is founded on heathenism, that is, on the wickedness of man's carnal nature. It is in itself an evil, but a necessary evil. Historically, the primitive church was destroyed when, under Constantine, it became associated with the empire. The union of the priesthood with the temporal power turned the priests into satraps of the emperor and made them forget their Christian duties. From this destruction of the idea of the state followed, in Helchitsky's teaching, the unholiness of war and bloodshed. Even defensive war was no better than murder. The ideas of Helchitsky received an impulse from the progress of the Catholic reaction under Ladislas I, which filled Rokycana with dismay and led him to preach earnestly against the prevailing lukewarmness and sin. Amongst his hearers was one whose soul was deeply moved, and who was known only by the name of Brother Gregory. He was referred by Rokycana to the writings of Helchitsky, which so impressed him that he soon outstripped the zeal of Rokycana, which began to cool when the accession of George Podiebrad opened out better hopes for the moderate Utraquists. Rokycana prevailed on King George to give Gregory and his adherents a settlement at Kenwald in 1457. The colony rapidly increased, and counted amongst its members men of every class and occupation. They called themselves brothers and formed a community on a religious basis, according to the principles of Helchitsky. At first they employed the ministrations of a neighboring priest, but in 1467 they went so far as to ordain priests of their own, following the precedent of the apostles in the choice of Matthias. They selected 9 and then cast lots for 3. This act marked a breach not only with the Roman Church, but also with the Utraquists, and Rokycana demanded that the brotherhood should be suppressed. King George saw in these brethren of the law of Christ, as they called themselves, the heretics whom the Pope called on him to root out of his kingdom. They defended themselves by offering to prove from Scripture that men are right in laying aside obedience to the Roman Church, that the authority of the Pope is not grounded on the power of God's Spirit, that his rule is an abomination before God, that Christ's word gives him no power of blessing or of cursing, that he has not the keys to decide between right and wrong, nor the power to bind and to loose. There could be no clearer expression of the difference between the new church and the old. King George prepared to put down these heretics in 1468, but the inroad of Matthias called him to employ his energy elsewhere. What George could have accomplished was too hazardous for his successor. The Bohemian brothers were sometimes threatened and sometimes persecuted, but they continued to hold together, living a life of Christian socialism. At the end of the century, their numbers were computed at 100,000, and they formed a compact body whose powers of protest against the Roman Church was far more influential than that of the vacillating Utraquists whom the papacy was so keen to destroy. By its violent proceedings against Bohemia, the papacy only intensified by concentrating the opposition which it strove to overcome. However we regard the Bohemian policy of Paul II, we see that if the gain was dubious, the loss was manifest. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 2, Paul II in his Relations to Literature and Art, Part 1. While considering the pontificate of Nicholas V, we saw one side of the revival of learning in Italy, when the movement retained its first freshness, when its tendencies were as yet undeveloped, and the papacy hoped to use it as a means of spreading its new glories. Besides the prevailing fashion of the age, the struggle against the Council of Basel and the negotiations with the Greeks had led the papacy to feel the need of learned and literary champions of the new school. While the Italian courts patronized literary adventurers who were ready, like Lorenzo Valla, to use their pens against the Pope, even a monk like Eugenius IV did not venture to repulse the new learning. While the Council of Basel was a field where ambitious scholars might flesh their pens in invective against the Pope, the papacy could not afford to dispense with literary gladiators. The Council of Florence brought to the West a train of learned Greeks, whose help was useful to the Latin theologians in combating the metaphysics of the orthodox party among the Greeks. The papacy was too much indebted to the humanists to repudiate them. Nicholas V placed himself at their head and was a patron of scholars, whom he employed in making known the records alike of classical and biblical antiquity. He was without fear of the results, and showed no consciousness of the antagonism between the traditions of the Church and the lore of the ancients. The literary glories of the pontificate of Nicholas V were but an episode in the history of Rome. Nicholas V had been trained in Florence, and the literary men of his court had mostly been formed under the patronage of Cosimo de' Medici. Rome did not long contend with Florence as the centre of humanism. The work of Nicholas V was short-lived, and Pius II did not attempt to carry it on. Perhaps he felt a little uneasy about the future. Perhaps he had a dim remembrance of his own attitude toward religious and moral questions in his early days. At all events, he stood aloof from the main current of the Renaissance, and did not try to enlist the humanists in the service of the papacy. There were indeed manifold signs that the new learning was eating out the heart of the religious sentiment of Italy, and that in so assiduous a way that it was hard to see when and how the voice of protest should be raised. The Renaissance did not set before its votaries a definite system of thought, nor did it oppose any of the doctrines of the Church. It was an attitude of mind rather than a scheme of life. It did not attack Christianity, but it turned men's eyes away from Christianity. It did not contradict ecclesiastical dogma, but it passed it by with a shrug as unworthy of the attention of a cultivated mind. The discovery of antiquity showed so much to be done in this world that it was needless to think much of the next. The humanists were content to pursue their studies, to steep themselves in classical ideas, and to leave theology to those whose business it was. They were in no sense reformers of the world around them. So long as they were respected and patronized, they found the world a very pleasant place, and did not wish to change it. Their studies did not lead them to action, but supplied a mental emancipation. Outward affairs might go as they pleased. The man of culture had a safe refuge within himself. He lived in a world of beauty which was his own possession, won by his own learning. For him there were no fetters, no restraints. He regarded himself as privileged, and his claim was generally allowed. To him, the aim of life was to develop the powers of the individual, who was justified in using any means to find a sphere in which these powers could be fully exercised. The danger of these tendencies must have been apparent to many minds, but it was not so obvious how the danger was to be met. A heresy might be condemned. An intellectual attitude could scarcely even be defined. Pius II did nothing more than refuse to patronize the humanists, who repaid his neglect by insulting his memory. Meanwhile, the new learning was making strides. It was raising up a new school of philosophy, whose bearing towards the Church at first seemed orthodox, and round the new philosophy it was attaining to a definite organization. The new philosophy was a direct result of the Council of Florence, and the consequent introduction into Italy of Greek scholars, more numerous and more learned than had been known before. Amongst those who came to Italy with John Palaiologus in 1438 was a remarkable man who was known by the name of Gemistos Plethon. Georgios Gemistos was born at Constantinople in 1355 and travelled in pursuit of occult knowledge in various quarters. He finally settled at Mistra, near the site of the ancient Sparta, in the Peloponnese. There he became famous as a teacher, and gathered round him many scholars, chief amongst whom was Bessarion. He was summoned as the most learned of the Greeks to take part in the disputes against the Latins. But though he came to Italy at the bidding of the Greek Church, theological questions had no interest for him. He was already convinced that the spirit of the Greeks was degenerate, and could only be restored by a new religion and a revived philosophy. He told his views to his scholars, though probably they only regarded them as the visions of a student. When he came to Florence, a venerable old man of 83, with long flowing beard and calm dignified mien, he created an enthusiasm amongst the Florentine scholars. There was a general curiosity in Italy to know something of Plato, and Gemistos was well versed in Plato's writings. Instead of attending the council, he poured forth his Platonic lore, and uttered dark sentences to a circle of eager Florentines. Cosimo de' Medici was delighted with him and hailed him as a second Plato. Gemistos modestly refused the title, but playfully added to his name Gemistos the equivalent Plethon, which approached more nearly to his master's name. Amidst this adoring circle of Florentine scholars, Gemistos uttered strange sayings for an orthodox theologian of the Greek Church. He spoke of a new universal religion, which was to absorb all existing systems, Christendom and Islam alike. He pointed for its source to the inspiration of classical antiquity. Most probably the Florentines did not pay much attention to these vague utterances. They were not in search of a religion. They aspired to no scheme of national regeneration, but they longed for a knowledge of Plato's philosophy as the source of greater illumination. Gemistos Plethon returned from Florence to his school at Mistra, and plunged still further into his scheme of a new religion. As his philosophical ideas awakened so much enthusiasm in Italy, it is worth while examining the religious conceptions to which they led. In 1448, Gemistos wrote a treatise on the question of the procession of the Holy Ghost, defending the Greek view against that of the Latins. He wrote, however, not as a theologian, but as a philosopher, not from the point of view of scriptural evidence, but from the reasonableness of the thing in itself. He set up what he calls the Hellenic theology, by which he meant his own religious system, in opposition to that of the Church, and then proved the orthodox doctrine from his new theology. He argued that all difficulties about the procession of the Holy Ghost vanished if, instead of the doctrine of the Church, that the Son was equal to the Father, the teaching of the Hellenic theology was accepted, whereby were recognized many children of the Supreme Being, differing in power and other attributes. He sent this book to the Patriarch Gennadius, himself a distinguished scholar under his former name of Georgios Scholarios. Gennadius was in a difficult position. The book supported the orthodox doctrine, and few would care to follow him in inquiring too closely into its method. Gemistos was an old man of great reputation, and it was not worth while to risk a quarrel with him. Gennadios answered with much tact, approving the object of the treatise, but delicately rebuking its arguments. At the end, however, he uttered words of warning. After God's revelation of himself, how is it possible that there should be men willing to construct new gods and attempt to rekindle the unreasoning theogonies that have long been quenched? How can they go back to Zoroaster and Plato and the Stoics, gathering a crowd of senseless words? If such writings should ever fall into my hands, I will expose their emptiness, and many others will do likewise. I would subject them to arguments, not to the fire. The fire is more fitting for their authors. Yet Gennadios was not as good as his word. After the death of Plethon, his book of the laws fell into the hands of Gennadios, who, after reading it, committed it to the flames and ordered all copies to be burned. He found it full of bitterness against Christians, mocking at our beliefs, not gainsaying them by argument, but setting forth his own. The efforts of Gennadios were successful, and only fragments of the treatise of Gemistos have survived, but they show a wondrous attempt to revive paganism on a philosophic basis. Gemistos represents himself as seeking the way of truth ignored by men. He took as his guides the lawgivers and wise men of antiquity, especially Pythagoras and Plato, and by their help constructed a new theogony in which Zeus was set up as the supreme god, whose attributes were being, will, activity, and power. From him sprang two orders of inferior deities, one legitimate, the other illegitimate children. The legitimate children of Zeus are the Olympian gods, at whose head stands Poseidon. The bastard children are the Titans. This strange classification was due to Gemistos' desire to construct a theogony which would harmonize with his system of logic. The Olympian gods were the eternal ideas. The Titans were the ideas expressed in form and matter. Below these supracelestial gods were the legitimate and illegitimate children of Poseidon, who range from planets to demons. Below them again were men and beasts and the material world. This new religion Gemistos seriously elaborated into a system by drawing up a calendar, a liturgy, and a collection of hymns. He gathered round him a band of converts who looked upon their master as inspired by the spirit of Plato. It is a testimony to the influence of Gemistos on Italy that 5 years after his death his bones were brought from their resting place in the Peloponnesus by the impious Gismondo Malatesta, who placed them in a sarcophagus set in the side arcade of his wondrous church at Rimini. The inscription calls Gemistos the chief philosopher of his time. The system of Gemistos was a fantastical revival of Neoplatonism, and never did philosophy make a more futile attempt to provide a religion than in the logical cosmogony of Gemistos, from which the religious element has entirely disappeared. A student of philosophy, imperfectly understanding the system which he professed to follow, clothed his philosophic ideas in the incongruous garments of a religion with which he had long since ceased to sympathize. Gemistos saw that men seemed to need a religion. He threw his opinions into what he supposed to be a religious shape. Yet, crude as was his attempt, it pointed to an intellectual question which was of great moment in the future. The theology of the schoolmen had been built up in accordance with the system of Aristotle, whose philosophy was regarded as entirely orthodox. The discovery of Plato threatened to overthrow the supremacy of Aristotle. How were the opinions of Plato likely to influence the movement of thought? Plato corresponded to the imaginative yearnings with which the new learning filled the minds of its nobler students. It is true that his writings were imperfectly known, and that his system was confounded with that of the later Alexandrian writers. Yet men seized upon the poetical side of his teaching, which they adapted to the dreams of an intellectual childhood. The more religious minds felt the charm of Plato's conception of linking together the material and the immaterial world, and they set themselves to examine how far the doctrines of Christianity were contained implicitly in Plato's teaching. In Italy, this process led to a dangerous paring away of the edges of ecclesiastical dogma. In Germany, it animated the rise of a new theology, which sought after a direct consciousness of relationship between the soul and God. End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 2, Paul II in his Relations to Literature and Art, Part 2. The influence of Gemistos Plethon was carried to Rome by his distinguished scholar Cardinal Bessarion, whose orthodoxy was above suspicion, but who nevertheless was in some degree imbued with his master's spirit. On the death of Gemistos, Bessarion wrote a letter of condolence to his sons. "I hear," he says, "that our common father and guide, laying aside all mortal garments, has removed to heaven and the unsullied land to take his part in the mystic dance with the Olympian gods." This is strange language in a cardinal's mouth, but does not show that Bessarion had any sympathy with the paganism of Gemistos. It shows, however, the double life which the humanists led. They were ready to talk the language of the Bible or the language of classical antiquity, as occasion needed. They had ceased to be conscious of much antagonism between the two, each of which corresponded to different sides of their nature. The new learning had become an insidious solvent of any definiteness in religious beliefs. Bessarion did much for the study of Plato. He freed himself from the extravagances of Gemistos, and in the controversy which raged between the partisans of Aristotle and those of Plato, he held a moderating position. But George of Trapezus carried his attack upon Plato so far that he drew from Bessarion a work against the calumniator of Plato, which raised the knowledge of Plato to a higher level than it had before reached, and established the claim of that philosopher to the attention of the orthodox. Bessarion, moreover, was the centre of a literary circle, and the Academy, called by his name, was famous throughout Italy. He formed a large library which he bequeathed to Venice, where it formed the nucleus of the library of San Marco. The system of academies rapidly spread throughout Italy, and gave the men of the new learning a definite organization, whereby they became influential bodies with a corporate existence. In Rome, Bessarion's example furnished a model to the Roman Academy, whose founder was another of those who owed something to the influence of Gemistos. He was a strange man, who loved to shroud his private life in mystery. He called himself Pomponius, as being a good old Roman name, and to this he added Lightus, as a description of the joyousness of his temperament, though at times Lightus was exchanged for Infortunatus. The real name of Pomponius Lightus was Piero. He was a native of Calabria, a bastard of the noble house of the Sanseverini. In early life he came to Rome and was a pupil of Lorenzo Valla, whom he succeeded as the chief teacher among the Roman humanists. Whether he travelled in Greece or no, we cannot say, but he seems to have come in the way of Gemistos, who probably quickened his taste for a revived paganism. Pomponius, however, was not a Platonist, and did not devote his attention to the study of Greek antiquity. He had no interest in inaugurating a new religion, but was content to imbibe the inspiration of the city of Rome, and gave himself unreservedly to its influence. No one, says his friend Sabellicus, admired antiquity more. No one spent more pains in its investigation. He explored every nook and corner of old Rome, and stood gazing with rapt attention on every relic of a bygone age. Often as he looked, his eyes filled with tears, and he wept at the thought of the grand old times. He despised the age in which he lived, and did not conceal his contempt for its barbarism. He sneered at religion, openly expressed his dislike of the clergy, and inveighed bitterly amongst his friends against the pride and luxury of the cardinals. A story is told that one day an enemy asked him publicly if he believed in the existence of God. "Yes," he answered, "because I believe that there is nothing he hates more than you." The deity whom Pomponius adored was the genius of the city of Rome. He set an example which was long followed of celebrating the city's birthday with high festivities amongst a circle of congenial spirits. In later times men dated from the festivals of Pomponius the beginning of the downfall of faith. The temper of Pomponius, as shown in the affairs of life, was that of a Stoic. He was poor and sought none of the prizes which literary men in his day so keenly pursued. When his wealthy relatives wished to claim him after he had become famous, and invited him to come and live at Naples, he returned them an answer which has become famous as a model of terseness. Pomponius Laetus to his relatives sends greeting: "What you ask cannot be. Farewell." He lived simply in a little house on the Esquiline, and hired a vineyard in the Quirinal, which he cultivated according to the precepts of Varro and Columella. His other amusement was to keep birds, whose habits he carefully observed. He always dressed in the same manner. Though simple in all things, he was scrupulously clean and neat. His only interests were in exploring classical antiquity and teaching the students who flocked to his lectures. He rose early in the morning, and often needed the help of a lantern to guide him to his school, where there was scarcely room for the overflowing audience which had already assembled. There was nothing striking in his appearance. He was a small, common-looking man, with short curly hair that turned grey before its time, and little eyes deep set beneath beetling brows. Only when he smiled did his face become expressive. Pomponius was a genuine teacher, who was interested in his scholars. He did not try to make a name by writings, for he said that, like Socrates and Jesus, his scholars should be his books. He gave his attention to his lectures, and delighted in organizing revivals of the old Latin comedies. He trained the actors, and superintended the smallest details of stage management, when any great man opened his house for the representation of a play of Plautus or Terence. He took the young men of Rome under his fatherly care, and would reprove their misdoings by a shake of the head and a remark: "Your ancestors would not have behaved thus." The house of Pomponius was filled with relics of classical art, and the academy which centred there was the home of very unorthodox opinions. After the dissolution of the College of Abbreviators, the Roman Academy became naturally the meeting place of the aggrieved scholars. There they abused the Pope to their heart's content, while Pomponius sat by and smiled. They vented their spleen by organizing a foolish protest against the Church and its ceremonies, and the example of Pomponius suggested to them a plan by which they bound themselves into an esoteric society. Instead of their baptismal names, given them from Christian saints, they chose new names from classical antiquity. Filippo Buonascorsi called himself Callimachus Experiens, and we find besides Asclepiades, Glaucus, Petreius, and the like. The festival which Pomponius had instituted for the observance of the foundation day of the city suggested in like manner a parody of pagan rites. As a protest against Paul II, Pomponius Laetus was hailed as Pontifex Maximus, and many of the others took priestly titles. They held meetings in the catacombs and parodied the beginnings of the Christian Church. It was an outburst of silly petulance on the part of men whose heads were turned by vanity, till they showed their spite against the Pope by threatening a revival of paganism. Perhaps no one took these proceedings seriously except Paul II. He had condemned to do public penance some fraticelli who had been sent for trial from Poli. How could he punish heresy and allow profanity to flaunt itself unashamed? Perhaps he was not much affected by the display of animosity towards himself, but he could not be indifferent to the dangers of a republican revival in Rome. The examples of Porcaro and Tiburtio were still warnings to a statesman that Brutus was a hero whom it was perilous to resuscitate. The follies of the Roman Academy might lead to political disturbances. We cannot wonder that Paul II regarded the Roman Academy with suspicion. Its florid classicism, its hostility against the Church, its silly affectation of paganism were enough to account for his disapproval. But sufficient ground for action was wanting till some vapouring talk of Callimachus' experience was brought to the Pope's ear. Then Paul II proceeded to act with promptitude. During the Carnival of 1468, several Roman youths were arrested, and Platina was dragged from the house of Cardinal Gonzaga to the Pope's presence. Paul II looked on him with scorn and said, "So you have conspired against us under the leadership of Callimachus?" In vain Platina pleaded his innocence. He was ordered to be taken to the Castle of Sant'Angelo and be examined by torture. The letter of Pomponius Laetus, who was absent in Venice, which addressed him as Pater Sanctissime, was regarded as proof of a conspiracy, and Platina was further accused of trying to urge the emperor to summon a council and create a new schism. Pomponius was sent back from Venice, dragged in chains, says Platina, through Italy like another Jugurtha. When brought before his inquisitors, he showed at first his accustomed spirit. When they asked his reason for assuming the name of Pomponius, he answered, "What would it matter to you or the Pope if I called myself Hayrick?" But his stoicism rapidly gave way before imprisonment. He set himself to win the good graces of the Castellan of Sant'Angelo, Rodrigo de Arevalo, a famous theologian, best known by his later title of Bishop of Zamora. At first Pomponius wrote to Rodrigo in terms of scarcely concealed sarcasm. He lauded Paul II in extravagant terms, and compared his magnanimity with that of Christ, who, when he was smitten, offered the other cheek. Even so, the Pope, in a crisis of unexampled danger, had pursued his course unmoved. Rodrigo showed himself a match for Pomponius in irony. He congratulated him on the lucky chance now offered to a philosopher of showing his constancy and fortitude, which would otherwise have found no field for their display in the trivial concerns of ordinary life. After receiving this answer, Pomponius began to view the matter more seriously, and while admitting the greatness of the opportunity which he enjoyed, pleaded his innocence of any offence, and asked for books to cheer his solitude. Instead, however, of Lactantius and Macrobius, which were the captive's choice, Rodrigo sent a treatise of his own against the errors of the Council of Basel, which he doubtless considered to be a proper remedy for the deplorable unorthodoxy of his prisoner. What Pomponius really said when condemned to this unwonted literary diet we can only guess. What he wrote in reply was a fulsome eulogy of Rodrigo's eloquence, which he preferred to the highest flights of Cicero because it was animated by truly Christian spirit. By this letter Pomponius thought that he had cleared the way for a petition. He wrote on the same day in an altered strain. He said that he had been recalling all that the poets sang in praise of solitude, But their solitude, he found, was the solitude of the woods and fields, where they were gladdened by the delights of nature. He, pent in his prison walls, felt the need of kindly friends with whom he might exchange his thoughts. Rodrigo's turn had now come to triumph in this war of wits, and he had an easy task in penetrating the flimsy armour of Stoicism within which Pomponius had professed to stand secure. He dwelt on the pure delights of inward contemplation, treated the complaints of Pomponius as the result of a passing mood, and affectionately besought him not to show himself unworthy of his philosophy. After enjoying his discomfiture for a day or two, he took compassion on his prisoners and allowed them to meet together for talk. Pomponius, in expressing their gratitude, throws his philosophy to the winds. Man, he says, always pines for what he does not possess. When weary of society, he praises solitude. When in captivity, he longs for freedom. If Diogenes had had bounds set within which only he could roll his tub, he would have neglected philosophy to devise some means of overcoming his limits. In this frame of mind, Pomponius reconciled his former principles to actual conditions. He longed for liberty and sought it by writing an abject apology to the Pope, in which he confessed his errors, threw the blame on others, and begged to be released. Paul perhaps felt that such characters as these were scarcely deserving of serious consideration, and might be trusted to profit by the lesson which they had received. Pomponius was soon set free, and allowed to continue his lectures as before. Plotina did not escape so easily. He was kept in prison for a year, and was subjected to many inquisitions. No definite proofs against him seem to have been forthcoming, but Paul was resolved to teach the Roman humanists a lesson. If he had any suspicions of serious designs, Plotina's letters from prison must have convinced him of the futility of any plots that could be devised by men of such poor spirit. In truth, there was nothing heroic about Plotina, and he wrote abjectly once and again, beseeching the Pope to release him. A prison did not at all suit the luxurious man of letters. He was ready to promise anything to gain his release. "I undertake," he writes, "that if I hear anything, even from the birds as they fly past, which is directed against your name and safety, I will at once inform your Holiness by letter or messenger. I entirely approve your proceedings for restraining and reproving the license of the scholars. It is the duty of the chief shepherd to preserve his flocks from all infection and disease." He admits that in his pecuniary straits, when he was dismissed from office, he lamented unworthily against God and man, but he will never so far forget himself again. If only set at liberty and freed from poverty, he will celebrate with all his friends in prose and verse the name of Paul. Even when attempting to write seriously, he cannot forget his literary vanity nor his classical illusions. "Poets and orators are necessary in all states, that the memorials of illustrious men may not perish through want of chroniclers." He bids the Pope remember that Christ is known through the writings of the evangelists, the deeds of Achilles through the verses of Homer. If the Pope will only release him, he will promise to turn from his classical studies to theology, where, as in a fertile and flowery meadow, I will gather herbs that are healthful both for body and soul. If he erred, it was through academic license, the freedom engendered by universal study. In like strain he wrote to all he thought had any influence with the Pope: Cardinals Bessarion, Marco Barbo, Borgia, Gonzaga, Amanati. He repeated to them all the same protestations. He was accused of irreligion, but he had always attended confession, gone to church, and observed God's laws as far as human frailty allowed. Yet in a letter to Pomponius he confessed that the proceedings of the academicians had given ground for suspicion. We ought to bear with equanimity that the Pope took heed for his own safety and for the Christian religion. Plotina groveled, but he did not enjoy the process. He took his revenge in later years by writing a life of Paul II. Few of those who read his biography have read his letters, or they would hesitate to give much credence to his ill-natured hints. It is a strong testimony in favor of Paul II that Plotina has so little to say against him. End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 2, Paul II in his Relations to Literature and Art, Part 3. On his release from prison, Plotina hoped that his persistent groveling had softened the Pope's heart, and that he would obtain some mark of favor in return for his sufferings. Paul pardoned him, but gave him no reward. It was enough for the Pope that he had satisfied himself that Plotina and his friends were only foolish talkers, incapable of doing much mischief. But Plotina was strangely mistaken in thinking that Paul had any need of his pen. He was allowed to go back to his former obscurity, a little crestfallen, and with vengeance in his heart. Pomponius in like manner resumed his teaching in Rome, where he died in 1498 and was honored by a public funeral. Paul, however, dissolved the Roman Academy and declared that all who mentioned its name, even in jest, were guilty of heresy. Like most of Paul's doings, this decree was reversed by his successor. Sixtus IV allowed the Academy to revive, and it continued till it disappeared in the misery that followed the sack of Rome in 1527. This persecution of the Roman Academy is a trivial matter in itself, but it has largely influenced the judgment of posterity. In Plotina's life of Paul II, this incident is raised into the foremost place, and Paul is represented as hating and despising literature to such a degree that he branded literary men as heretics. From these words of Plotina, more recent writers have seen in Paul's proceedings a consciousness of the perils wherewith the Renaissance movement threatened the system of the Church. In truth, however, Paul II was not hostile to literature, and was himself deeply imbued with the spirit of the Renaissance. Nor did he foresee in the revival of learning the precursor of the Reformation. Plotina has skillfully succeeded in making himself the type of a martyr to learning, instead of an offensive braggart who trusted that the privileged position of a man of letters would cover any insolence or folly. Paul did not persecute scholars, but he put down the Roman Academy as a nuisance, a center of unseemly buffoonery and sedition, as well as irreligious talk. It would seem that at first the Pope was suspicious of a definite plot against himself. When no evidence was forthcoming on that charge, he fell back upon the notorious character of the proceedings of the Academy and decreed its suppression. His precautions may have been exaggerated. His action was certainly high-handed. But the humanists needed a reminder that they were required to observe the same rules as ordinary citizens, and that no ruler could permit their follies to pass beyond a certain limit. However, Plotina outlived Paul, and had the opportunity of telling his story in his own fashion. He had tried conclusions with Paul and had been worsted, but no one thought very seriously of the matter. Sixtus IV made Plotina his librarian, and in that dignified position Plotina's early misdoings were forgotten. He liked to tell the tale of his sufferings, and no doubt the tale grew darker every time that it was told, till Plotina verily believed himself to have been a martyr to literature, and stamped this legend on the mind of the rising generation of scholars. No doubt such a belief would not have taken root if Paul II had attached to himself any men of letters. This, however, he showed no desire to do, though Campanus offered to write a history of his pontificate, and Filelfo was desirous to take up his abode in Rome. Paul was civil to Filelfo, and received from him a translation of Xenophon's Cyropaedia, for which he rewarded the needy old scholar by a present of 400 ducats, but he did not encourage his hope of becoming a regular dependent on the papal bounty. In fact, Paul II found literary men troublesome. They were foul-mouthed and slanderous, and Paul could not endure their license. Even the literary veteran George of Trapezus was sent to prison for a month to teach him not to speak evil of previous popes who had been his patrons. Paul took a common-sense view of the venal literature of his age. He did not care for poetry or rhetorical panegyrics, but he was a student of the Scriptures, of canon law, and history. Both in public and private matters, Paul loved directness. Though he was no orator, he spoke for himself in public business, and did not heed the sneers at his lack of the finished style of Pius II. In private consistories he discarded Latin and spoke in Italian, which no doubt was a severe shock to official propriety. Paul II was not only destitute of literary friends, he had few friends of any kind and no favourites. The cardinals never forgave him for shaking himself loose from the shackles with which they endeavoured to bind him at his accession, and Ammanati regarded his sudden death as a judgment upon him for his want of faith. Paul was too sensitive not to feel the breach that had so been created, and he had not the qualities which enabled him to repair it. He grew more and more reserved, and led a somewhat solitary life amidst his outward grandeur. "He is surrounded by darkness," wrote Ammanati. "He is not wont to make rash assertions, but is more ready to hear than to speak." This change in his disposition after his election corresponds to his mental attitude. He felt that things were amiss, but he did not see how to mend them, and the Cardinal College had no advice to give. The older cardinals were the zealots of the papal restoration. Carvajal could advocate warmly the reduction of Bohemia, but pronounced against any reform of the Church. The younger cardinals were, like Ammanati, friends of Pius II, or, like Cardinal Gonzaga, men who had been created because their relatives were politically useful in re-establishing the position of the papacy in Italy. Paul did not find among them any counsellors after his own heart. They sufficed for the conduct of current business, but that was all. In the course of his pontificate, Paul created 10 cardinals. He did not, however, increase the college, but merely filled up the vacancies caused by death. In his selection of men for this dignity, he showed the same mixed motives as are displayed in the rest of his policy. He did not entirely rise above personal considerations, as he created 3 of his nephews, the Venetians Marco Barbo, Battista Zeno, and Giovanni Michael, but they were all men of high character who proved themselves not unworthy of their office. None of them became his favourites, or was especially influential with him, or was unduly enriched. Of the other cardinals created by Paul II, 2, the Neapolitan Caraffa and Francesco of Savona, were chosen for their learning, and the others, amongst whom were Thomas Bircher, Archbishop of Canterbury, and the Frenchman La Balue, were intended to add to the representative character of the college. When La Balue in 1469 was imprisoned by Louis XI for his traitorous correspondence with the Duke of Burgundy, Paul did not take his stand on ecclesiastical privilege. La Balue was tried and condemned in France. The Pope contented himself with sending a few judges to assist at the trial. In the creation of cardinals, Paul II showed his general impartiality and his good intentions. His fame has suffered because he was impartial and well-intentioned, because he identified himself with no party and pursued no personal ends. Reserved and sensitive, he went on his way, and where his mind was made up, he made all bend to his will. With him, as with many men of a fine nature which has not been disciplined by experience, geniality in a private capacity gave way to coldness in the discharge of public duty. Naturally kindly and sympathetic, he shrank from responsibility, and only assumed it by an effort of self-repression, which he knew that any display of personal feeling would destroy. As a consequence, his manner seemed abrupt, and he was misjudged and misrepresented. It pained him to refuse petitions which were presented to him, and he more and more withdrew himself from granting audiences, which was put down to heedlessness and neglect of his duties. It is characteristic of him that he received petitioners as he walked about, that he might not be obliged to see their imploring faces, and might be spared the sight of their disappointment. But when he detected imposture, his anger was aroused. One day he turned round sternly and said to one who pleaded, "You are not speaking the truth," whereupon a pet parrot, who was perched in the room, immediately flew upon the object of the Pope's anger, exclaiming, "Turn him out! Turn him out! He is not speaking the truth." The same shrinking from causing pain made Paul II merciful as a ruler of Rome. Whenever he heard the bell of the Capitol toll for an execution, he turned pale and clutched his breast to check the beating of his heart. This unwillingness to disappoint others led him to live by himself and shun interviews. He was apparently troubled by asthma and could not sleep at night. He took this as an excuse for turning night into day. Men naturally grumbled and accused him of capriciousness and arrogant disregard of others. Personally, Paul II was not popular. His stately figure and dignified bearing commanded respect, but men feared rather than loved him. He felt this and was saddened by the feeling. One day a cardinal asked him why, when he had all that he could desire, he was not content. "A little wormwood," said the Pope, "can pollute a hive of honey." Even the points which Paul II had most in common with his age were not appreciated. He loved magnificence, and it was counted as vainglory. He was a patron of architecture. This was reckoned to be merely a desire to commemorate his name. He was an ardent collector of works of art. Because his collection went beyond the prevailing fashion, he was accused of simple avarice. Paul had as passionate a love for antique beauty as had Pomponius Laetus. Because he had the temperament of an artist and not the pedantry of a scholar, he was handed down to posterity as an uncultivated barbarian. In his love of art, Paul went far beyond his time, and may rank as a type of the high-minded and large-souled patron and collector. He knew his own tastes and did not follow the prevailing fashions. The mighty Palazzo di Venezia, as it is now called, remains as a memorial of the great conceptions of Paul, and marked the definite triumph of Renaissance architecture in Rome. It was begun while Paul was a cardinal, and was finished during his pontificate. The adjoining basilica of San Marco was restored, adorned with frescoes, and its windows were filled with stained glass. He built 3 rows of arcades in the first court of the Vatican, and erected a pulpit from which the Pope might give the benediction. He resumed the work of Nicholas V in building the tribune of St. Peter's. He preserved the ancient monuments of the city, and most of its churches owe something to his care. His chief architect was Giuliano di San Gallo, and he kept in constant employment a number of jewellers and embroiderers who made vestments and ornaments which he bestowed on the churches in the patrimony. The distinguishing feature of the private life of Paul II was that he was an enthusiastic collector of objects of art. He began the habit in his youth, and when he died, he had brought together in his palace of San Marco the richest artistic collection that had been formed since the fall of the Roman Empire. As soon as he became cardinal, he commissioned agents to search for him throughout Italy, and many a struggle, such as collectors love, he waged for the possession of some prized object with the Medici, Alfonso of Naples, and Leonello of Este. How skilful he was may be gathered from a letter of Carlo de' Medici, who wrote that he had picked up in Rome from a servant of the great medallist Pisanello 30 silver medals. Cardinal Barbo heard of this find, met the unsuspecting Carlo in church one morning, took him graciously by the hand, and walked with him to his house, where he contrived to get hold of Carlo's purse containing the medals, relieved it of its treasures, and refused to return them. No doubt he paid their full value, for he did not like to be under any obligation, and when he was Pope, he wrote to the King of Portugal, who had sent him a sapphire ring, "Our custom, long and diligently observed, is not to receive gifts." He showed the same temper about his manuscripts, for he observed that he was always ready to lend and slow to borrow. Before he became Pope, his museum in the Palace of San Marco was large and precious. During his pontificate he was always eager to increase it. Cardinal Ammanati wrote to a friend, Heliana Spinula, who was anxious to obtain the Pope's good graces for his son, that he had spoken on his behalf. Paul II interrupted him. "I know the man. He has the same tastes as we have, and uses his eyes to discern things which are of excellent workmanship. He has treasures which he has gathered from Greece and Asia. He could do me a great favour by letting me have some things from his collection, not, however, as a gift, for our custom has always been to pay, and to pay liberally for what pleases us." Ammanati asked what the Pope chiefly desired. "Images of the saints," answered Paul, "of the old workmanship which the Greeks call icons, Byzantine tapestries woven or embroidered, old pictures and sculptures, vases, especially of precious stones, ivory carvings, gold and silver coins, and such like." Paul's tastes were Catholic, and he was not merely content with collecting, but had excellent taste and a great knowledge of archaeology. It was remarked with wonder that he knew at a glance the busts of the various Roman emperors. He caused his collection to be catalogued, and every object carefully described. The descriptions show us that mythology was imperfectly understood, and that the knowledge of emblems was still in a rudimentary stage. From this catalogue we learn that Paul had gathered together 47 antique bronzes, 227 cameos, 320 intaglios, 97 ancient gold coins, and about 1,000 silver coins and medals, besides Byzantine ivories, mosaics, enamels, embroideries, and paintings, as well as jewellery, goldsmiths' work, and tapestries of his own age, and a large number of uncut precious stones. This splendid collection was appropriated by Paul's successor. The precious stones were sold to Lorenzo de' Medici. The bronzes probably formed the nucleus of the Capitoline Museum. The rest was gradually dispersed. Even in this point also the achievements of Paul II were remorselessly swept into oblivion. The reason why Paul's enjoyment of art was not understood by his contemporaries was probably because it was merely sensuous and not antiquarian. He loved things for their own preciousness, not for the associations which hung around them. Men in those days had no sympathy with his habit of playing with precious stones and gazing with delight upon their lustre. In such a simple source of pleasure they saw only the gloating of avarice. It must be owned that Paul carried his passion to the verge of childishness. He took jewels to bed with him. He kept them in hiding places that he might refresh himself by the sight of them when he had a moment of solitude. After the death of Sixtus IV, Cardinal Barbo recognized in the Pope's private room a writing desk which had been a favourite piece of furniture of his uncle. On looking into it, he found the secret drawer containing 7 large sapphires and other stones to the value of 12,000 ducats. Paul II was in all things a child of his age, but his fineness of character showed him that his age was in no good way. For himself he strove to check its worst impulses, and uphold a standard of justice and honour. His only luxury was magnificence. In his private life he was simple and even abstemious. He lacked the force necessary to give decisive effect to his good intentions, and men saw only the outside of his life and character. The beginnings that he made towards better things were so entirely swept away by his impetuous successor that posterity gave him no credit for his fruitless efforts. His pontificate was a time of conscious perplexity in himself, which he was too reserved to confide to others. He acted tentatively, almost despondingly, and led a solitary life. Later times dated from him the decline of the papacy. It must be admitted that he made organic reform impossible, and lowered the standard of honour amongst the cardinals. He lived long enough to see the hopelessness of personal efforts to amend a system which refused all help from outside and admitted no restraint upon its omnipotence. He learned the lesson that autocracy is practically dependent upon its officials, whom it is powerless to restrain. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 3, Sixtus IV and the Republic of Florence, 1471 to 1480, Part 1. The death of Paul II was so unexpected that only 17 cardinals out of the 26 were present at the conclave on August 6, 1471. It would seem that there was no decided motive in choosing a new pope, and the first voting was very scattered. In the second voting, Cardinals Estouteville, Calandrini, Capranica, and Amanati united in favour of Bessarion as the oldest member of the college, a man of note, and one whose election was likely to cause a speedy vacancy. But the old objection to Bessarion as a Greek again revived, and he would not be politically acceptable to France or to the Italian princes. Cardinals Borgia, Orsini, and Gonzaga set up against him Francesco of Savona, whose claims on the ground of learning and high character might fairly be opposed to those of Bessarion. It was urged against him that he had only been a cardinal for 4 years, and that his election was a decided slight to many senior to himself. But his supporters managed to clear away objections, and Francesco was elected on August 9th. The election of Francesco di Savona awakened great surprise, and showed that the cardinals still adhered to their policy of having a pope who would extend their privileges and rule according to their will. At the same time, it was a testimony to the influence of Paul II that they did not venture to choose an entirely obscure and weak man. Francesco had won his way to the cardinalate solely by his reputation for theological knowledge and for a blameless life. He was of such lowly origin that he had not a name of his own. His father was a poor peasant in a little village near Savona, and at the age of 9, Francesco was handed over to the Franciscans to be educated. He acted for a time as tutor of the family of Rovere in Piedmont, and from them he took the name by which he was afterwards known. His talents and his industry were great, and he lectured on philosophy and theology at Bologna, Padua, Pavia, Florence, and Perugia. At Pavia, Bessarion attended Francesco's lectures and was struck by his learning. When he rose to the post of general of the Franciscan order and distinguished himself by his reforming zeal, the recommendations of Bessarion found an echo in the inclinations of Paul II, and Francesco was elevated to the cardinalate. At Rome he was regarded as a profound scholar, and he increased his reputation by a treatise on the blood of Christ, a contribution to the controversy between the Dominicans and Franciscans, which Pius II had vainly striven to appease. At the time of his election he was 57 years old. A reputation for learning and a high character would not have been enough to secure Francesco's election to the papacy. The cardinals were entirely undecided, and there was a good opportunity for adventurous intrigue. It would seem that this was clear to a young Franciscan, Piero Riario, the nephew and favourite of Cardinal Francesco, who acted as his attendant in the conclave. Piero, seeing the prevailing indecision, had no scruple in making a bargain with the most influential cardinals, and its results were seen immediately after the election, when Cardinal Orsini was made chamberlain, Cardinal Borgia received the rich abbey of Subiaco, and Cardinal Gonzaga that of San Gregorio. The gratitude of the new pope had been already discounted by the operations of his nephew Piero, and with the election of Sixtus IV began a system of personal intrigue which rapidly grew into a serious scandal. The beginning of his pontificate was tumultuous. Angered at a crush caused by a sudden stoppage of the cavalcade, the crowd threw stones at the pope's litter when, on August 25th, he was crowned under the title of Sixtus IV. The first steps of Sixtus IV promised a return of the papacy to the region of European politics. The new pope resumed the plans of Pius II, and again set forth to Christendom the duty of a crusade against the Turks. He issued an encyclical letter for this purpose, and negotiated with the emperor for the summons of a council to prepare for the Holy War. Frederick III proposed Udine for its meeting place. Sixtus IV replied that the Italian powers would not consent to Udine, and he himself dared not go so far from the Papal States. He proposed Rome, but offered to go to Mantua or Ancona. The negotiations for a council came to nothing, but Sixtus IV sent out legates, Bessarion to France, Borgia to Spain, Marco Barbo to Germany, and appointed Carafa admiral of a fleet, which, after the example of Calixtus III, he began eagerly to build on the Tiber. The legates met with no better success than their predecessors in the same business. Bessarion found Louis XI too busy with his plans against England and the Duke of Burgundy to pay any attention to projects for a crusade. He succeeded in establishing better relations between the king and the Holy See, but returned without having furthered the object of his mission, and died of fever in Ravenna in November 1472. Borgia went to Spain, delighted to display his magnificence in his native Valencia, where he met with a splendid reception. But the Spanish kingdoms had troubles of their own to occupy their attention, and Borgia was scarcely likely to kindle spiritual zeal by the exhibition of his vanity and self-seeking. It is not surprising that he also accomplished nothing. In Germany, Barbo had a more difficult task. Sixtus IV espoused the cause of Matthias against Ladislas in Bohemia, and threatened the adherents of Ladislas with excommunication. The legate's energies were consumed in fruitless attempts to arrange the strife for Bohemia between the kings of Poland and Hungary, and to bring about a good understanding between the emperor and the electors. He returned in 1474 empty-handed from Germany. Meanwhile, Sixtus IV had equipped 20 galleys against the Turks, and gave his solemn benediction to the admiral's ship before it set out to Brindisi to join the contingents of Venice and Naples. The combined fleet made a series of plundering raids on the Turkish coast, but caused more terror than damage to the foe. In January 1473, Carafa returned to Rome and made a triumphal entry with 12 camels and 25 Turkish prisoners. It was a novel spectacle, but a scanty return for the expenses of the armament. Sixtus IV had now gained sufficient experience of the prospects of a crusading policy. It would seem that he had resolved to give a fair trial to the old political traditions of the Papacy before entering upon a new sphere of action. He paused to justify in his own eyes the transition from a Franciscan reformer to an Italian prince. He was not prepared to adopt the tentative attitude of Paul II, but was resolved to pursue some definite course of his own. If his energy could be employed in carrying out the plan already marked out by his predecessors, he was willing to devote himself to that work. But the results of the survey of Europe, which was taken by his legates, were not encouraging. Everywhere were struggles conducted for national aggrandizement. Religious principles were everywhere weak. Morals were corrupt. Spiritual agencies were feeble. Before a crusade was possible, years of conciliatory diplomacy and ecclesiastical reform would be necessary to heal the breaches of Europe and revive the religious basis of its life. Perhaps Sixtus IV saw that this was the issue which lay before him. If so, he rapidly dismissed it as uncongenial to his character. Beneath the frock of the Franciscan, beneath the retiring habits of a student, was concealed the passionate nature of an Italian of the Renaissance. Sixtus IV was determined to leave his mark upon the events of his pontificate. He was strong in the strength of an individual character. Already the Italian spirit had invaded the traditions of the papal office, and since the days of Eugenius IV, each pope had thought more of signalizing his own pontificate than of upholding the continuity of the papal policy. In Sixtus IV, the Italian spirit entirely triumphed, and the Papacy boldly adopted the current aims and methods of the Italian powers which hemmed it in. If Europe in general was in an evil plight, Italy was even more corrupt than other countries. During the dark days of the Schism and the General Councils, when the papal power was practically in abeyance, Italian politics had developed with marvellous rapidity. Commerce had prospered, wealth and luxury had increased, the desire for material comfort had absorbed men's energies, the culture of the Renaissance had thrown a graceful veil of paganism over self-seeking. Popular liberty had everywhere disappeared before absolutism. The state centered round the person of its individual ruler, who contented his subjects by a display of outward magnificence, and condoned his tyranny by fostering commerce and affording full scope for the particular interests of his people. The stronger rulers made their power still more absolute. The condottieri strove to become independent princes. The smaller lords served the greater, and by their military activity protected themselves against the results of their reckless tyranny. In the midst of this seething sea of intrigue lay the Papal States, a tempting prize to adventurers small and great. It might well be a question for a sagacious pope how he was to preserve the temporal sovereignty of the Papacy in the existing movement of Italian politics. The state of Italian thought and feeling left no room for sentiment, and paid no heed to the lofty claims of the papal office. Ladislas of Naples had aimed at secularizing the lands of the Church. His plans had been eagerly pursued by Braccio, and only a lucky accident had diverted Francesco Sforza from seeking his fortunes at the expense of the Papacy. Ferrante of Naples was not a neighbour who could be trusted to withstand the temptation of a favourable opportunity. Rome itself was turbulent, and was exposed to the constant intrigues of petty tyrants in the neighbourhood. The Counts of Anguillara had long defied the Pope. Hordes of bandits made access to Rome difficult, and pillaged pilgrims on their way to the tombs of the apostles. Within Rome itself the popes could not feel themselves secure. Eugenius IV had been driven out. The conspiracies of Porcaro and Tiburtia against popes so excellent as Nicholas V and Pius II showed the presence of threatening elements of disaffection, and suggested suspicions of dangerous intrigues on the part of some of the Italian powers. No doubt the papacy, if it had been strong in its moral hold on Europe, could have disregarded the menacing condition of Italian affairs. But the repeated negotiations about the Crusade showed the papacy clearly enough that nothing was to be expected from a united Christendom. Italian politics only expressed with a greater definiteness the prevalent condition of Europe. Everywhere men were busy with questions that concerned their own material well-being. The hold of the Church was slight over men's affections. The chief ecclesiastics were relatives of kings and princes, and were engaged in secular pursuits. The papacy had not behaved towards Germany in a way to inspire respect. The French crown had laid a firm hand on the Church by means of the Pragmatic Sanction. The great allies of the papacy in a former age, the preaching friars, had forfeited their hold upon the people, and the attempt of Eugenius IV to galvanize them into renewed vitality had proved a failure. Pius II had shown the hopelessness of uniting Europe for any common object. Paul II had swept away the last ecclesiastical problem which faced the papacy by crushing George Podiebrad in Bohemia. It is to the credit of Sixtus IV that he did not begin a new policy till he had convinced himself of the futility of the traditional policy of his office. When that was clearly hopeless, he turned to the question which lay immediately at hand. If no loftier aim demanded his energies, they should at least be devoted to a useful purpose, to the organization of the papal dominions into a compact state. Previous popes had trusted for the maintenance of their dominions to the respect generally felt towards the papacy, and to the support of the powers of Europe. Sixtus felt that neither of these was secure. He resolved no longer to shelter himself behind the claims of the papacy as an institution, but as a man to enter into Italian politics and establish his temporal sovereignty by means of men, their weapons, and their enterprise. When he looked around him, he found the papacy without friends in Italy. The pacific policy and the moderating position of Paul II had only been maintained by a resolute effort of self-restraint. It was not understood by other powers, and there was no guarantee that it could be safely continued. Sixtus did not think it worth while to give it a trial, but decided that he would use the resources and the authority of his office for the protection and extension of its temporal possessions. For this purpose he combined natural affection with statecraft, and elevated nepotism into political principle. If the Pope were to act decisively, he must have lieutenants whom he could entirely trust, whose interests were bound up with his, and who could use for the furtherance of the papal rule the resources which the Pope could supply. Other popes had been nepotists a little, but to Sixtus IV, nepotism stood in the first place. The schemes of Urban VI for his nephew's aggrandizement had been wild and crude. Boniface IX had used his relatives as trusty henchmen. Martin V had employed the existing power of the Colonna family for his own purposes. Calixtus III had given his nephews a secure position in Rome. And Pius II had gratified his strong feeling of affection towards his native place by surrounding himself with Sienese relatives. Sixtus IV disregarded all considerations of decorum. He took his nephews, men of no position and little capacity, and placed at their disposal all the resources of the Roman See. They were to be magnificent puppets on the stage of Italian politics, moved by the Pope's hand, executing the Pope's schemes, and bringing back their spoils to the Pope's feet. End of section 8. Section 9 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 3. Sixtus IV and the Republic of Florence, 1471 to 1480, Part 2. Sixtus had only taken possession of the papal throne when, in December 15, 1471, he raised to the cardinalate two of his relatives, Giuliano della Rovere, son of his brother Raffaele, and Piero Riario, the orphan son of his sister, whom he had brought up from early years. Piero was aged 25 and as yet unknown, save for his dexterity in the conclave. The other nephew, Giuliano, was also a Franciscan of the age of 28, equally undistinguished. The cardinals vainly opposed the creation of two youths of obscure parentage and of no experience in affairs. They lamented the disregard shown by the Pope to the regulations laid down by the conclave. They recognized sadly that supreme power meant supreme license, and they said that Sixtus would heed them no more than Paul II. On Cardinal Riario the Pope heaped preferment. He first made him Bishop of Treviso, then the bishoprics of Senigallia, Mandell, Spalato, Florence, the Patriarchate of Constantinople, the Abbacy of St. Ambrose in Milan, and other dignities rapidly followed. His revenues exceeded 60,000 gold ducats. He was omnipotent in Rome and lived a life of luxury and splendor such as had never been seen before. He gathered, says a contemporary, vessels of silver and gold, splendid raiment, tapestries and embroideries, and high-mettled horses. He was surrounded by a countless retinue, clad in silks, with curled hair, rising poets and painters. He delighted in celebrating games, not only the civic games, but tournaments. Another nephew, Leonardo della Rovere, brother of Giuliano, was made prefect of Rome in February 1472, and soon afterwards was married to a bastard daughter of Ferrante of Naples. He was a small man, and his mind corresponded to his person, says in Fessura. But for his sake the Pope sacrificed the papal claims on Naples, remitted the yearly tribute, and restored the Duchy of Sora. Ferrante undertook to guard the shores from pirates and to send a steed to Rome each year in recognition of the papal suzerainty. Many of the cardinals murmured at this abandonment of his papal rights, but Sixtus IV was bent upon a close alliance with Naples, as a means of securing himself against the powers of northern Italy, while he carried out his plans against the aggressors in the neighbourhood of Rome. This new policy of the papacy received a splendid, almost a dramatic embodiment in June 1473, when Leonora, another illegitimate daughter of Ferrante, passed through Rome on her way to Ferrara after her marriage with Duke Ercole d'Este. The magnificence of the papal nephews was employed to certify the firmness of the Pope's friendship to Naples in a way which startled even the luxurious princes of Italy. On Whitsun Eve, June 5th, Leonora with a magnificent suite entered Rome and was escorted by the two cardinal nephews to Riario's palace, next the church of Santi Apostoli, while the streets were thronged with the cardinal's retinue. The piazza in front of the palace was covered in and turned into a vast theatre. The palace itself was adorned as though St. Peter were descended from heaven to earth again. The walls were entirely hung with the richest stuffs and tapestries. The splendid hangings of Nicholas V, representing the works of the creation, formed the curtains of the doors which led into the banqueting hall. Sideboards groaned with costly plate. Couches and chairs were covered with the finest stuffs. 14 bedchambers were adorned with equal splendour, and in the most magnificent was an inscription: "Who would deny that this chamber is worthy of highest Jupiter? Who would deny that it is inferior to its prince?" Even the smallest articles of use were made of gold and silver. On Whit Sunday the two cardinals conducted the Duchess to St. Peter's, where the Pope celebrated Mass and gave her his benediction. At midday a miracle play of Susanna and the Elders was performed by Florentine actors. Next day the splendour of the entertainment reached its height in a grand banquet at which the two nephews, the Duchess, and 3 of the most illustrious guests sat at one table, 3 other members of the Duchess's suite at another. The plate was constantly varied, the attendants were dressed in silk, and the seneschal 4 times changed his dress during the repast, appearing each time with richer collars of gold and pearls and precious stones. The tables groaned with an endless multitude of dishes, some so vast that they required 4 squires to bear the gold trays on which they were placed. There was a representation in viands of Atalanta's race, of Perseus, Andromeda, and the dragon. Peacocks were dressed with their feathers, and amongst them sat Orpheus with his lyre. The name of the Duchess's husband gave occasion for confectionaries shaped to represent the labours of Hercules. During the banquet was a concert and masques. The famous lovers of antiquity, Hercules and Deianira, Jason and Medea, Theseus and Phaedra, danced in triumph. Then centaurs entered and tried to carry off the ladies, and a mimic fight ensued. A mountain of sugar was carried in, from which emerged, with gestures of amazement, a wild man who recited a few verses. A roast bear in his own skin with a stick in his mouth was one of the most wonderful dishes in this repast, for which every country had been ransacked. Next day was given a representation of the miracle of Corpus Christi. The day following, another of the life of John the Baptist. Finally, Leonora departed from Rome with rich presents from the all-powerful nephew, who seemed to be son, not brother, of the great Emperor Caesar, and was honoured more than the real Pope. No doubt some beholders were struck with amazement at this splendid scene, but more must have exclaimed with Infessura, "See in what things the treasure of the Church is spent!" Cardinal Riario was in truth the ruler of Rome, and the Pope sank into secondary importance. Suitors to the Pope first sought the powerful cardinal, whose audiences, thronged by a crowd of sycophants, recalled the days of the Roman Empire. When Riario rode through the streets, he was attended by a troop of 100 horsemen, and visited the Vatican like a prince. Though insolent, he was not unkindly, and liked to distribute favours with a lordly hand. Not content with displaying his magnificence in Rome, he made a progress in the autumn of 1473, armed with extraordinary powers as legate of Umbria. He visited Florence, where he went to take possession of the archbishopric, Bologna, Ferrara, and Milan. Everywhere he was received with royal honours. Everywhere were splendid festivities, and venal poets poured forth endless verses in the cardinal's glory. In Milan, the aspiring duke, Galeazzo Sforza, besought Cardinal Riario to obtain for him from the Pope the title of King of Lombardy. In return, he promised to aid him to the papacy on the death of Sixtus IV, and even hinted that Sixtus might be compelled to resign in his nephew's favour. From Florence the cardinal proceeded to Venice, and then retraced his steps to Rome. Soon after his return he died, early in 1474, worn out by his excesses at the age of 28, a warning that an upstart, ignorant of the virtue of moderation, secures his own destruction. Cardinal Riario was a startling exhibition of the results of nepotism. A lavish expenditure of the wealth of the Church created a prince of the type which Italy could understand. The Pope himself could not enter the lists, but all that he was restrained from doing by virtue of his office, the cardinal nephew could do in his behalf. The princes of Italy were eclipsed by his grandeur. The resources of the Church were openly exhibited. The political influence of the papacy was exerted entirely for the glory and advancement of a family. It was clear that the papacy was a power with which the rulers of Italy would have to reckon. Piero Riario himself had no qualities to recommend him save his audacity, and he made no pretence to decorum. He was as profligate as he was luxurious, and flaunted his mistresses in attire of surpassing costliness. Even their slippers were embroidered with pearls. So great was his extravagance that during the 2 years of his cardinalate he spent 200,000 ducats and left debts to the amount of 60,000 more. When he died, no one regretted him save the Pope and those who had battened on his follies. Sixtus IV commemorated his nephew by a tomb in the church of Santi Apostoli, and the recumbent effigy of Piero Riario is one of the best portrait sculptures in Rome. The strongly marked features and aquiline nose give a sense of power, which is borne out by the thin compressed lips, the imperious expression, and the coarse sensual chin. The epitaph which Sixtus IV set over him records his grace, liberality, and high-mindedness. He had conceived and gave promise of greater things, says the Pope, and we can only hope that his judgment was true. Sixtus IV bewailed the loss of his nephew with a depth of grief that was thought unbecoming. He called him his son, his only hope. His first thought was one of regret that he had permitted unrestrained profligacy to cut short the life of his favourite, and with characteristic impetuosity he proceeded to frame rules for the regulation of the lives of the cardinals. A series of articles was drawn up forbidding cardinals, when they went abroad, to have more than 30 attendants, of whom 12 at least were to be clerical. It is a sign how ecclesiastical discipline had been relaxed that the Pope goes on to enjoin that these clerical attendants should wear garments reaching as far as the knee, and were not to dress in various colours. The cardinals were to content themselves with 2 courses of meats at table, which, together with relishes, sweets, and desserts, was judged to be sufficient. They were not to keep dogs, indulge in hunting, or have gold trappings for their horses. They were also bidden to wear the tonsure and cut their hair so that the ears were visible. The Pope wished to warn others from the fate of Piero Riario, and thought that this could be done by regulations about outward things. It is needless to say that these sumptuary enactments were rapidly disregarded. In fact, Sixtus soon lost his interest in the good estate of the cardinals. He soothed his grief for Piero's death, and found comfort by transferring his affections to Piero's brother Girolamo, who was a layman. For him he bought from the Duke of Milan the district of Imola, and the purchase included the hand of Caterina Sforza, the Duke's illegitimate daughter. By this transaction Girolamo Riario was fairly launched in Italy, and might be trusted to make his way. Besides him, there was yet another nephew to be established, Giovanni della Rovere, brother of the Cardinal Giuliano. He was married to the infant daughter of Federigo of Urbino, who in August 1474 was invested by the Pope with the title of Duke. To give Giovanni a fair start in life, Sixtus conferred on him the district of Senigallia and Mondovi, part of the territory which Federigo had with difficulty won for Pius II from Gismondo Malatesta. In 1475, Leonardo della Rovere died, and the Pope further gave Giovanni his office of prefect of Rome. It was but natural that this openly avowed policy of family aggrandizement on the part of the Pope should awake a certain amount of uneasiness amongst Italian powers which felt that they might be its victims. Sixtus found Italy at peace in virtue of the pacification made in 1470 by Paul II, but that pacification recognized a separate league between Naples, Florence, and Milan, in reference to the affairs of Rimini. Sixtus was anxious to abolish this separate league as being a hindrance to his schemes. He pleaded that Italy should be entirely united, and should offer a firm front against the Turk. But he urged that the reasons for a separate league against Paul II did not apply to himself. The diplomacy of the Curia was, however, ineffectual. When Sixtus succeeded in detaching Ferrante of Naples from the League, the only result was that Venice took his place. In 1474, a league of the northern powers stood watching the Pope and the King of Naples. So matters stood when the year of Jubilee came round in 1475. Few pilgrims visited Rome, where there was indeed little to be found to attract the pious soul. Europe was still ringing with stories of the pagan luxury of Cardinal Riario, and Italy was full of uneasy suspicion. The chief pilgrim was Ferrante of Naples, who gave another proof of his good understanding with the Pope. His visit was interpreted only as a political conference of the two powers, who were bent on breaking up the Northern League, whose union prevented Girolamo Riario from extending his dominions towards Tuscany, and Ferrante from winning back the towns which Venice held in his kingdom. It was between the Pope and Florence that the rupture first took place, and the two foremost men in Italy, Sixtus IV and Lorenzo de' Medici, stood suddenly forward in bitter antagonism. Amidst the changes which had befallen the Italian republics, Florence still remained the most truly Italian. Personal government had taken the place of the civic community, and the prince everywhere represented the state. But in Florence, the ruler still remained a Florentine burgher, and owed his position to the fact that his family was so closely connected with the fortunes of the city that it had become, by mere force of events, the city's representative in all that it held most dear. Other cities had been seized by treachery, had fallen before adventurers, or had passed into the hands of condottieri generals. In Florence, the family of the Medici slowly absorbed the state by a complete identification of itself with the city's interests. This had not happened without struggles, and the dangerous ascendancy of the Medici had not been gained without craft, but affairs had gone so far that Cosimo de' Medici had no alternative save to rule or quit Florence forever. He made his ascendancy complete, but kept it closely veiled. To the outward seeming, Florence was governed as before, and Cosimo was but its chiefest and wealthiest citizen. In reality, the magistrates were his nominees, and he was counted as an equal by the princes of Europe. Cosimo was succeeded by a weaker son, Piero, whose death in 1469 left the chief position to his two sons, Lorenzo and Giuliano. Lorenzo was only 21 when the chief men of the city requested him to take care of the state as his grandfather and father had done, and he accepted the task for the preservation of his friends and his substance. End of section 9. Section 10 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 3, Sixtus IV and the Republic of Florence, 1471 to 1480, Part 3. At first the relations between the young Lorenzo and Sixtus were most cordial. Lorenzo went as ambassador of Florence to congratulate the Pope on his accession. He was received with great honour, and was given many valuable presents from the artistic treasures left by Paul II. Moreover, as Paul II left little ready money and a large collection of precious stones, Sixtus sold them to Lorenzo at a moderate price, and Lorenzo made a large profit in retailing them afterwards to other princes. He also made Lorenzo treasurer to the Papacy, and so gave the papal business to the Medici Bank, which was managed in Rome by Giovanni Tornabuoni, Lorenzo's uncle. But Lorenzo expected still more from the Pope. His keen eye saw the advantage which would be gained by the Medici family if it could exercise a permanent influence on the Papacy, and he besought Sixtus to raise his brother Giuliano to the dignity of the cardinalate. The Pope listened, but did not commit himself, though Lorenzo, after his return, repeatedly urged his wish. The first creation of 2 nephews gave no sign of the Pope's intention, but the creation in May 1473 of 8 cardinals, amongst whom Giuliano de' Medici was not included, convinced Lorenzo that he reckoned vainly on any hope of influencing the papal policy. Moreover, the action of Sixtus grew decidedly antagonistic to the Medici. In 1474 he appointed as Archbishop of Pisa Francesco Salviati, a man politically opposed to the Medici, who vainly tried to have the nomination set aside. Still more did Florence feel aggrieved at the papal purchase of Imola, on which Florence itself had long had designs. Imola had been in the hands of the Manfredi, but dynastic quarrels had driven them to commit the town to the protection of the Duke of Milan, who had not ventured to sell it to Florence, but could with greater safety hand it over to Girolamo Riario. The Florentines watched with growing anxiety this advance of the papal nephews toward their frontiers, and another occurrence soon increased their suspicions. In the spring of 1474, civic factions in Todi led to a rising against the Pope, which spread to Spoleto. Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere showed his military capacity by promptly reducing the rebellious cities, and Spoleto was savagely sacked by his ill-disciplined forces. Finding that Niccolo Vitelli, Lord of Città di Castello, had helped the insurgents, he was not sorry for a pretext to reduce a too powerful vassal of the Holy See. He laid siege to Città di Castello, whereon the Florentines, alarmed at this disturbance so close to their frontiers, sent forces to Borgo San Sepolcro. Federigo of Urbino came to the camp of the legate, and by the terror of his name Vitelli was driven to make peace, though the terms were not so favourable as the Pope desired. Sixtus IV resented bitterly the attitude of Florence, and complained that it prevented him from becoming master in his own dominions. At the end of the year 1476, an event occurred which created a profound sensation throughout Italy: the murder of Galeazzo Maria Sforza, Duke of Milan. The impression produced by this assassination was not so much due to the fact in itself as to the motives of the conspirators, which awakened an instinctive sympathy in Italian hearts. Galeazzo Sforza was a typical Italian ruler of his age, splendid in his court, liberal to his subjects, a patron of art and learning, an astute politician, yet oppressive in his taxation, arbitrary in his exactions, and in his private life a lustful tyrant, who behaved with capricious savagery to those who thwarted his will. There was a superfluity of naughtiness in the insolence with which he disregarded all restraints in gratifying his appetites and punishing those whom he suspected. He delighted in the sight of corpses in a tomb. He punished a poacher who had caught a hare by making him eat his capture, skin, entrails, and all, till the unhappy man died. Many stories were told of his strange ways and reckless cruelty, and he outraged by his conduct the deepest sentiments of the human heart. Some Milanese youths, who attended the lectures of one Cola de Montani, a teacher of classics, were stirred by the examples of classical antiquity which his teaching set before them, till they thirsted to follow in the steps of Harmodius and Aristogeiton, Brutus and the rest, who had freed their country from tyranny. At last 3 of them, Olgiati, Lampognano, and Visconti, agreed to assassinate the Duke according to the models of ancient tyrannicide. Yet reminiscences of Christianity strangely mingled with paganism, and the conspirators prayed at the shrine of St. Ambrose each time they met to practice the method of assassination by attacking one another with the sheaths of their daggers. On the morning of St. Stephen's Day, the Duke went to Mass in the church of San Stefano. The three conspirators managed to draw near and salute him as he entered. They had taken no steps to secure any results from their deed. They supposed that liberty naturally followed on the death of a tyrant. Lampugnano was cut down in the church. Olgiati was refused shelter by his father, was made prisoner, and condemned to death. In prison he wrote a Latin epitaph on the dead tyrant. On the scaffold he summoned up his courage, saying, "Collect yourself, Girolamo. The memory of your deed will endure. Death is bitter, fame is everlasting." The sole result in Milan of this assassination was that Galeazzo Maria was succeeded by his son Giovanni Galeazzo, a child of 8 years old, under the guardianship of his mother Bona of Savoy, and a way was thereby opened to the intrigues of his uncle, Ludovico Sforza. When Sixtus IV heard of the death of Galeazzo Maria, he exclaimed with a truly prophetic spirit, "Today is dead the peace of Italy." The murder of the Duke of Milan excited much admiration in Italy. It was so entirely conceived in the antique spirit that it was applauded for its classical motive. A staid Florentine could say that it was a worthy, manly, and laudable attempt, deserving of imitation by all who live under a tyrant or one like a tyrant. The example of the Milanese conspirators found imitators in a case where the tyranny was not so manifest, and where the profits to those engaged in the assassination were likely to be larger. A scheme was planned for upsetting the rule of the Medici in Florence, and however the scheme was constructed to begin with, it ended in a poor imitation of the Milanese patriots, with the patriotism and the classical accessories omitted in favour of self-interested motives. Florence seemed to rest peaceably under Lorenzo de' Medici's rule, which was exercised quietly and allowed others to wear the appearance of power, while the practical direction of affairs remained in Lorenzo's hands. The government of the Medici secured to the Florentines all that they wished for: commercial prosperity, artistic and literary splendour, and a gay life for the people. Yet Lorenzo was always cautious, and never forgot that the power which his grandfather had secured by craft must be maintained in the same way as it had been acquired. He was careful to keep down possible rivals, and allowed no one's influence to vie with his own. However much he might try to conceal this policy, it was impossible that its objects should not recognise and resent it. The wealthiest and most important family in Florence after the Medici was that of the Pazzi, with whom Cosimo had entered into a close alliance by giving his daughter Bianca in marriage to Guglielmo de' Pazzi. Under Lorenzo, the good relationship between the two families somewhat cooled, and the Pazzi bank at Rome was an obstacle to the designs of Lorenzo, who, in his anxiety to prevent the sale of Imola to the Pope's nephew Girolamo, tried to avert it by putting financial difficulties in the Pope's way. The Pope, however, obtained the money by applying to the Pazzi, and as the relations between the Pope and Lorenzo became more unfriendly, he transferred the office of papal receiver from the Medici to the Pazzi bank. Thenceforth the Pazzi were on the Pope's side, and the coolness between them and the Medici increased. It is, however, improbable that the difference would have been serious had not other interests been involved. Girolamo Riario felt his lordship of Imola endangered by the hostility of Florence. One who owed his position entirely to the Pope was only secure during the Pope's lifetime, and the change of government at Milan left him at the mercy of Florence in case the Pope died. Girolamo was no short-sighted politician. He formed the bold scheme of overthrowing the power of the Medici, and used the Pazzi as his instruments for that purpose. Accordingly, he won over to his plan Francesco de' Pazzi, the head of the bank at Rome, and the Archbishop of Pisa, Francesco Salviati, who nourished his wrongs against Lorenzo on account of his archbishopric. It soon became obvious to the conspirators that the Medici rule was too securely founded to be upset by any ordinary means. When Francesco de' Pazzi mentioned the matter to his uncle Jacopo at Florence, he found him convinced of the impossibility of success. It was necessary to obtain the Pope's sanction if adherents were to be secured, and Sixtus approved of the overthrow of the Medici if it could be accomplished without bloodshed. Count Girolamo's first scheme was to invite Lorenzo de' Medici to Rome, and there have him assassinated. He could then proceed against Giuliano in Florence. Lorenzo, however, did not show much zeal in accepting Girolamo's invitation, and it was resolved to attack him in his own city. For this purpose confederates were needed, and an army must be prepared to take advantage of the confusion in Florence. Count Girolamo chose as his agent a general in his employ, Giovan Battista da Montesecco. When the matter was first confided to him, Montesecco remarked that it was a great and difficult undertaking. "How will it please the Pope?" he asked. "The Pope," answered the conspirators, "will do what we wish. Moreover, he wishes evil to Lorenzo, and desires his fall above all things." "Have you spoken to him about it?" "Yes," was the answer, "and we will make him speak to you and tell you his intention." When the interview with the Pope took place, Sixtus IV said that he wished for a revolution in Florence, but without the death of any man. "Holy Father," said Montesecco, "it can hardly be done without the death of Lorenzo and Giuliano, and perhaps others." Sixtus answered, "I do not wish the death of any man on my account, since it fits not my office to consent to anyone's death. And though Lorenzo is a rascal, I would not have his death, but only a change of government." Count Girolamo interposed. "All will be done that is possible to prevent it. Only when it has happened, your Holiness will pardon him who has done it." Sixtus replied to the Count, "You are a beast. I tell you that I do not wish any man's death, but a change of government." Count Girolamo and Archbishop Salviati returned to the charge. "When you have Florence at your disposal, you will dictate to half Italy, and all will wish to have you for their friend. Therefore be content that everything be done to arrive at this end." The Pope ended the interview by saying, "I tell you I will not have it. Go and do what you will, provided there is no killing." The Archbishop answered, "Holy Father, be content that we steer this ship, and that we will steer it well." The Pope answered, "I am content." The attitude of Sixtus in the matter was this. As a statesman, he wished for the overthrow of the Medici, and gave his countenance to a plan for that object. As Pope, he could not be privy to any scheme of assassination. The plot was not of his making. He prudently abstained from asking for details, and the conspirators prudently abstained from confiding them to him. Sixtus cannot be convicted of being privy to an assassination. It may be urged that he expressly stated his objection to any such deed. But he did not demand any assurance that no such thing was contemplated. He heard it hinted and disavowed it, but he did not make his sanction conditional upon its entire withdrawal from the plan. The utmost that can be said in his behalf is that he saved the honour of his office, but he certainly did so in an ambiguous manner. Armed with the Pope's sanction, Montesecco visited Florence, viewed the scene of action, and succeeded in winning over to the conspiracy Jacopo de' Pazzi, who was reluctantly persuaded. Troops were massed quietly at Imola, and confederates were prepared in Florence. Archbishop Salviati found a pretext for visiting Florence, and everything was ready. Count Girolamo thought it well to initiate a young relative into political life under auspicious circumstances, and made a tool of his young nephew, Raffaele Sansoni, a lad of 18 studying at the University of Pisa, whom Sixtus had shamelessly made a cardinal in December 1477. Girolamo caused young Cardinal Raffaele to pay a visit to Florence in April 1478, as the entertainment of an illustrious guest would offer opportunities to the conspirators. The first plan was to assassinate the brothers at a banquet which was given to the cardinal in the Medici villa that lies below Fiesole. But Giuliano was unable to be present through sickness, and the attempt was put off. The cardinal then proposed a visit to the Medici at their palace in Florence, and expressed a wish to attend Mass in the cathedral on Sunday, April 26th. Giuliano sent a message saying that he would not fail to be present at church, and this determined the conspirators to choose that sacred place for their murder. The change of place proved fatal to the success of the plan. The bluff soldier Montesecco, who had undertaken the death of Lorenzo, shrank from the profanation of a church and refused to make Christ witness of a crime. Two priests, Antonio Maffei and Stefano da Bagnone, undertook the work, from which the soldier recoiled in horror. But though less scrupulous, they also showed themselves to be less skilful. On the morning of April 26, 1478, Cardinal Raffaele arrived at Lorenzo's palace and robed himself for the Mass. He was accompanied to the Duomo by Lorenzo. At the door, Archbishop Salviati made an excuse for going away. He had undertaken to seize the Palazzo Pubblico during the tumult. The cardinal entered the choir and took his place beside the altar. Mass was begun before the conspirators saw that Giuliano de' Medici was not there. Francesco de' Pazzi and Bernardo Bandini, the two who had undertaken his death, slipped away to bring him, and as they walked with him to the church, Francesco de' Pazzi familiarly put his arm around his victim to discover if he wore any armour of defence. Giuliano advanced into the choir. Lorenzo stood aside, and close by each were the appointed assassins. When the priest had taken the communion, a signal was given, and Bandini stuck his dagger into the breast of Giuliano, who took a step backwards, tottered, and fell. Whereon Francesco de' Pazzi rushed upon him and stabbed him again and again with such fury that he wounded himself in the thigh. The assassins of Lorenzo were not so successful. Maffei aimed at Lorenzo's throat, but only wounded him slightly in the neck. Lorenzo, with instant self-possession, pulled off his cloak, wrapped it round his left arm for a shield, and sprang into the choir. Bandini, satisfied with his work on Giuliano, dashed at Lorenzo, who was protected by a friend at the cost of his own life. The delay gave time for others of Lorenzo's friends to gather round him and hurry him away to the sacristy, where the doors were shut and bolted against assailants. All was confusion, but though the partisans of the Pazzi were armed, those of Lorenzo quickly assembled and escorted him safely to his palace. Cardinal Raffaele was left crouching at the altar, and was with difficulty saved from the mob. So great was his terror that his face wore an ashen hue to the end of his days. Archbishop Salviati's attempt to seize the Palazzo Pubblico failed. His stammered speech roused the suspicions of the Gonfaloniere, who had risen to greet his eminent visitor. The archbishop's eye wandered to the door, and the Gonfaloniere, seeing that others were behind, loudly called the guards and made them prisoners. The cries in the street warned him of danger. The gates of the palazzo were made fast, and the bands of the Pazzi could gain no entrance. The only man amongst the conspirators who showed any decision was the one who had been slowest to join the plot. Jacopo de' Pazzi boldly raised the cry of liberty, but the people did not rise. Showers of stones were hurled at him and his band, and he was driven to his house, where he found his nephew Francesco so severely wounded by his own hand that he could not flee. Francesco was seized by the crowd, dragged to the Palazzo Pubblico, and hanged. When the news of Giuliano's death reached the magistrates, they hanged out of the palace window Jacopo Bracciolini, son of the famous Poggio, and after him Archbishop Salviati. It is said that Salviati in his death struggle fixed his teeth in a despairing clutch in Jacopo's shoulder. In all the streets the conspirators were cut down by the people, and Florence was filled with slaughter. Jacopo Pazzi was made prisoner outside Florence and was put to death. The Pazzi family was well nigh annihilated. Montesecco was imprisoned and closely examined about the Pope's complicity in the conspiracy. He was afterwards beheaded. All the chief conspirators were put to death. Bandini, who managed to escape to Constantinople, was delivered up by the Sultan Mohammed II. The failure of the plot was a splendid testimony to the devotion of Florence to Lorenzo, and completed its identification with the Medici family. Lorenzo had no need to take any action against his enemies. The spontaneous outburst of popular feeling wrought vengeance for him. Lorenzo had escaped the danger which threatened him in Florence, but Count Girolamo's troops were still at Imola. Florence was not prepared for a siege, and no one knew how widely the roots of the conspiracy were spread. Lorenzo was anxious to discover how far the Pope was committed, and hence the careful examination of Montesecco. Sixtus IV, if supported by powerful allies, might plunge Florence into troubles which might shake its allegiance to the Medici. Lorenzo waited eagerly for the first movements of the Pope. When the news of the failure of his plot reached Rome, Girolamo Riario was beside himself with rage. With 300 armed men he went to the house of the Florentine ambassador Donato Acciaioli, and in spite of his remonstrances dragged him to the Pope's presence. Sixtus IV disavowed this violence and dismissed him with an assurance of his safety. Acciaioli wrote to Florence, urging the immediate release of Cardinal Raffaele. When this was not immediately granted, vengeance was taken on the Florentines resident in Rome, and the Bishop of Perugia was sent to bring back the cardinal. There was some delay, and not till June 12th did the cardinal begin his journey from Florence. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 3, Sixtus IV and the Republic of Florence, 1471 to 1480, Part 4. It would seem that at first Sixtus IV wished to exculpate himself from complicity in the attempt at assassination, and even wrote a letter of condolence to Florence. But the examination of Montesecco, the delay in releasing Cardinal Raffaele, and the rumours of the menacing attitude of the Florentines supplied Count Girolamo with the means to kindle the Pope's wrath. On June 1st, 1478, Sixtus IV issued a bull against Lorenzo de' Medici and his adherents, the magistrates of Florence. He called Lorenzo a son of iniquity and a child of perdition. He declared him and his partisans to be anathematized, incapable thenceforth of holding any office ecclesiastical or civil, or of receiving legacies, or performing any legal acts. Their goods were to be confiscated, their houses thrown down and reduced to ruins forever. If they were not condignly punished within a month, Florence was threatened with an interdict and the deprival of her episcopal dignity. The grounds for this severe sentence were set forth at length. They were the hostility of Lorenzo to the Holy See, as shown by his help to Niccolo Vitelli, his unjust dealings with the Archbishop of Pisa, his persistent ingratitude and ill will towards the Pope, finally the violation of clerical rights by the execution of Archbishop Salviati and the capture of Cardinal Raffaele. The Pope did not say a word about the murder of Giuliano de' Medici. He merely mentioned scornfully some civil and private dissensions amongst the citizens. The Pope's proceedings were indeed high-handed. He behaved as though the Holy See were so entirely above suspicion that it did not require even a shadow of vindication. His bull of denunciation was followed by an interdict before the end of the month. The proceedings of the Florentines are characteristic of the Italian method of dealing with the papacy. Florence had men who could write as well as the papal secretaries, and who had the personal knowledge which enabled them to strike home. Papal thunders could no longer roll on unchecked. The culture of humanism had provided weapons of sarcasm which were powerful against denunciation. On July 21st, the Signoria of Florence sent an answer to the Pope. "You wish us," it ran, "to cast out of the state Lorenzo de' Medici on 2 grounds, because he is our tyrant, and because he opposes the welfare of the Christian religion. We do not see that by driving out Lorenzo we should recover our liberty, if we acted at your bidding. To save you trouble, we may say that we have learned how to get rid of tyrants, and how to manage our state without the advice of others. Collect yourself, we pray you, Holy Father, and return to those sentiments which become the gravity of the Holy See. You call Lorenzo a tyrant. We, speaking in the name of all our citizens, regard him as the defender of our freedom, and are prepared to risk everything for his safety. Your invectives against him provoke our laughter by the emptiness, not to say the malignity, of their invention. If Lorenzo had allowed himself to be slaughtered by your emissaries, if your traitors had succeeded in seizing our Palazzo Pubblico, if we had given ourselves up to you for slaughter, we would have had none of this controversy with you." The letter defends the Medici family, tells of its good deeds toward Christendom and the Papacy, and ends by saying that Florence identified itself with the Medici and was ready to fight for its religion and its liberty. Florentine canonists framed an appeal to a future council, and decided that the force of the interdict was not so great as to forbid public worship. The priests were ordered by the magistrates to perform the church services as usual, and even if they felt scruples, they judged it wiser to obey. It seems that the Archbishop of Florence held a synod, which gave occasion to the publication of a furious invective against the Pope. We cannot suppose that this document was the production of an ecclesiastical assembly. It bears too strongly the marks of being the work of one man. Probably Gentile, Bishop of Arezzo, a staunch friend of the Medici, used the opportunity to issue as a pamphlet an answer to the papal bull. It was framed on the models of vituperation which the humanists had employed in their private squabbles, but which had never yet been turned against a pope. The relations of Sixtus to the Church were assailed in a series of choice metaphors, and the Pope was styled Pandar, minister of adulterers, vicar of the devil, pilot of the Church's bark who steered it only to Circe's island. The writer of the document was in possession of information supplied by the magistrates, for he quoted the confession of Montesecco and gave an account of the conspiracy. Then he repelled one by one the charges of the Pope's bull against Lorenzo. The true cause of the papal interdict was that Florence might be punished for Count Girolamo, the victim for the assassination. "May God preserve you," it ends, "from false shepherds, who come in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravening wolves." Clerical denunciation overshot the mark on one side as much as on the other. The Florentine bishop met the Pope with insolent abuse. More weighty was the apology for the Florentines from the pen of the Chancellor Bartolomeo Scala, which was addressed to all and several whom it might meet. Scala strikes a note of true statesmanship by saying that he has an unheard-of thing to relate. while the enemy of our religion hangs over our necks and threatens Rome, Pope Sixtus and his excellent advisers lend themselves to abandoned acts of treachery, plot against the life and liberty of peoples, harass with anathemas all good men, and wage war against Christians. He gives in full the confession of Montesecco and a temperate statement of the facts of the assassination of Giuliano. Then he proceeds: what treason has failed to do, ecclesiastical censures backed by arms now attempt. We are defending our liberty, which is dearer to us than life, while the troops of the Pope attack our territory. God, how long wilt thou endure such iniquity? We turn to you, Emperor Frederick, believing that in us the welfare of Christendom is at stake. We turn to you, Louis of France, to succor the perils of Christendom. Unless Christian princes and peoples help us, we doubt about the commonwealth of Christ. Haste and consult for its welfare. Sixtus answered in a tone of lofty indignation which concealed a crafty policy. In a letter addressed to the Duke of Este, he besought the Italian powers to join with him in restoring the peace of Italy by crushing the infamous policy of Lorenzo. He had no ill will against Florence, but Lorenzo had shown himself persistently hostile to all that was right. Taking advantage of an ill-judged conspiracy at Florence, he had disregarded the holy canons, had put to death an archbishop, had treated a cardinal with indignity, and had bespattered with abuse the Holy See. In the interests of order, of Italian unity, of a crusade against the Turk, Florence must be rescued by the joint endeavour of all Catholic princes from the yoke of such an impious man. This letter of Sixtus expressed the political issue which Lorenzo well understood. It was of little moment what literary triumphs each side might win. Sixtus had his troops in the field and was allied with the King of Naples. The time for the blow against Florence had been well chosen, as the Northern League was dissolved by the death of the Duke of Milan. The attack of Sixtus was directed not against Florence, but against Lorenzo, and Venice had a good excuse for not interfering in a personal quarrel. Florence was not prepared to meet her enemies in the field, and only received slight help from her allies, while the papal forces under Federigo of Urbino advanced along the Chiana Valley. Lorenzo's greatest hope was in the friendship of Louis XI, who had always been on friendly terms with the Medici, and since his dealings with Pius II had looked with no great favour on the papacy. Louis XI expressed his sympathy with Lorenzo and sent Philip de Comines as his ambassador to Italy. He had a scheme of reducing Florence to admit the suzerainty of France, and then establishing the French power over northern Italy. With this, he combined a renewal of the old anti-papal policy of France. He published an ordinance on August 16th forbidding the execution of papal provisions and the export of money to Rome. He urged on Sixtus IV the summoning of a general council to be held at Orleans, and sent envoys to the Pope to negotiate for that purpose. But the papal diplomacy was superior to that of the French king. Sixtus had an answer ready to every proposal made to him, and showed much skill in throwing on the Florentines the blame of refusing to submit to a compromise, though the Emperor and the kings of Hungary and England united with Louis XI in urging peace upon the Pope. The position of Sixtus was cleverly chosen. He dissociated Lorenzo de' Medici from Florence, and professed his readiness to make peace with the Republic if Lorenzo would give satisfaction for the wrongs which he had done. Lorenzo, on his side, could not humiliate himself before the Pope without sacrificing his position in Florence, where the ill success of the arms of the Republic caused growing uneasiness. While Lorenzo's allies threatened the Pope with a council, the papal and Neapolitan forces ravaged the Florentine territory, and in November 1479, captured Poggibonsi and Certaldo. A truce was made for the winter, but Lorenzo saw clearly that Florence could not endure much longer, and that peace must be made in some more expeditious way than by the negotiations of Louis XI. Lorenzo had already considered the difficulties which beset him, and saw that if peace was hopeless from the Pope, it might be obtained from the King of Naples. Though Ferrante was desirous of obtaining hold on Tuscany, he dreaded the schemes of Louis XI, and saw the dangers that impended from a continuance of war in Italy. Lorenzo gradually prepared the way for an understanding with Ferrante. On December 5th, he called together the chief citizens of Florence and told them that he was resolved to do what he could do to procure peace for the city. The King of Naples professed himself the friend of Florence, though the enemy of the Medici. He would put himself in the king's hands, and would himself go to Naples to negotiate. On December 18th, Lorenzo landed in Naples, and was honourably received by the king. It was a bold stroke on Lorenzo's part, and he had staked all on its success. No doubt he had previously assured himself of Ferrante's good intentions, but there were many obstacles to be overcome before these intentions could be carried into effect, as it was a serious matter for Ferrante to break from his league with the Pope. Negotiations were slowly carried on while Ferrante waited to see if Lorenzo's absence from Florence produced any change in the temper of the Florentines. Sixtus IV objected to Ferrante's intercourse with Lorenzo, and tried by all means to break it off. When he found that terms of peace were being discussed, he insisted that Lorenzo should first go to Rome and make his personal submission. When Lorenzo refused, the Pope asserted that his dignity and honour would not allow him to consent to peace on other terms. He reminded Ferrante that he had spent a fountain of money in the war, and had the victory in his own hands. Lorenzo was in the king's power, and might be compelled to act as he chose. Lorenzo had many anxious moments during his stay at Naples, but he made his way by his personal qualities, which commended him to the king, and won friends amongst the king's advisers. He succeeded in establishing a basis of peace, and at the end of February 1480 left Naples and was received with joy in Florence. The conditions of peace were published in March, and damped the popular rejoicing. They were hard for Florence, but were such as the vanquished might expect. The towns taken in the war were to be restored at the king's pleasure, and the Duke of Calabria was to receive a yearly payment as general of the Republic. Peace was made with Naples, and Sixtus, as the ally of Naples, ratified it, but he was bitterly enraged and renewed his censures against Florence. Moreover, the alliance with Naples alienated Venice from Florence, and in April Sixtus IV concluded a separate treaty with Venice. Nor could Florence feel confident of the good intentions of Naples. The Duke of Calabria took up his headquarters at Siena, and behaved as its lord. He seemed to be nourishing a design for making himself master of Tuscany. A sudden shock compelled the Italian powers to lay aside their ambitious schemes and unite for common defence. While they were plotting against one another, they were startled by the news that the Crescent was waving on Italian ground. The Turkish fleet, which had been repulsed from Rhodes, made a dash upon Italy and occupied Otranto on July 28th. The inhabitants were massacred, the fortifications were strengthened, and the new settlers supplied themselves with provisions by ravaging the neighbouring territory. Such was the mutual suspicion of Italian powers that the Venetians were accused of inviting the Turks as a means of avenging themselves on Ferrante, while Lorenzo was suspected of having had a share in an event which proved advantageous to him in more ways than one. The news of this Turkish invasion called the Duke of Calabria homewards, and ended his intrigues at Siena. It drove the Pope to proclaim a truce throughout Italy, and summon all to take up arms against the infidel. Florence judged the opportunity favourable for making peace with the Pope, who could not with good grace refuse. 12 of the chief citizens were sent to Rome, with instructions to preserve the honour of the city, but obtain a reconciliation if possible. On the evening of November 25th they entered Rome, but as they were still under excommunication, they did not meet with the reception usually accorded to envoys. On the 27th they were admitted to a private consistory, where the Bishop of Volterra asked pardon for the excesses committed against the Pope and the Church. The Pope dismissed them with a few words, saying that he must consult his cardinals. Meanwhile, let them be of good courage and hope for the Pope's mercy. Conferences were held and terms were arranged. At last, on December 3rd, the formal reconciliation took place. It was the first Sunday in Advent, when the Pope was wont to be present at service in St. Peter's. The Florentine envoys were admitted to the portico, where Sixtus IV, surrounded by his cardinals, was seated on a purple litter in front of the middle door. The Florentines prostrated themselves and humbly asked pardon for their offences. Luigi Guicciardini spoke on their behalf, but as he was 70 years old, his voice was feeble and he was scarcely heard. The Pope ordered one of his notaries to read the terms of peace offered by the Florentines. They promised to obey the Pope, never to wage war against the Church, nor impose taxes on the clergy. The Pope, as a penance for their offences, ordered them to provide 15 galleys against the Turks, and the envoys took oath that they would observe these conditions. Then Sixtus addressed them. "You have sinned, my sons, grievously. First against our God and Saviour by slaying the Archbishop of Pisa and other priests of God, for it is written, 'Touch not mine anointed.' You have sinned against the Roman Pontiff, who holds on earth the place of our Saviour, Jesus Christ, by defaming him throughout the world. You have sinned against the Sacred Order of Cardinals by imprisoning a cardinal legate of the Holy See. You have sinned against the whole clerical order by exacting tribute from the clergy within your dominions against their will, and by your disobedience to our apostolic admonitions have caused rapine, fire, and slaughter. Would that at first you had come to us, your spiritual father. Doubtless then we need not have tried arms to avenge the injuries done to the Church. We certainly have done what we have done against our will, but our apostolic office drove us to act. Now, my sons, when you come to us humbly, we receive you into the bosom of our favour. When you confess your errors and excesses, we forgive you. Sin no further. You have sufficiently experienced the power of the arm of the Church. You have found how hard it is to dash your heads against the shield of God and attempt to break his breastplate." Then, taking a rod, as is customary in conferring absolution, the Pope struck on the head each of the envoys as they knelt humbly before him, while he and the cardinals chanted the penitential strains of the Miserere. Again the Florentines kissed his feet and received his benediction. The doors of St. Peter's were opened and Mass was said. After the ceremony, the envoys, now free from excommunication, were escorted home with the honours due to their dignity. A few days afterwards they left Rome, somewhat heavy and hard on account of the 15 galleys, which were a severe tax on the resources of Florence already drained by the war. Sixtus IV might hide his discomfiture by a ceremonial humiliation of Florence, but the fact remained that his hand had been forced by Lorenzo de' Medici. He had spent large sums of money in a war whose object was to overthrow the power of the Medici, and had not gained his object. He had shown himself a dangerous leader of Italian politics, and the only result of his policy had been a temporary change in the balance of power. Instead of the league of the Pope and Naples against Florence, Milan, and Venice, he had substituted a league of the Pope and Venice against Naples, Milan, and Florence. Moreover, a change in the existing relationships of Italy was sure to lead to another war. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 4, Italian Wars of Sixtus IV, 1481 to 1484, Part 1. The peace which at length prevailed in Italy was not due to the pacific intentions of Sixtus IV, but to the terror caused by the Turkish occupation of Otranto. It was obviously a matter of importance to the whole of Italy that these aliens should be driven from the Italian soil. Sixtus proclaimed a crusade throughout Christendom, manned galleys for an expedition against Otranto, and gave them his solemn benediction previous to their departure. But it may be doubted whether the arms of the Pope and of Naples would have prevailed against the Turks had not the death of the great Sultan, Mohammed II, released Europe from the dread which his name inspired. His death in May 1481 was followed by a civil war between his sons Bajazet and Jem. In this confusion of the Turkish Empire, the commander of Otranto judged it prudent to retire and give up the city in September to the Duke of Calabria, who had besieged it for some months. On this the papal galleys returned home, though the King of Naples wished to use the opportunity for further expeditions against the Turks. But the Pope's fleet had no supplies, and nothing further was done. In truth, the interest of Sixtus was centred solely in Italy, where his great object was to extend the possessions of Count Girolamo, who had not wasted the opportunities afforded by the Florentine War. He attempted to seize Pesaro, and when this failed, succeeded in acquiring Forlì, where the legitimate line of the Ordelaffi came to an end in 1480. The people of Forlì, wearied of the tyranny of the Ordelaffi, put themselves under the protection of the Pope, who sent Girolamo as captain of his forces. Girolamo occupied the castle, seized and put to death an illegitimate son of the late Ordelaffi, and added Forlì to his dominion of Imola. He looked out for fresh acquisitions, and the new alliance of Sixtus with Venice gave him grounds for hoping that with Venetian help more might be won. In September 1481 he visited Venice, where he was received with great honours and was admitted into the roll of Venetian nobles. The object of his visit was soon apparent. Venice had sundry grievances against Duke Ercole I of Ferrara, and Sixtus was willing to aid her in attacking a powerful vassal of the Church, whose dominions might further enrich the papal nephew. Pretexts were not wanting for the war, which began in May 1482, and drew all Italy into its vortex. The King of Naples sent troops in defence of his son-in-law, Duke Ercole. Florence and Milan joined him in opposing the schemes of the Pope. Even Federigo of Urbino exclaimed that it was monstrous that the peace of Italy should be disturbed by the dark designs of a rash young man. He refused to serve Sixtus IV, and Roberto Malatesta of Rimini was made papal general in his stead. The time which Sixtus had chosen for the declaration of war against Ferrara was not fortunate. Rome was disturbed by a bloody feud, which divided it into two opposite factions, whose struggles gave ample opportunity to the Pope's enemies to interfere with effect. The Papacy had pursued a policy so fully in accordance with the traditions of the turbulent Roman barons that they naturally hastened to follow the example which it set. Paul II, by impartiality in Italian politics, was enabled to govern Rome with justice. The rash designs of Sixtus awakened the elements of civic discord, and revived a barbarous past which had only been thrust for a time into the background. The rise of a blood feud in Rome in the days of Sixtus stands in marked contrast to the culture of the Renaissance, and sounds like an echo from a bygone age. In the tumultuous plundering of the palace of Sixtus after his election to the papal office, Francesco di Santa Croce was wounded by a member of the VIII family. He waited his time and cut the tendon of his adversary's heel as he walked one day in the Campo dei Fiori. The VIII, in turn, went in disguise to the house of Prospero di Santa Croce, his brother-in-law, where he knew that Francesco was at supper. With a stroke of his sword he cleft the head of the unsuspecting man, whose blood spurted over the table. It was now Prospero's turn to take vengeance, but the feud was declared, and the VIII were cautious. Prospero vainly sought his foe. At length his patience was exhausted, and he found another victim in Francesco's father-in-law, Piero Margani, an old man of 70, whom he slew standing at his own door. Margani was a wealthy man and an adherent of Count Girolamo. The feud, intensified by this murder, soon spread through the city, as the VIII were supported by the Colonna, the Santa Croce by the Orsini. For a time the fear of the Turks found occupation for these turbulent spirits in the camp of Alfonso before Otranto. But when they returned to Rome, the feud again blazed forth, and grew in violence under the influence of Naples. When Sixtus determined on war against Ferrara, he summoned the Roman barons from the camp of Alfonso. The Orsini obeyed the Pope's summons, the Savelli and Colonna remained, and Alfonso was not sorry to have adherents who might create disturbances in Rome. Disturbances were not long in arising. On the night of April 3rd, the Santa Croce, aided by some of the papal guards whom Count Girolamo dispatched on his service, attacked the VIII palace and killed in the fray Girolamo Colonna, a natural son of Antonio, prefect of the city. On this, Sixtus ordered the house of Santa Croce to be razed to the ground. This did not mend matters, as Prospero Colonna, enraged at his brother's death, withdrew from Rome and joined Alfonso, who appeared at the head of his troops and asked leave to pass through the papal dominions on his way to Ferrara. When the Pope refused, Alfonso advanced to the Latin hills, and the Colonna and Savelli fortified themselves in the strong castle of Marino, where they ravaged the Campagna, and even dashed in a pillaging raid into the city itself. The Neapolitan galleys appeared off Ostia, and Rome was threatened with a siege. Sixtus retaliated by imprisoning Cardinals Colonna and Savelli on the charge of treasonable correspondence with Naples. The Romans, meanwhile, murmured at the loss of their harvest from the Neapolitan troops, and Sixtus was so alarmed at their discontent that he dared not send his forces against the foe. He was afraid that if he were left unprotected in Rome, the city would rise against him, and judged it more prudent to await the arrival of reinforcements from Venice. Meanwhile, the Vatican was guarded like a fortress, and the Pope's chamber was watched by night and day. Rome, which for some months had been turned into a manufactory of arms, now experienced all the forms of military license. Even the churches were not spared. Count Girolamo took possession of the Lateran and turned the sacristy into a club room, where he and his friends played cards and draughts upon the reliquaries. At last, on July 23rd, 1482, Roberto Malatesta arrived before the walls of Rome and was received with the greatest joy by the people as their deliverer. His forces were not numerous at first, and he had to wait for troops which were raised at the cost of Venice. On August 15th, a large army was collected and defiled through the Piazza of St. Peter, where the Pope gave them his benediction from a window in the Vatican. On August 18th they marched from the gate of San Giovanni against the foe, amidst the muttered curses of the Romans, whose vineyards had been destroyed, and whose city had been rendered pestilential by the soldiers. On the approach of the papal forces, which outnumbered his own, the Duke of Calabria withdrew from Civita Lavinia and took up a strong position in the desolate and unhealthy district of woods and marshes which reaches down to the sea. The spot where he entrenched himself bore the ill-omened name of Campo Morto, a little hill accessible only by two entrances from the neighbouring marsh. According to the courtesies of Italian warfare, Malatesta arranged with Duke Alfonso the day and time of battle, and on August 21st the fight began. After the capitulation of Otranto, Alfonso had taken into his pay some of the Janissaries who now appeared in Italian warfare. Their valour and the strength of the position repulsed the first onslaught of the papal infantry, but Malatesta, with desperate bravery, reformed his broken lines, and meanwhile a diversion in the rear threw the Neapolitan camp into confusion. A storm of rain damped their powder and prevented them from using their artillery. Alfonso, fearful for his safety, stole away and made to the sea-coast, whence he fled to Terracina. His army was completely routed. The battle was memorable amid the bloodless contests of Italy. More than 1,000 men were slain, and many Neapolitans were made prisoners. The news of this victory awakened the greatest delight in Rome, which was increased by the surrender of Marino and other strong places held in the neighbourhood by the Neapolitans. The exertion of the battle amid the marshy ground proved fatal to Roberto Malatesta, who returned to Rome and died on September 10th, after receiving supreme unction at the hands of Sixtus. He was honourably buried in St. Peter's, and the city mourned for its deliverer. But the death of Roberto freed the Pope from a friend who might become too powerful. His wife received on the same day the news of the death of her husband and of her father, Federigo of Urbino, whose long military career was ended by a fever which he caught in the marshes of Ferrara while leading the troops of the League against Venice. The victory of Campo Morto freed Rome from peril, but did not win anything for the Pope. The Neapolitans still held strong positions in the papal territory, Ferrara was not yet conquered, and Sixtus began to dread the overweening power of Venice. Moreover, a still more serious danger invited Sixtus to greater caution in his rash designs. An attempt was made to raise again the cry for a reforming council, and the attempt was fostered by foes whom the Italian policy of the Pope had embittered against him. That such a danger should terrify the Pope is a sign of the weakness of the new attitude assumed by the Papacy. If the papal position was to be chiefly political, it was but natural that the Pope's political opponents should attack him from the ecclesiastical side, and that the question of reformation should be reserved as a convenient weapon against a Pope who threatened to become too powerful. While the papal forces triumphed at Campo Morto, the enemies of Sixtus retaliated by the menace of a renewal of the Council of Basel. The threat was empty and its instrument was insignificant, but it nevertheless fulfilled its purpose. Andrea Zucco Maglio, Archbishop of Creighton, by birth a Slav, a member of the Dominican order, was sent to Rome as ambassador by the Emperor Frederick III in 1479. He seems to have been a simple-minded man, without much knowledge of the world or much experience of affairs. Not unnaturally, he was shocked by much that he saw at Rome, and ventured to speak his mind plainly to the Pope. Sixtus IV did not resent his remonstrances, but hinted to the Emperor that he had not chosen a discreet envoy. Frederick III accordingly recalled Andrea, who meanwhile had waxed bolder and had openly denounced the Pope and his relatives. On the withdrawal of the Emperor's commission, he was imprisoned in June 1481 in the Castle of Sant'Angelo, but was soon released and departed for Germany, smarting under a sense of wrong. He had come to Rome hoping for the cardinalate, and had received imprisonment as the reward of his apostolic frankness. His vanity was wounded, and on his way homeward he published his wrongs till some wily politicians of northern Italy confirmed him in the belief that he ought to take steps to redress them. Accordingly, the Archbishop of Creighton used his dignity of imperial ambassador as a means of opening a formidable attack upon the Pope. Instead of returning to Vienna, he went to Basel, with the intention of reviving the traditions of the last reforming council. He gave himself the name of cardinal and papal legate, and was lucky enough to find a clever secretary in Peter Neumagen, a notary of Trier. On March 25th, 1482, he entered the cathedral during the time of service, denounced Pope Sixtus, and solemnly proclaimed a council. He demanded of the city magistrates a safe conduct in the Emperor's name, and the burghers of Basel had no objection to anything that was likely to bring strangers to their city. The news of this strange proceeding awakened much anxiety in Rome. It seemed impossible that the Archbishop of Creighton should proceed so far without being sure of powerful support. Sixtus IV suspected that the Emperor was secretly abetting him, and indeed Frederick III, when appealed to by the magistrates of Basel, gave ambiguous answers. He was willing to wait and see if there was anything to be gained from the phantom council. Everyone laughed at the Archbishop of Creighton, whom his own secretary held to be light-headed, but everyone enjoyed the Pope's discomfiture, and no one was quite sure how matters might turn, whether or no the burlesque might become earnest. Sixtus was alarmed at the attitude of the Archbishop of Creighton, and even amidst the pressures of events in Rome, did not neglect any means to get him into his power. Envoy after envoy was sent to the Emperor and to the citizens of Basel, but Frederick III did not absolutely order the men of Basel to take the Archbishop prisoner, and without the Emperor's orders the magistrates refused to seize him. Meanwhile, the Archbishop Andrea thundered forth invectives against the Pope, and summoned him to appear before a council of which he himself was as yet the sole representative. On July 20th, he placarded his summons in Basel. "Francesco of Savona, son of the devil, you entered your office not through the door but through the window of simony. You are of your father the devil, and labour to do your father's will." Sixtus excommunicated him, and a Dominican inquisitor in Basel denounced him as a schismatic and a heretic. The Archbishop answered by an invective against the Dominicans, though he himself belonged to the order. It was an unwise step, for it set all the preachers against him. Every church rang with their denunciations. The Pope laid Basel under an interdict, but it was not observed. The consular principle was not yet dead, and the Curia feared a revival of the Council of Basel. So late as September, an official of the Pope wrote a letter to the provost of the Church of Basel, in which he combated the position that a council might meet without the Pope's summons. In so doing, he did not venture to impugn the decrees of Constance, but only argued that they had not been carried out, and therefore had lapsed by common consent. The Council of Basel had been transferred either to Lausanne or to the Lateran, according as men thought, but in either case it had separated without fixing a place for meeting again, and it was now impossible to revive a Council of Basel without a new summons. The treatise throughout is curious as showing the dread which the threat of a council still inspired, and the difficulties of canonists in arguing against it. Matters were now so far serious that in September 1482 Florence and Milan sent envoys to see what was to be made out of this new movement. The Florentine envoy reported to Lorenzo de' Medici that the Archbishop of Creighton was a resolute and determined man, well adapted to harass the Pope and Count Girolamo. He promised the men of Basel that the Italian League would help them to reform the Church, and he rejoiced to find the Pope as much hated beyond the Alps as in Florence. But in spite of this intelligence, the Italian powers did not care to commit themselves, and the Emperor at last discovered that he had nothing to gain. On October 20th, a letter arrived in Basel, bidding the magistrates imprison the rebellious archbishop, who was acting contrary to his instructions. After this, the papal legate demanded that the archbishop be given up to him as a prisoner, but the magistrates refused for some time. At last, on December 18th, 1482, a solemn assembly was held. Andrea protested his obedience to the emperor and his fidelity to the Church, but asserted that he was justified in his attempt to hold a council for the reformation of the Church, and declared that he had not calumniated the Pope, as he had said nothing but what was notoriously true. He was put in prison by the magistrates, who refused to give him up to the legate. Their city was laid under the greater excommunication, but they continued steadfast. Andrea remained in prison in Basel till in November 1484 he hanged himself in his cell. Then a papal legate was sent to seize his papers and give absolution to the city. The corpse of the unhappy man was thrown into the Rhine. This attempt at a council was ludicrous enough, and its significance lies only in its influence on the papal policy. If Sixtus had continued in his war against the Italian League, they might have found means to blow up a flame of opposition in Basel. The position of the Pope as head of Christendom had sunk to be subsidiary to his position as an Italian prince, and was merely a source of weakness to his political plans. Sixtus IV recognized this fact, and the papal policy underwent a sudden change. The Spanish envoys in Rome negotiated a peace between the Pope and Naples, and on December 11th, 1482, Sixtus wrote to his ally, the Doge of Venice, bidding him withdraw from the war against Ferrara, which was being waged successfully. On December 13th, Sixtus celebrated his peace in Rome by a solemn procession to the church of Santa Maria della Virtù, the name of which he changed to Santa Maria della Pace, and resolved to rebuild the church in token of his thankfulness. A few days afterwards, the Duke of Calabria paid Rome a visit and was welcomed by the Pope in the Vatican. On December 30th, he set out to the aid of Ferrara, with the Pope's benediction on his arms. Sixtus suddenly altered his political attitude, but was only waiting to see what new object he might pursue. He had certainly gained nothing by the war, in which he had engaged against Ferrara. Moreover, the Pope's change of attitude was as complete as it was sudden. Not content with leaving Venice in the lurch, he ordered her to make peace with Ferrara immediately. The Venetian Senate answered with some dignity, "You might easily, at the beginning, have led us to forget our grievances. Now, after we have spent more money than Ferrara is worth, and when victory is in our grasp, your exhortation to peace is simply an attempt to wrest from us what we have won, and hold us up to the ridicule of the world. Why do you grudge us our success? We have not summoned a council, nor promoted a schism. Venice naturally did not see why her interests should be sacrificed to the Pope's panic. But Sixtus did not do things by halves. He joined the League of Naples, Milan, and Florence against his former ally, and on May 25th, 1483, even excommunicated the Venetians for warring against Ferrara, disturbing the peace of Italy, and thereby preventing the pacification of Europe for a crusade against the Turks. The Venetians answered by appealing to a future council. Sixtus pronounced their appeal to be ipso facto null and void. It could rest only on one of two grounds: either that Christ had not given power on earth to St. Peter and his successors, which was heretical, or that an appeal was possible from Christ's vicar to Christ himself, which was contrary to the canons, seeing that the two tribunals were identical. At the same time, Sixtus IV was careful to assure himself of the support of Louis XI of France, the only king who was likely to help Venice in the matter of a council. He sent an envoy to point out the dangers of Venetian aggression. As Louis XI had no friendly feeling toward Venice, he permitted the excommunication to be published in his kingdom. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 4. Italian Wars of Sixtus IV, 1481 to 1484, Part 2. The real reason of the change of the papal policy was a hope of wresting from Venice the towns of Cervia and Ravenna by means of his new allies. Venice was not successful in the campaign of 1483 and tried to make peace with the Pope. Cardinal Costa undertook the office of mediator, and Venice agreed that the papal flag should wave over the towns which she had captured, and that papal governors should be admitted. Sixtus demanded that the Venetian garrisons should also be withdrawn, which was equivalent to claiming for himself the Venetian conquests. Cardinal Costa found that he was mocked in his attempts to negotiate, as Count Girolamo showed him a document signed by the Pope that peace was not to be made till Venice had been driven from Cervia and Ravenna. No wonder men said that Sixtus preferred war to peace. Meanwhile, in the city of Rome, peace had not put an end to the disorderly spirit which prevailed. On January 22nd, 1483, died Cardinal Estouteville at the age of 80. He had been cardinal for 38 years, and his possessions were enormous. His funeral was the occasion of an unseemly quarrel between the monks of Sant'Agostino and the canons of Santa Maria Maggiore, who both claimed as their perquisites the rich trappings of the bier. In the tumult that arose, the rings were torn off the fingers of the dead prelate, the disputants charged one another with their lighted torches, and swords were drawn by the bystanders. The corpse was only saved from further indignity by being hurried into the sacristy of Sant'Agostino till the fight was over. In February, the carnival was revived with great splendour, after being for 7 years in abeyance. But a disturbance arose which drove the magistrates to flee into the capital. If Rome was turbulent, the papal policy did not tend to pacify it. Sixtus seems to have had an ungovernable liking for discord. In the peace which had been made with Naples, nothing was said about the Roman allies of King Ferrante. So the cardinals Colonna and Savelli were still kept in prison, and were not released till November 15th. The Colonna grew more and more suspicious of the Pope, since Count Girolamo Riario was avowedly on the side of the Orsini, and on the same day as Cardinal Colonna was freed from prison, Gian Battista Orsini was raised to the cardinalate. The avowed animosity of these two families kept Rome unquiet, and early in 1484 faction fights again burst out, so that the festivities of the carnival could not be celebrated. On April 28th, the head of Colonna, the protonotary Odo, returned to Rome, and the Orsini at once took up arms. The magistrates appealed to the Pope to save them from civil war, and Sixtus summoned Odo to the Vatican. Odo sent his excuses to the Pope, declaring that he was in arms not against the Church but against his personal foes. Sixtus repeated his summons, and Odo mounted on horseback to obey. But on the way his friends surrounded him, pointed out the danger which he ran, warned him that he would never return alive, and that if he failed them they were all undone. At last some exclaimed that it were better for them to cut him in pieces than leave him to his enemies. His horse was seized, and he was dragged back to his palace. Again the Pope repeated his summons. Again Odo was dragged back by his friends. Then Sixtus declared him to be guilty of treason and sent orders for his capture. The Orsini stormed and sacked the Colonna palace, till Odo, slightly wounded, surrendered to Virginio Orsini, who carried him to the Pope, but had some difficulty in saving his prisoner from Count Girolamo Riario, who made several attempts to stab him by the way. Odo Colonna was examined by the Pope, and then imprisoned in the castle of St. Angelo. Meanwhile the Colonna palaces were being plundered, and though the cardinals urged that they be spared, the Pope issued an order that they be razed to the ground. Pillage and slaughter raged in the city, and every man avenged his private grievance upon his foes. The papal forces were sent against the castle of Marino, where Fabrizio Colonna maintained himself. The city magistrates in vain pleaded with Count Girolamo to make a truce. He would with difficulty allow them access to the Pope, who answered that he would neither have truce nor peace till he had the lands of the Colonna in his hands. Count Girolamo was implacable, and even attacked Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere in the Pope's presence for having given refuge in his palace to some barons of the Colonna party. Giuliano answered that the violence of the Count was enough to ruin Pope and cardinals alike. The Colonna offered to give up to the College of Cardinals Rocca del Papa and Ardea, but the Pope answered at Girolamo's dictation that he would have their castles by force in their despite. Count Girolamo was master of Rome, and in the Pope's name exacted money from the clergy, even from the papal secretaries, that he might provide artillery for the siege of Marino. On June 23rd, Sixtus went to inspect the guns before they set out for Marino. Raising his eyes to heaven, he made the sign of the cross and blessed them, praying that God would endow them with such virtue that wherever they went they might turn to flight the enemies of the Church. It was a new form of warfare for the Christian faith that Sixtus invented and set forth, with all the forms of ecclesiastical ritual. To save the life of his brother, Fabrizio Colonna surrendered to the Pope on June 25, 1484, Marino and Rocca del Papa, but he trusted to a broken reed if he put any confidence in the Pope's mercy. Odo Colonna was subjected to the mockery of a trial and was sentenced to be executed on June 30th. When he came to the block his confession was read. He turned to those standing by and protested that he had spoken under cruel tortures what was not true, that he wished to inculpate no man, but was content to die. Then he commended his spirit to God, and his head was severed from his body with the name of Jesus on his lips. His body was placed in a coffin and carried to the church of Santa Maria in Trastevere, thence to Santi Apostoli, where his luckless mother received it weeping. Opening the coffin, she gazed on her son's mangled remains and exclaimed, "See the head of my son and the faith of Pope Sixtus, who promised that if we gave up Marino, he would give up my son. He has Marino, and I have my son's corpse. Such is his faith." A week later, the desolate mother died. Still Sixtus found, as had several of his predecessors, that it was a hard matter to destroy a powerful family like the Colonna. The castle of Cavi held out for 3 weeks against Count Girolamo and his artillery. The Colonna then retired to Pagliano, where they made such desperate resistance, and so harassed the besiegers by constant sallies, that Count Girolamo wrote mournfully to the Pope, asking for reinforcements, and owning that he had little hopes for success. Sixtus was greatly depressed at this news. He had hoped for an easy victory over the Colonna, and was not prepared for their desperate resistance. In the middle of June he had been ill of a fever, and his health began to give way. When envoys came on August 11th to announce that his allies had made peace with Venice, Sixtus could hardly speak to express his indignation. "You bring a peace," said the dying man, "full of disgrace and confusion. I can never accept it." The legates tried to mollify his wrath, and he dismissed them with a motion of his hand that might be taken either as a blessing or as a command to be gone. His attendants tried to console him, but he grew gradually weaker, and died early next morning, August 12, 1484. Sixtus was a man of strongly marked character, who exercised a powerful influence both on Italy in his own day and on the future of the Papacy. Machiavelli says of him, with truth, that he was the first pope who began to show the extent of the papal power, and how things that before were called errors could be hidden behind the papal authority. The papal power which Machiavelli had before his eyes was not the moral authority of the head of Christendom, but the power of an Italian prince who was engaged in consolidating his dominions into an important state. However much the formation of the Papal States might be a lawful object of papal endeavour, there remains the question of its importance. Sixtus pursued it passionately to the exclusion of the other duties of his office. He paid no heed to the pacification of Christendom, and though sometimes the talk of a crusade appears in his letters, it is merely hollow pretence. All thought of the policy of Pius II was entirely abandoned. The affairs of Bohemia and Hungary were left to settle themselves. The sphere of the Pope's political activity was narrowed to Italy only, and Sixtus inaugurated a period of secularization of the Papacy, which continued till the shock of the Reformation startled it again into spiritual activity. Under Sixtus, the Papacy became an Italian power which pursued its own political career with force and dexterity. What Sixtus began, Alexander VI continued, and Julius II brought to a successful issue. The Papal States were won, but Italy fell under foreign domination, and the Papacy lost its hold on northern Europe almost as soon as the work was accomplished. The object which Sixtus set before himself was not a lofty one, nor fitted to absorb all the papal energies. But when Sixtus adopted it, he pursued it with all the force and determination of a powerful and resolute character. His strongly marked personality produced a deep impression on Italy and left abiding traces on the Papacy. The vigorous nature that raised the low-born upstart to the papal throne finds its parallel in the condottieri generals, who mounted from the cottage to the dukedom, who ruled with munificence and burned to hand down their glory to future ages. Sixtus had an upstart's desire to raise his family and spread the glory of his name. 4 of his relatives were made cardinals, and others were enriched at the expense of the Church. 2 were wedded to relations of the King of Naples and were provided for in the Neapolitan domains. Another was married to the daughter of the Duke of Urbino, and his son substituted the name of Rovere for that of Montefeltro in the ducal seat. These all won their way by peaceful means, supported only by the Pope's influence. But Girolamo Riario was reserved to be the instrument of the Pope's policy in winning back and organizing the possessions of the Church. For him the Pope plunged into one war after another, and lavished all the resources of his temporal and spiritual authority. Yet Girolamo Riario had nothing to commend him except his readiness to accept the part which the Pope wished him to play. If Sixtus was resolute and unscrupulous, Girolamo surpassed him in his determination to let nothing slip that might promote his own advancement. We have seen how his zeal outsped that of Sixtus in his desire to overthrow Lorenzo de' Medici, and in all other matters he acted with equal disregard to morality. Arrogant, uncultivated, and brutal, he took pleasure in nothing but the chase, which he raised to a magnificence never equalled since the days of the Roman circus. Under the shadow of the Pope's protection, he carried all before him in Rome, and those who were not prepared to become his creatures were exposed to his vengeance. His violence shocked even his relatives, and Cardinal Giuliano openly reproved him. His cousin Antonio Basso, on his deathbed, denounced the crimes of Count Girolamo, who came to bid him farewell. Whether his mind was deranged, or he wished to ease himself of the venom which had long been retained, says an eyewitness, he inveighed vehemently against the Count. He told him of deeds of his that were everywhere condemned, of his character everywhere reprobated. We who stood by the bedside blushed for shame, and some quietly withdrew. The dying man ventured to speak out the truth to the favourite who enjoyed the entire confidence of the Pope. Indeed, it is impossible not to feel that the low savagery and brutal resoluteness of Count Girolamo were echoes of the natural man of Sixtus, which had been in some measure tempered by early training and the habits of self-restraint. The policy of Sixtus is marked by wild energy rather than by any greatness of conception. He set an object definitely before himself and pursued it by any means that offered. The existing generation of Italian statesmen were polished and prudent diplomatists. They had won their position by fraud or force, but aimed at retaining it by wisdom and caution. Sixtus went back to the traditions of the more barbarous age of condottieri adventurers. Hence he spread dismay amongst the politicians of Italy, because he revived a past which they were striving to forget. The diplomatic webs of Lorenzo de' Medici and Ludovico Sforza were useless to enchain Sixtus, who remained an incalculable element in their schemes. It was through his restless energy, not through his wisdom, that Sixtus caused dread. His plans, such as they were, never succeeded, yet none the less he raised the papacy to the level of a great power. He failed to overthrow Lorenzo de' Medici. He failed to win anything from Ferrara, or from Naples, or from Venice. He failed to overcome the Colonna faction in Rome. Yet all whom he attacked felt that he might have succeeded, and acknowledged the power of their foe. Great as was the political energy of Sixtus, it did not hinder his activity in other directions. He was a mighty organizer and builder, as well as a patron of art and literature. If his policy left an abiding impress on the papacy, no less did his care leave a permanent mark on the outward aspect of the city of Rome. It is at first sight astonishing to find a violent politician like Sixtus busied with art and architecture. But Italy in that age was full of contradictions, and Sixtus was above all things an Italian. If he borrowed his policy from his neighbours, he borrowed with equal readiness their patronage of art. Or rather, in both points he developed the exclusively Italian elements which the papacy as an Italian power necessarily contained. Yet here, as well as in politics, we see the traces of overpowering energy rather than of individual feeling or clear conception. Sixtus did not understand the splendid dream of Nicholas V, the conversion of Rome into the literary and artistic capital of Christendom. Still less had he the fine taste which made Paul II a passionate amateur, with all an amateur's exclusiveness and selfish delight in amassing delicate treasures full of fascination to himself. In spite of its apparent culture, the period of the Renaissance was woefully one-sided in its interests and in its appreciation. A student of ancient art cared nothing for the works of his own age. Few could regard sculpture and painting as sister arts. Builders made no scruple in pulling down the precious remains of antiquity to provide materials for their new edifices. Every man was engaged in some one pursuit to the exclusion of all others, and if the men of the Renaissance saved some of the treasures of antiquity with one hand, they destroyed almost as much with the other. Sixtus regarded Paul II's cameos and medals as baubles of little consequence. The larger objects he kept, and with them formed the nucleus of the Capitoline Museum. It is characteristic of Sixtus that he was heedless of things whose size did not fit them for public display. The same want of appreciation was shown by Sixtus in his treatment of the remains of antiquity. He restored the celebrated equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, which now stands in front of the Capitol, and he forbade the destruction of ancient monuments. But he empowered his architects to quarry where they pleased to obtain stones for his new works. The Sistine Bridge was built from the blocks of the Colosseum. The Temple of Hercules was entirely swept away. In estimating what Sixtus did for the city of Rome, we can appraise his achievements, but we can only guess what he destroyed. Still, the practical sense and energy of Sixtus enabled him to work more lasting results than were accomplished by the finer taste of his predecessors. He had no plan of transforming Rome into a magnificent city, but for that very reason he did much towards making it more habitable. Rome in the Middle Ages was far below other Italian cities in the outward accompaniments of civilized life. It was a wild, desolate, uncared-for place. The streets were crooked and narrow, destitute of pavement, and encumbered with porticos which harbored dirt. Infessura says that Ferrante of Naples, on his visit to the Pope in 1475, pointed out the strategical disadvantage of such irregular streets. He told Sixtus that he could never be master of a city where barricades could be so easily constructed, and where a few women from the top of the overhanging balconies could keep a troop of soldiers at bay. Whether in consequence of this advice or no cannot be said, but Sixtus took in hand the work of rearranging the chief streets of his capital. He straightened their labyrinthine turns, swept away the projecting porches, and paved the streets with tiles. The works were begun in 1480 under the direction of commissioners, and were carried out with promptitude. The Romans at first murmured, but gradually saw the advantages of the Pope's proceedings. Moreover, Sixtus had a summary manner of dealing with objectors. One day, when he went to view the works in progress, he found a burgher who refused to allow the papal workmen to widen the approach to the bridge of Sant'Angelo by throwing down the booths which he had built to contain his wares. The Pope ordered the man to prison, and stood by till he saw his house as well as his booths demolished. By such vigorous measures, Sixtus succeeded in working some reforms in the Roman streets. He secured a clear communication between the Vatican and the bridge of Sant'Angelo, thence through the Campus Martius to the Capitol. Moreover, in preparing for the Jubilee of 1475, he built the bridge across the Tiber which still bears his name, the Ponte Sisto. He was mindful of the disaster which had occurred in the Jubilee of 1450 through the crowding on the bridge of Sant'Angelo, which was the only available means of communication with St. Peter's. The new bridge was strongly built of blocks of travertine, and its architect aimed at a solid rather than a graceful structure. In another matter, Sixtus deserved well of the Romans. He cared for the water supply, and brought down the aqua vergine from the Quirinal to the Trevi fountain. In everything that could improve and beautify Rome, Sixtus took a keen and active interest. He did much to give the city its modern aspect, and if he had lived long enough, he would have transformed it entirely. He did his best to encourage others to follow his example by giving right of ownership to all who built houses in the district of Rome. The cardinals, especially Estouteville, were incited to build, and many palaces owe their foundations to the energy of the Rovere family and their imitators. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 4, Italian Wars of Sixtus IV, 1481 to 1484, Part 3. The monumental works of Sixtus have borne the impress of his activity to the present day more distinctly than have the buildings of his predecessors. In the Vatican he erected a block containing a library on the ground floor, and above it the famous Sistine Chapel, which still bears the Pope's name. The requirements of the Vatican library have long outsped the modest provision made by Sixtus, and this building now serves as offices. The chapel owes its fame to the mighty pencil of Michelangelo, and not to any architectural merits. It is nothing more than a large room, coldly ornamented with pilasters along the sides, with a flatly vaulted roof. There is nothing in the construction of the chapel that bespeaks its purposes, yet its very bareness and simplicity seem to have fitted it for papal ceremonies. Its structure has remained unchanged, and it owed its dignity to the master's hand, which has made the blank walls vocal with his genius. So was it with the other buildings of Sixtus. None of them are great architectural creations. Vasari assigns them to the Florentine Baccio Pontelli, but they seem to have been chiefly the work of smaller men, Meo del Caprina, Giacomo de Pietrasanta, and others whose names only survive. Sixtus wanted his work done, and cared more for its rapid execution than for its fine design. Moreover, his age was not distinguished by any great architect. The stars of Brunelleschi and of Leo Battista Alberti had set, and their great conceptions were reproduced by timid copyists. The works of Sixtus are interesting as showing the modest beginnings in Rome of the triumph of the Renaissance, opposed as it was to the sentiment of the city's past over the Gothic architecture. In Santa Maria della Pace and Santa Maria del Popolo we find traces of Gothic influence in the rose windows, the clustered pillars, and the vaulted nave, but the octagonal dome, the simple treatment of the façade, and the pilasters of the portico mark them as works of the Renaissance. Poor as they are in details, they form the link between Brunelleschi and Bramante. The ideas of Brunelleschi are being applied experimentally till the free hand of Bramante can give them full expression. The church of Santa Maria del Popolo became the favorite church of the Rovere family, and its monuments make it a museum of Renaissance art. The church of Santa Maria della Pace was not finished by Sixtus, but his successor continued the work. Besides these chief buildings of Sixtus, the churches of San Pietro in Vincoli, Santa Balbina, Sant'Inerio de Aquilio, San Quirico, Santa Susanna, and others were restored, and the tribune of Santi Apostoli was rebuilt. Still more characteristic is the building of the great hospital of San Spirito, which Sixtus began immediately on his accession, the octagonal cupola with pointed windows, and the tower of the neighbouring church of San Spirito, are perhaps the happiest remains of the architecture of Sixtus. The restoration of this ruined hospital is a memorial that Sixtus was not so entirely engrossed in worldly schemes as to forget altogether his mission as a Christian priest. In painting, Sixtus had a larger choice of artists, and summoned to Rome almost all the great masters of his day. The large room of the hospital of San Spirito was adorned with a series of frescoes, now much ruined, representing the life of the Pope. They set forth the dream of her child's greatness which his mother dreamed, the miracles that accompanied his childhood, the foundation of the hospital, the restoration of the Roman churches, the ceremonial receptions given to sovereigns, the canonization of San Bonaventura, and the like. There is no mention of the wars of Sixtus. The only allusion to martial exploits is the victory of the papal fleet over the Turks. If the history of Sixtus were read by the aid of the record which he himself has left, we should picture a kindly and devout old man, entirely devoted to the discharge of his spiritual duties. For the decoration of his buildings, Sixtus summoned to Rome Perugino, Sandro Botticelli, Domenico Ghirlandaio, Cosimo Rosselli, Melozzo da Forlì, Filippino Lippi, Luca Signorelli, Piero di Cosimo, Fra Diamante, and others of less note. Even in his dealings with painters we see his practical spirit, for he united them into a confraternity under the patronage of St. Luke, and the confraternity was afterwards raised by Gregory XIII in 1577 to the dignity of a corporate academy for the painters of Rome. Yet though Sixtus protected artists, they had to be careful how they offended him. During the siege of Cavi, a young Roman painted the scene with such exactness that it filled Rome with admiration. The tents and standards of the besiegers, the guns and the troops engaged in conflict were portrayed with spirit. The Pope sent for the picture, and at first was pleased with it, but he grew angry as he saw that it represented the defeat of the soldiers of the Church, and the discovery of an episode which seemed to mock at Count Girolamo filled up the measure of his wrath. He ordered the luckless painter to be imprisoned, to receive 10 stripes, and on the next day to be hanged and his house to be pulled down. The Pope's wrath was only mitigated by the plea that the man was light-headed. His life was spared, but he was banished from Rome. Perhaps the feeling that they served an uncertain master weighed on the spirits of the great painters who came to Rome. Perhaps they were fettered by the Pope's directions. Perhaps the atmosphere of the place was still strange to their art, and there was nothing to inspire them. At all events, none of them produced a masterpiece in their decoration of the Sistine Chapel, and few rose to their ordinary level. Yet the conception of the 12 pictures which adorn the side walls is dignified. On one side are 6 episodes from the life of Moses. On the other side, 6 corresponding events in the life of Jesus, showing his fulfillment of the types set forth by the lawgiver of the old dispensation. The art of the painter has been too much bound down by the didactic nature of the task assigned him. Each picture contains several distinct motives. Thus, Botticelli represents in one picture Moses slaying the Egyptian, fleeing to Midian, driving away the shepherds from the fountain, watering Zipporah's sheep, kneeling before the burning bush, and finally returning to Egypt. The eye wanders vainly amid this multitude of details which are not separated by any formal division, nor is the size of the picture large enough to admit of the treatment of any one of these subjects. Ghirlandaio and Perugino have succeeded best because their chief pictures, the call of St. Andrew and St. Peter, and the delivery of the keys to St. Peter, were naturally of sufficient importance to occupy the entire space. Most probably the great artists of the Sistine Chapel, Perugino, Botticelli, Rosselli, Signorelli, and Ghirlandaio, had their subjects assigned by the Pope, and were bound to put into their pictures as much as he wanted. We have seen that Sixtus took a quantitative view of artistic excellence, and there are traces of an opinion that the Pope's taste was sadly uncultivated. Vasari tells the story that Sixtus offered a prize to the artist who should acquit himself best. Cosimo Roselli, feeling that he had no chance on other grounds, set himself to captivate the Pope by the brilliancy of his colouring. His rivals laughed at his gaudy colours, his profusion of gold and ultramarine. But Cosimo knew his man and turned the laugh against the scoffers. When Sixtus came to judge, he was caught by Cosimo's trap and awarded him the prize. Besides these great painters, Melozzo da Forlì enjoyed the patronage of the Pope and his nephews. Much of his work in Rome has been destroyed, but the picture in the Vatican gallery is of great historic interest. Originally it was a fresco which adorned the walls of the library, but it has been transferred to canvas. It represents Sixtus founding the Vatican Library. The Pope, with a face characterized by mingled strength and coarseness, his hands grasping the arms of his chair, sits looking at Platina, who kneels before him, a man whose face is that of a scholar, with square jaw, thin lips, finely cut mouth, and keen glancing eye. Cardinal Giuliano stands like an official who is about to give a message to the Pope, by whose side is Piero Riario, with aquiline nose and sensual chin, red-cheeked and supercilious. Behind Platina is Count Girolamo, with a shock of black hair falling over large black eyes, his look contemptuous and his mien imperious. This picture of Melozzo represents Sixtus in his relation to literature, which also he prided himself on patronizing. The cloud which hung over men of letters in the days of Paul II was rolled away, and they again basked in the sunshine of papal patronage. The unlucky Platina was again taken into favour. The lectures of Pomponius Laetus were again thronged with students. The Vatican Library, which was committed to Platina's charge, contained 2,500 volumes, of which the greater part were theological works, and the remainder Greek and Latin classics. Platina had 4 assistants, with whose help he began the more important labour of cataloguing the papal archives, and had advanced so far as to fill 3 large volumes at the time of his death in 1481. Under Sixtus, there was no doubt of the triumph of humanism at the papal court. Greek literature had flourished under the protection of Bessarion. Theodore Gaza and George of Trebizond lived and quarrelled in Rome. But these 3 scholars died soon after the accession of Sixtus, and their place was taken by John Argyropoulos, who counted among his hearers in his lectures on Thucydides the learned German Johann Reuchlin. Sixtus endeavoured to attract to Rome the Florentine Marsilio Ficino, but he was too closely bound to the Medici to quit Florence. Failing him, the Pope welcomed the veteran Filelfo, who, after venting his spleen against Pius II and Paul II for their want of appreciation of his merits, still hankered after the sweets of papal patronage. He came to Rome in 1475 with the promise of an annual salary of 600 florins, and though then 77 years old, lectured with vigour for 4 hours a day. Rome pleased him in many ways, especially for the incredible liberty which there existed. In this judgment, Filelfo's experience renders him a great authority. Probably nowhere could a man who enjoyed the Pope's protection speak or behave more freely than in Rome. If the Pope was tolerant, so was everyone else. Filelfo, however, did not stay long in Rome, where his only published work was a translation of a Greek treatise about the priesthood of Christ among the Jews, which showed by quotations from the Greek fathers that Christ exercised among the Jews the office of priest. Even this was a work done many years before and hastily revised as suitable for dedication to the Pope. Filelfo did not stay long in Rome, where his salary was irregularly paid by the papal treasurer. Sixtus IV was better in promises than in the careful administration which is necessary to secure their fulfilment. Filelfo, who was poor, began with supplications and remonstrances, which soon passed into violent abuse. He went to Milan to visit his ailing wife in 1476 and never returned to Rome, but died at Florence in 1481 at the age of 83. Sixtus himself had been in early days famous as a theologian, and had taken part in the controversies in which the Franciscans were engaged against the Dominicans. Besides his treatise about the blood of Christ, he wrote also a work in behalf of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin, and a logical work, De Futuris Contingentibus. Nor did he, in the midst of his political projects, forget his theological interests. At first sight, it would seem that there was as little in common between Pope Sixtus and Fra Francesco di Savona as there was between the magnificent restorer of Rome and the poor friar who, when he came to Rome as cardinal, had to borrow money to make his dwelling habitable. Yet the pontificate of Sixtus stands in marked contrast to that of his successors through the fact that it left a great impress on the doctrine and organization of the Church. Sixtus did not forget his debt to the Franciscan order, and showed his wonted energy in repaying it. He confirmed and enlarged the privileges of the mendicants, and he decisively favored those tenets of the Franciscans which were winning their way in popular theology. 2 bulls issued in 1474 and 1479 mark the highest advance of the mendicant orders, which are termed the 2 rivers which flow from paradise, the seraphim raised on wings of heavenly contemplation above all earthly things. Their exemption from the jurisdiction of ordinaries, the privileges of their churches, their power of hearing confessions and administering the sacraments against the will of parish priests, all that they strove for and claimed was acknowledged in the most ample terms. Moreover, Sixtus strongly adhered to the favourite belief of the Franciscans in the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin, who was to him a special object of veneration. To her were dedicated his 2 great churches in Rome, Santa Maria del Popolo and Santa Maria della Pace. He issued in 1477 a special office for the festival of the Conception of the Virgin, and granted indulgences to those who used it. He carefully observed all the festivals of the Virgin, and prayed so fervently before her image that it was observed he never even moved his eyes for the space of an hour. When this avowed partisanship of the Pope gave rise to bitter controversies, he interfered in 1483 by a decree which recognized the belief in the Immaculate Conception as an open question not yet decided by the Apostolic See, and forbade the disputants on either side to accuse their adversaries of heresy. Moreover, the pontificate of Sixtus was marked by the institution of the tribunal known as the Spanish Inquisition. Since the beginning of the 13th century, the office of extirpating heresy had been committed to the Dominican order, and their zeal had been sufficient to protect the purity of the Christian faith. But as the Spanish kingdoms gained in coherence and could look forward to the day when the Moors would be driven out of the land, the old fervour of the crusading spirit grew strong among the people. There rose a national jealousy against the numerous Jews, some of whom had embraced Christianity, but their prosperity awakened cupidity, and their lives suspicion. To protect the Christian faith and maintain the purity of Spanish blood, Ferdinand and Isabella applied in 1478 for the Pope's authority to appoint inquisitions for the suppression of heresy throughout their realms. Permission was granted, but the real work of the Spanish Inquisition was not begun till 1483 by Thomas of Torquemada, whom Sixtus empowered to constitute the Holy Office, and Spain unfortunately proved a fruitful soil for its activity. This institution, it is true, did not proceed from Rome, but was of native growth. Still Sixtus, apparently light-heartedly and with small sense of responsibility, sanctioned in an age of enlightenment the erection of a rigorous system for the repression of opinion. He had no objection to regard the Christian faith as a test of loyalty, and so he made it possible for despotism to use it as a cloak for oppression. It was not by neglect of his priestly duties, but by his frank acceptance of the world as it was, that Sixtus is to be regarded as the beginner of the secularization of the papacy. Other popes had been keen politicians, but none had openly ventured to play the same game as their neighbours and for the same stakes. Sixtus came forward as an Italian prince who was relieved from ordinary considerations of decency, consistency, or prudence, because his position as pope saved him from serious disaster. His theology was a survival of his early training. His new interest in politics stood in the foreground and was immediately influential. During his pontificate, the cardinal college was hopelessly debased, and the whole course of life in Rome was changed for the worse. The old cardinals who represented the traditions of Nicholas V and Pius II died out, and were succeeded by others who bore the impress of an age of luxury and intrigue unredeemed by serious effort. Sixtus IV created 35 new cardinals, and at his death there were only 5 members of the college who did not owe their dignity to his choice. Amongst the creations of Sixtus there were some members of the Franciscan order who were men of merit, but they were old and soon died. The cardinals who lived at Rome and were the Pope's companions were either his relatives or men appointed solely on political grounds. Giovanni of Aragon, son of Ferrante of Naples, Ascanio Sforza, Cardinals Colonna, Orsini, Savelli, De Conti, and the like. Few were chosen for learning or capacity. The papal court became a centre of luxury and magnificence. It represented and reflected the contemporary life of Italy. The older cardinals looked with dismay on the beginnings of this new system and strove to avert it. In June 1473, Cardinal Amanati wrote to Cardinal Borgia. In May, 8 cardinals were created. In June, there would have been as many more had not God's mercy intervened. But the matter is only put off, not abandoned, and others will tell you what sort of men are prepared for our disgrace. Such was the violence of him who has the power, that how we escaped this peril I still wonder. His reputation, established for so many years, the entreaties of many cardinals, my testimony to the facts, had no weight with his impetuous mind. Sixtus changed the course of life in Rome because his outspoken recklessness was heedless of decorum. Hitherto the Roman court had worn a semblance of ecclesiastical gravity, which the extravagances of Cardinal Piero Riario overthrew in a moment. Conventional propriety is of slow growth. It is easily destroyed and is restored with difficulty. Perhaps Sixtus IV thought that the papal dignity might be maintained by himself and a few of the older cardinals, while the young bloods might be of service by making a display in a world which was singularly impressionable. Perhaps he wished to make the papal court a microcosm in which men of all sorts might go their own way. The result was that the worse elements rose to the top, and Rome became more famous for pleasure than for piety. It is true that Paul II had advanced in this direction by encouraging the festivities of the carnival, but Paul II's attitude was that of a kindly patron who wished to promote the amusement of his people. The banquets, the hunting parties, the gambling bouts, the nightly revels of Cardinal Riario and Count Girolamo were a new departure in the social traditions of the court. Neither Pius II nor Paul II was overburdened with scruples, but conduct which they would not have tolerated for a moment became common in the days of Sixtus. It is true that he meant nothing by his tolerance, but the Rovere stock was hard to civilize. A stern, imperious, passionate, resolute man, Sixtus IV did not inspire much attachment, and we hear a few traits of his personal life. Yet he inspired deep hatred, and Infessora, who was an adherent of the Colonna family and had the spirit of a republican, has blackened his memory with accusations of the foulest crimes. These charges, made by a partisan who writes with undisguised animosity, must be dismissed as unproved. Sixtus impressed his contemporaries as a great and vigorous personality, as a skillful organizer, a munificent patron, and a man of indomitable resolution. On a survey of the results of his doings, we must admit that his energy was crude and misdirected, that he was deficient in elevation of mind and largeness of view, that his force too much resembled unreflecting brutality, and that in all his magnificence there is the trace of a vulgar upstart. The serious charge against Sixtus is that he hopelessly lowered the moral standard of the papacy. Other popes had pursued secular ends, had fought for their temporal dominions, and had pursued a purely selfish policy. But while doing so, they regarded the dignity of their office and sought for decent pretexts for their actions. Sixtus had not been cardinal long enough for the traditions of the Curia to curb the violence of a strong and coarse nature. His nepotism was unblushing, and he did not conceal the fact that he meant to use his nephew as a means of establishing his temporal power, while he reserved himself for the functions of ecclesiastical head of Christendom. He allowed himself to become an accomplice to a scheme of assassination which shocked even the blunted conscience of Italy. When it failed, he visited with the severest penalties of the Church the irregularities which its victims not unnaturally committed. Hitherto the papacy had on the whole maintained a moral standard. For some time to come it tended to sink even below the ordinary level. The loss that was thus inflicted upon Europe was incalculable. In an age when faith was weak, when the old ideals had vanished and nothing had taken their place, it was a serious matter that self-seeking, intrigue, and effrontery should be too plainly visible to be overlooked in the acknowledged head of Western Christendom. Under Sixtus IV, the papacy ceased to offer any resistance to the corruption of the age. It was not a strong bulwark before, but at least it upheld the forms of better things. Henceforth, not only do the lowest motives prevail, but they are unblushingly avowed. Sixtus made possible the cynicism of Machiavelli. He debased the moral tone of Europe and prepared the way for still unworthier successors in the chair of St. Peter. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 5, Innocent VIII, 1484 to 1492, Part 1. The death of Sixtus IV plunged Rome into confusion. The barons armed themselves. The palace of Count Girolamo was attacked, its garden destroyed, its doors and windows broken. The corn magazines on the Ripa were sacked, the Genoese banks were plundered. Everywhere were pillage and disorder. The camp before Paliano was broken up, and the besieged, hearing of the Pope's death, made a sally and seized the artillery which the besiegers were preparing to carry off. On August 14th, Count Girolamo came hurriedly with his troops to Rome, where his wife Caterina held the castle of Sant'Angelo and the Vatican. The Colonna followed Girolamo and took possession of their palace, whereon Girolamo withdrew to Isola. Barricades were erected in the streets, and Rome was turned upside down. The Orsini on Monte Giordano, the Colonna in the Palace of Santi Apostoli, stood under arms. The citizens, in alarm, built up the entrances to the bridges so that horsemen might not pass, and the magistrates besought the cardinals to hasten the election as the only means of averting civil war. Meanwhile, the funeral rites of Sixtus IV. Were hastily performed. So quickly was the Vatican stripped of its furniture that Burchard could scarcely find the necessary vessels for washing the corpse. At the funeral, many of the cardinals of the Colonna party were not present, on the ground that they did not think it safe to pass the castle of St. Angelo. At length a truce was arranged, and on August 25th the castle of St. Angelo was surrendered to the cardinals by Count Girolamo in exchange for 7,000 ducats. Thereon the Orsini agreed to withdraw for a month to Viterbo, provided the Colonna also left the city. When this was done, the cardinals, on August 26th, 1484, entered the conclave. During this period, many negotiations had passed about the election, which was a very open question. Ferrante of Naples urged the claims of his son Giovanni, but this was too obviously a political measure, and Cardinals Barbo and Costa were discussed as the two men of highest character amongst the cardinals. On August 23rd, Ascanio Sforza entered Rome and laid down a principle which the other cardinals accepted, that it was necessary to elect a pope who would not be offensive to the League. When Giovanni of Aragon saw that his chance was thus destroyed, he approached Ascanio, and on the eve of the conclave they agreed whom they would exclude, but could not determine whom they would elect. Ascanio favoured the Novarese Arcimboldo. The Cardinal of Aragon wished for the Neapolitan Carafa. Meanwhile, Cardinal Borgia did his utmost to put himself forward. He offered money, benefices, offices, even his own palace in return for votes. But corrupt as the cardinals were, they still retained some prudence, and their fears of the pride and perfidy of Borgia outweighed their cupidity. The first proceeding of the 25 cardinals in conclave was to repeat the useless formality of drawing up elaborate regulations to bind the future pope. Their chief object was to secure the privileges of the cardinals, but one of the provisions is noticeable as a protest against the nepotism of Sixtus IV. The new pope was made to promise that he would not confer any important office or administration on any layman whatsoever. In the matter of the election, Cardinal Borgia was so confident of his own success that he had his palace barricaded to preserve it against the pillage that was sure to ensue. But the first scrutiny showed Borgia that his party was not so strong as he imagined. The candidate who obtained most votes was the Venetian Cardinal Barbo, for whom 10 gave their voices, induced, it would seem, by a desire to return to the decorous days of his uncle Paul II. Cardinal Rovere now took the lead and worked for the election of a pope under whom he might himself be powerful. The chief supporter of Borgia against Barbo was the Cardinal of Aragon. Rovere offered to negotiate with Barbo the transference of 3 additional votes to his side if he would give up to the Cardinal of Aragon the Palazzo of San Marco. Barbo did not fall into the snare, but answered that it would destroy the peace of the city if so strong a fortress were in the hands of Naples. Cardinal Rovere had now set the Cardinal of Aragon against Barbo. He next turned to Borgia and proposed to him that they two should unite their parties against Barbo and so secure a pope in their common interest, and Borgia consented to sink his own claims in order to prevent Barbo's election. They agreed on the Genoese Cardinal Cibo, and during the night of the 28th, after the cardinals had retired to rest, Borgia and Rovere visited them privately and secured by promises of papal favours the necessary majority for their new candidate. Legations, rich abbeys, palaces, castles were promised in Cibo's behalf, and Cardinal Rovere, despoiled himself of some of his own possessions to win the necessary votes. Before the morning, all the cardinals except 6 of the eldest and most respectable had been won over, and 19 votes were secured. The 6 who had been deemed incorruptible were awakened. "Come and let us make a pope." "Whom?" they asked. "Cardinal Cibo." "How is that?" they inquired in amazement. "While you slept," they were told, "we gathered all the votes except those of you drowsy ones." They felt that nothing was to be done, and when the scrutiny was held, they also gave their votes for Cardinal Cibo, whose unanimous election was announced on August 29th. Giovanni Battista Cibo was born in Genoa in 1432. His father was a statesman who held the office of viceroy in Naples for René of Anjou, and was made senator of Rome by Calixtus III in 1453. The son was a favourite of Cardinal Calandrini, who initiated him into the manners of the Curia. He was made Bishop of Savona by Paul II, and was elevated by Sixtus IV to the bishopric of Molfetta, and in 1473 to the cardinalate. He was not remarkable in any way, save for kindliness and geniality. He had little experience of politics, and was not famous for learning. He was a tall, stalwart man, 52 years old, and was chiefly notorious for his open avowal of an illegitimate family. How many sons and daughters he had cannot be said with certainty, but a daughter, Teodorina, was married to a Genoese merchant, Geraldo Uso di Mari, and a son, Franceschetto Cibo, took his place at the papal court, where he was called the Pope's nephew. On September 12th, Cardinal Cibo was crowned under the name of Innocent VIII. As he owed his election to the influence of Cardinal Rovere, he was at first entirely in his hands. Rovere lived in the Vatican, dictated the Pope's actions, and made him revoke things done without his consent. The Pope's position was indeed a difficult one. The policy of Sixtus had been so entirely personal that it was impossible to gather together its threads. Cardinal Rovere was in the confidence of Sixtus, but had by no means unreservedly approved of his actions. He was the best man to unravel the tangled skein of confusion. The power and greed of the cardinals in the Curia had developed with great rapidity under the rule of Sixtus, and the new pope was helpless, even if he had wished, to put any barrier to their demands. The city of Rome was the first to suffer. It strove to defend itself by exacting from the Pope a promise that all offices within the city, benefices, abbeys, and the like, should be conferred only on Roman citizens. But this was soon set aside. The cardinals seized the chief dignities in the city. Citizens who had bought posts for life from Sixtus were dismissed without receiving compensation, and Innocent maintained that cardinals were reckoned amongst the citizens of Rome. He gave an office to his Genoese son-in-law, and when the magistrates objected that he was not a citizen, he ordered his name to be entered on the burgess roll, so as to do away with the technical objection. All expectations of reform from the new pope were rapidly dashed to the ground. Men said that he would follow in the steps of Sixtus. He was elected in darkness, said the Augustinian general. He lives in darkness, and in darkness he will die. The factions of the Roman nobles had been too successfully aroused under Sixtus IV to sink at once into quietness. In March 1485, Innocent VIII was seriously ill, and there were rumours of his death. The Orsini attempted to seize the city gates. The Colonna at once took up arms, and there was war in the Campagna. The Colonna recovered the castles of Civita Lavinia, Nemi, Genazzano, and Frascati. At last, in July, the Pope managed to interfere in this contest. He summoned both parties before him and demanded that their quarrels should be submitted to his decision. The Colonna obeyed and agreed to place in the hands of the Pope the disputed castles. The Orsini refused the Pope's mediation. But the quarrels of the Roman barons soon widened into a broader issue. Innocent VIII had inherited a dislike to the Aragonese power in Naples, and Cardinal Rovere considered that Sixtus had parted with the rights of the Church in his desire to win Ferrante to his side. The tribute due from the vassal kingdom of Naples had been commuted into the yearly gift of a white palfrey as a recognition of the papal suzerainty. Innocent refused to accept this commutation and demanded the payment of the former tribute. He counted on the growing discontent of the Neapolitan barons against Ferrante's strong rule. Ferrante had learned in his early days the dangerous power which the protracted struggle between the houses of Anjou and Aragon had given to the barons of Naples. He steadily pursued a policy of diminishing the baronial privileges, and as the barons became conscious of his meaning, they were anxious to rise before it was too late. The changed attitude of the Papacy towards Naples gave them the encouragement which they required. Ferrante, though a capable ruler, was oppressive in his financial exactions, and was regarded as false and treacherous. But his eldest son, Alfonso, Duke of Calabria, threw his father's unpopularity into the shade. Violent, cruel, and perfidious, he had all the instincts of a despot. He did not conceal his hatred of the barons, and his growing influence over his aged father increased their alarm. In the summer of 1485, a treacherous act of Alfonso fired the smouldering discontent. He managed to inveigle into his hands the Count of Montorio, Lord of Aquila, in the Abruzzi, a free city which recognized the supremacy of the Neapolitan crown. The imprisonment of the Count of Montorio and his family was a menace to the Neapolitan barons, and alarmed the Colonna, whose lands adjoined the territory of Aquila. On October 17th, the men of Aquila put themselves under the Pope's protection. War was imminent, but neither side was ready. Ferrante strove to gain time and summoned his barons to a parliament, but only 3 obeyed his summons. He sent his son, the Cardinal of Aragon, to negotiate with the Pope, but on October 16th he died in Rome, immediately after his arrival. The first allies whom Ferrante succeeded in gaining were the Orsini, who ravaged the Campagna and threatened Rome with a famine. The obvious form for war with Naples to assume was to set up an Angevin claimant to the crown, but the luckless René of Anjou outlived his son Jean, and on his death in 1481 bequeathed to Louis XI of France his lands and rights. The only representative of his line was the son of his daughter, Iolante, wife of Count Frederick of Baudremont. Innocent offered to invest this son, René II, Duke of Lorraine, with the kingdom of Naples, but Charles VIII of France hesitated to recognize his claims on Naples or give him any support. Still, the dread of French interference prompted Florence and Milan to side with Ferrante, while the Pope and the Neapolitan barons appealed for help to Venice. But Venice did not wish to involve itself in war, and did no more than detach for the Pope's service the condottiere general Roberto di San Severino, who proceeded leisurely to gather troops. Meanwhile, Ferrante enlisted on his side the discontented barons of Rome, and Virginio Orsini was enough to reduce the Pope to great straits. He seized the Porta Nomentana and reduced the city to a state of siege. Innocent was terrified and sat barricaded within the Vatican. In his terror, he ordered all malefactors banished for their offences to return to Rome and guard the city. They obeyed his summons, but only added crime and violence to the general confusion. Cardinals Rovere, Savelli, and Colonna took charge of affairs. They visited the walls and set the watch, and inflamed to the utmost the wrath of Virginio by ordering his palace on Monte Giordano to be burned down. Virginio retaliated by scattering in the city documents exhorting the people to rise against the Pope and drive him and his cardinals from the city. He was no true Pope, for he was not canonically elected. It was unworthy of the Roman people to be ruled by a Genoese skipper. Let them make a true pope and true cardinals. Especially did his anger blaze against Cardinal Rovere. He exhorted all men to destroy him as a man steeped in unnatural vices. He threatened, if God gave him the victory, to carry his head on a lance through the city. He even sent a message to the Pope that he would throw him into the Tiber. It was long since Rome and the Pope had suffered such indignities, and the arrival of San Severino with a force of 33 squadrons of horse on Christmas Day was hailed with heartfelt joy by all in Rome. San Severino drove the Orsini from the Ponte Nomentano, but won no decisive victory. His soldiers plundered friend and foe alike, and the imperial ambassadors who wished to come to Rome under his escort were stripped to their shirts by his lawless troops. Rome was not much encouraged by his presence. On January 21st, 1486, a rumour of the Pope's death threw the city into a panic. The members of the Curia gathered what they could and prepared to flee. The cardinals fortified their houses. As regards the war, neither Alfonso of Calabria nor Roberto of San Severino showed any military capacity. Innocent VIII began to suspect the good faith of his general, and shrank before the dangers which beset him. In March he sent Cardinal Rovere to Genoa, that he might summon René and negotiate with the French king for help. On his part, Ferrante had nothing to gain from the war. He could not restore order within his kingdom till he had peace abroad. Florence and Milan were anxious to stop the Pope's dealings with France, which might bring a dangerous foe into Italy. Thus every one wished for peace, and the Florentines are said to have added to the Pope's terrors by contriving that letters should be intercepted which spoke of Roberto of San Severino as intriguing with his enemies. Dread of French intervention banded many of the cardinals together. Ascanio Sforza expressed his opinion strongly against its dangers, and the Spanish party in the Curia, headed by Cardinal Borgia, seconded him. In the beginning of June 1486, a majority of the cardinals besought the Pope to make peace. They offered on Ferrante's part the payment of the accustomed tribute by Naples and the surrender of Aquila to the Church. The French cardinal La Balue opposed the peace as dishonourable to the Church, and there was a stormy scene between him and Cardinal Borgia. Borgia called La Balue a drunkard, and La Balue answered with still coarser taunts. They almost came to blows in the Pope's presence. Innocent, bereft of the counsel of Cardinal Rovere, was helpless. He had no money. He did not trust his general, San Severino. Rome was in confusion. Cardinals Borgia and Sforza openly negotiated with the Orsini. In June, the approach of the Duke of Calabria increased the Pope's alarm, and the pressure of the cardinals soon prevailed over his feeble will. On August 11th, peace was made with Naples through the intervention of the Milanese general Gian Jacopo Trivulzio. Ferrante agreed to pay the tribute of 8,000 ducats, to respect the rights of the Church, to leave Aquila at liberty, and pardon his rebellious barons. This peace was dishonourable to the Pope, who abandoned his allies to the mercy of Ferrante, and gained no advantage from the war. Roberto Sanseverino was dismissed, but the Orsini did not lay down their arms, and continued their raids against the Colonna. The city of Aquila was occupied by Neapolitan troops, and the papal governor was put to death. Roberto di Sanseverino was pursued on his departure from Rome by the Duke of Calabria, and with difficulty managed to escape into the Venetian territory. The Neapolitan barons found themselves left at the mercy of Ferrante. The chief leader of the revolt, the Prince of Salerno, judged it wiser to flee to France than return to Naples, and the event proved that he judged rightly, as the other rebels were seized by Ferrante and thrown into prison, whence they never reappeared. Nor did the Pope gain even the purely ecclesiastical points which his treaty with Ferrante guaranteed. When he sent next year to ask for the promised tribute, Ferrante answered that he had spent so much money for the Church that he could not pay. When the Pope complained that Ferrante wrongfully conferred benefices within his kingdom, he was told that the king knew best who was worthy of office, and that it was enough for the Pope to confirm his nominations. When he complained of the imprisonment of the Neapolitan barons, he was referred to the example of Sixtus IV, who dealt with the Colonna as he thought fit. Having thus answered the Pope's legate, Ferrante mounted his horse and went out hunting. The peace with Naples covered Innocent with ridicule as a statesman. Yet it was welcomed gladly by the Roman people, whom the war had reduced to misery, while the lawless spirit which it encouraged led to entire anarchy within the city. Innocent issued bulls against evildoers, but law was powerless. Women were carried off by night. Each morning brought its tale of murders and of riots. The wild justice of armed revenge was the only one which prevailed. Men did not even abstain from sacrilege. A piece of the true cross enshrined in silver was stolen from the sacristy of Santa Maria in Trastevere, and the holy relic was found denuded of its setting, thrown away in a vineyard. It was said that the Pope connived at the flight of malefactors who paid him money, and granted pardons for sins before their commission. No public executions testified to the power of the law. Sometimes men were found hanged in the morning from the Torre del Nono, but their names and their crimes were unknown. Men imprisoned on the most fearful charges were released on payment. When the Vice-Chancellor Borgia was asked why justice was not done, he answered, "God desires not the death of a sinner, but rather that he should pay and live." The cardinals were the chief abettors of this lawlessness. Their palaces were fortified and strengthened with towers. Their spacious courtyards housed great numbers of retainers, and each household maintained the quarrels of its members, or interfered in a body in any passing fray. Such justice as there was powerless against these combinations. Often also these households came into collision. One day the captain of the court of Cardinal Savelli was arresting a debtor near the palace of Cardinal La Balue. There was a tumult, and Cardinal La Balue from a window forbade the arrest of anyone within the precincts of his palace. The arrest, however, was made, whereon La Balue ordered his retainers to attack the Savelli, and Cardinal Savelli and Colonna called out their men to retaliate. The Pope summoned them all to the Vatican, where the cardinals heaped abuse on one another in the Pope's presence, till a sulky reconciliation was brought about. These quarrels of the cardinals descended amongst the people and were identified with the feuds of the Roman barons. The last days of the Roman Republic were restored, when the city was filled with magnates and their dependents. The example of popes like Sixtus IV and Innocent VIII was easily followed, and the cardinals imitated their master in a career of personal aggrandizement and the foundation of a princely family. They had sons or nephews whom they strove to enrich, and each surrounded himself with a court composed of parasites and bravos. End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 5, Innocent VIII, 1484 to 1492, Part 2. Politically, Innocent showed all the waywardness of a weak and irresolute man. He had foolishly entered the Neapolitan War at the bidding of Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, who, at an early period of his career, displayed his willingness to work his own ways by means of foreign help. But when Cardinal Rovere was gone to negotiate with France, Innocent VIII's resolution failed him, and he could not await his return. When he came back, he found the Pope wincing under his ignominious treatment by Ferrante, and tried to resume his former influence and induce him to renew the war against Naples. But Innocent was afraid of his former master, and wanted to try his own hand in politics. He found employment for Rovere by sending him to besiege Osimo, where a private citizen, Boccolino Gozzone, had made himself master of the city, driven out the papal governor, and when the peace with Naples left him helpless, had even made overtures to the Turkish Sultan. In April 1487, Rovere set out for Osimo, but the Pope mistrusted his zeal and recalled him in June, whereon he returned to Rome in disgrace. Cardinal Abalus succeeded him, and with help from Trivolzio, reduced Boccolino to surrender on August 1st. Even then the mediation of Lorenzo de' Medici was needed, and Boccolino received 7,000 ducats with which he took refuge in Florence. Free from Cardinal Rovere, Innocent tried to discover a policy of his own. Venice had shown itself well disposed towards the Pope in the Neapolitan War, and had a common interest in putting down a freebooter such as Boccolino at Osimo. Innocent accordingly formed a league with Venice, which was published early in 1487. He hoped that his new alliance would keep Ferrante of Naples in check, regardless of the fact that it awakened the distrust of Florence and Milan. When Lorenzo de' Medici heard of it, he poured out his wrath to the Ferrarese ambassador. "I can believe anything bad," he said, "of this Pope. The states of the Church have always been the ruin of Italy, for their rulers are ignorant of the art of government, and so bring danger on every side." But Lorenzo set himself to guide the incapable ruler of the Church. He offered his help in the troublesome matter of Osimo, and insinuated that an alliance with Florence was preferable to an alliance with Venice. Lorenzo had personal aims to serve and personal advantages to offer. He felt that the power of his house was declining in Florence, and resolved to secure himself by family connections. He played upon the Pope's parental feelings by proposing a marriage between his daughter Maddalena and the Pope's son Franceschetto. The bait was too tempting for the political consistency of Innocent. His alliance with Venice was scarcely concluded before it gave way to an alliance with Florence. No wonder that such feeble self-seeking awakened the scorn of all. The bluff soldier Trivolzio, who went to Rome after the capture of Osimo, bluntly expressed his opinion of Innocent. "This Pope is full of greed, cowardice, and baseness, like a common knave. Were there not men about him who inspired him with some spirit, he would crawl away like a rabbit and grovel like any dastard." Perhaps Italy was not sorry when Innocent fell into the hands of Lorenzo de' Medici. The alliance of Lorenzo with the Pope gave him the position of mediator between Rome and Naples, and thereby secured for a time the peace of Italy, and averted the danger of foreign intervention. In Rome itself, it altered the attitude of the Pope towards the baronial factions. Hitherto, under the influence of Cardinal Rovere, he had favoured the Colonna, but the marriage of his son Franceschetto brought him into alliance with the Orsini, for Maddalena de' Medici's mother was Clarice, sister of Virginio Orsini. Innocent at once accepted this result of his family arrangements, made peace with Virginio in June 1487, and admitted him to his favour. This was a blow to Cardinal Rovere, whose brother the prefect was imprisoned, and the Castellan of Sant'Angelo was removed as being a staunch adherent of the Rovere. On this, the cardinal withdrew for a while from Rome. Thus the policy of Sixtus IV was entirely reversed. Lorenzo de' Medici, whom he had laboured to overthrow, was installed as the Pope's chief adviser. The persecuted Orsini were recalled to favour. The Rovere family lost its influence, and fortune still further declared against it. On April 14th, 1488, Girolamo Riario, for whom Sixtus IV had laboured so strenuously, was murdered by 3 of his bodyguard, who wished to rid the world of a second Nero. They entered the room where Girolamo was sitting after supper and fell upon him unawares. His naked corpse was thrown out of the palace window, and the people at once rose with the cry of liberty, sacked the palace, and took prisoner Girolamo's wife, Caterina Sforza, who was far advanced in pregnancy. But the castle of Forlì still held out and threatened to make a stubborn resistance. Caterina offered to negotiate for its surrender, and went to confer with the governor, leaving her children behind as hostages. When she reached the castle, she caused the gates to be shut, and told the rebels that they might kill her children if they would. She had one son safe at Imola, and bore another in her womb. Her courage inspired the garrison of the castle to resist. That Innocent VIII was privy to the plot is doubtful, but the rebels looked to him for help, and their envoys were graciously received at Rome. Forlì was taken under the protection of the Church, and the governor of Cesena went to its aid. But the Duke of Milan sent troops to defend his relative Caterina. The papal garrison were made prisoners, the assassins were put to death, and Caterina's young son, Ottaviano Riario, was set up as Lord of Forlì. Caterina, as regent, could wreak her vengeance upon the rebellious people, and Innocent did not attempt to interfere further. Men said that he allowed his sheep to be devoured by wolves, and did to Forlì as he did to Aquila. Really, Innocent was incapable of any policy, and could not persevere in any intention which might disturb his complacent indolence. He was incompetent, and his incompetence was hereditary. None of his relatives showed any taste for statesmanship, and there was no one at hand to direct the Pope. Early in 1488, Cardinal Rovere returned to Rome, and began again to assume his former influence over the yielding Innocent VIII. The only matter that interested the Pope was the marriage of his granddaughter Peretta, daughter of the Genoese merchant Geraldo Uso di Mare, who had married the Pope's daughter Teodorina. The marriage feast of Peretta and Alfonso del Careto, Marquis of Finale, was celebrated in the Vatican on November 16th. It caused great stir in Rome, for it was contrary to all custom that women should sit at table with the Pope. Most men would at least have respected the traditional decorum of their office, but Innocent VIII aimed at nothing more than the pleasures of a father of a family. One act of papal authority, however, Innocent was ready to perform: the creation of new cardinals. Though he had promised at his election not to increase the number of cardinals beyond 24, he paid no heed to his promise. On March 9th, 1489, he created 5 new cardinals and nominated 3 others secretly, reserving their actual appointment for the present. One of the cardinals created was Lorenzo Cibo, a son of the Pope's brother, whose nomination caused some scandal as he was a bastard. One of those created in petto was Giovanni de' Medici, youngest son of Lorenzo, a boy of 14. Lorenzo thought it well to use his opportunity as a cautious Florentine merchant and secure his son's succession to the cardinalate while he had the power. but Innocent refused to publish the creation of so young a cardinal till a period of 3 years had elapsed, and Lorenzo watched with anxiety the Pope's uncertain health, which threatened to throw obstacles in the way of his design of establishing the Medici in the Curia. The remainder of the new cardinals were insignificant men, save one who earned his creation by a service which marks a disgraceful episode in the history of Europe. This was Pierre d'Aubusson, Grand Master of the Knights of St. John, who had distinguished himself by his brave defence of Rhodes against the Turks in 1480. Mohammed II was preparing to renew the siege when his death in 1481 was the signal for a civil war between his 2 sons, Bajazet and Jem. Jem was defeated at Broussa, and, hopeless of his cause, sought refuge among the Knights of Rhodes, by whom he was courteously received in July 1482. He soon found, however, that though he came as a guest, he was detained as a prisoner. He was treated as a valuable hostage for the good behaviour of Bajazet II, who trembled at the thought of a rival backed by Christian arms. The Sultan made peace with the Knights of St. John and agreed to pay them a yearly tribute of 45,000 ducats, ostensibly for the expenses of his brother's maintenance. The conduct of the Knights of Rhodes was bad enough, but they were not allowed to enjoy the fruits of their breach of faith. The sum of 45,000 ducats yearly awakened universal cupidity, and the Knights of St. John found it more prudent to remove their lucrative captive to the mainland for safer keeping. He was carried to the commandery of Bourgneuf in Poitou, where he was under the protection of the King of France. There were many claimants for the honour and profit of entertaining him. The Sultan of Egypt was willing to make war in his behalf. The Spanish sovereigns were engaged in war against the infidel. Matthias of Hungary desired to have Jem's help to drive the Turks from the Danube valley. Ferrante of Naples pleaded that he was the natural protector of the Mediterranean waters. Innocent claimed as Pope to be the proper head of all crusading movements. The Regent of France, Anne of Bourbon, put Jem up to auction among these eager competitors and delayed any decision that she might reap a richer harvest. The Pope, however, had means at his command which the others lacked. Jem could not be disposed of without the consent of the Knights of St. John, and Innocent promised their Grand Master a cardinal's hat if Jem were handed over to himself. Moreover, France had need of the Pope's good offices. The marriage of Anne, heiress of Brittany, was a matter of the greatest moment to the French monarchy. A strong party in Brittany wished to give Anne in marriage to Alain d'Albret of Béarn, to whom she had been promised by her father. This marriage, however, required a papal dispensation on the ground of consanguinity, and the price of the Pope's refusal to grant it was the surrender of Jem. Feeble as Innocent might be in other ways, he showed himself clever at striking a bargain, and would not pay till the goods were ready for delivery. D'Aubusson was not made cardinal till Jem was nearly at the walls of Rome. Nor did this miserable huckstering end here. Others felt that they might follow in the steps of Pope and kings. Franceschetto Cibo, before Jem's arrival, tried to curry favour with Venice by promising to deliver over to the Republic the Turkish prince as soon as Innocent was dead. Some of those who stood closest to the Pope went further and offered Sultan Bajazet to poison Jem if he would pay a sufficient price. No incident displays in a more lurid light the cynical corruption of the time in every nation. The entry of Jem into Rome on March 13th, 1489, was a wondrous sight for the citizens. Jem, accompanied by the prior of Auvergne, was escorted by Cardinal La Balue and Franceschetto Cibo. The other cardinals sent their households to greet him, and a white horse, a present from the Pope, was waiting for him at the city gate. Jem showed the unmoved bearing of an Oriental. He wore a turban, and his face was shrouded by a veil. The ambassador of the Sultan of Egypt, who was in Rome at the time, came to meet him at the gate. He dismounted, and with profound reverence threw himself on the ground, kissed the horse's foot, then Jem's foot and knee, while tears filled his eyes. Jem, in a word, bade him mount his horse again, and the mingled cavalcade of Moslems and Christians swept onward through the chief streets of Rome to the Vatican. It was a strange spectacle, the coming of one who claimed to be the head of the Mohammedan world to the palace of the chief priest of Christendom. The significance of such an event did not trouble Innocent. To him, Jem was a princely guest to be received with befitting ceremony. Charles VIII of France was too good a Christian to admit the infidel prince to an interview, but Innocent had no such scruples. Fanaticism had no place in Rome, nor did the papal court trouble itself about trifles. Next day Jem was received by the Pope in a consistory. He was carefully instructed in the proper ceremonial, but entirely declined to follow it. Short and corpulent and broad-chested, with an aquiline nose and blind in one eye, while the other flashed uneasy glances on every side, he strode up to the Pope with his turban on his head, after making an almost imperceptible inclination of his body. He did not kneel or kiss the Pope's foot, but standing upright, kissed his shoulder. Then, by means of an interpreter, conveyed his greetings to the Pope. The Pope assured him of his friendliness, and Jem, at his departure, wished to kiss the Pope on the face, but Innocent drew back his head and offered him his shoulder. He sent Jem many presents, but the haughty Turk did not even honor them with a look. He stayed in his rooms, watched by a few knights of Rhodes, and treated like a prince. His only dread was lest he should be poisoned by some emissary of his brother. Sometimes he indulged in sport, music, and banquets. He was a cultivated man, fond of literature, but he felt the hopelessness of his fortunes, and most of his time was passed in sleep or in apathetic indolence. The captivity of Jem in Rome was a means of extending the relations between Christendom and Islam. Bajazet was willing to pay a large sum to have Jem put to death, or to pay a yearly tribute to have him kept safely in prison, where he could do no mischief. Rome soon saw the testimony of the Sultan's wishes in both these ways. In May 1490, an attempt to poison Jem and the Pope was discovered. A baron of Castiglione, Cristofero Castanea, who had been dispossessed of his lands, went to Constantinople and offered himself as an agent to the Sultan. He came to Rome with a poison which he was to put into the well whence the water for the use of the Vatican was ordinarily drawn. When he was taken prisoner, he breathed dark hints of a vast number of men engaged in the same design. He was dragged naked through the city and torn with pincers. Finally, he was killed with a blow from a wooden mallet and was quartered. At the end of November came an embassy from Bajazet, bringing the Pope 3 years' salary for the maintenance of Jem, and promising peace with Christendom so long as he was kept in security. The ambassador, however, was cautious enough to demand an interview with Jem to assure himself that he was really alive. Jem refused to receive the ambassador otherwise than as Sultan. The approach to the Vatican was hung with splendid tapestry, and Jem, surrounded by his attendants and 2 prelates, was seated on a lofty throne. Every precaution against poisoning was taken. Before being admitted, the ambassador was rubbed down with a towel and was made to kiss it. Thrice he prostrated himself before Jem and presented to him a letter from his brother. He was called upon to lick it all over before it was received. Then an attendant read it, and the ambassador proffered gifts on which Jem did not cast his eye. It is no wonder that men were startled at these heathenish doings in the Vatican, that they saw portents in the sky and listened to prophesyings. In 1491, a man of unknown nation, dressed in beggar's rags, wandered through Rome and preached in the streets. I tell you, Romans, that in this year ye will weep much and suffer many tribulations. Next year the woe will extend through Italy. Florence and Milan and the other states will be deprived of their liberty and placed under the yoke of another, while Venice will be deprived of her possessions on land. In the third year the clergy will lose their temporal power. There will be an angelical shepherd who will care only for the life of souls and spiritual things. I tell you the truth, believe me. The time will come when you will not call me foolish." Then he passed on, bearing in his hands a wooden cross. We hear in Rome a forecast of the spirit which was growing in the breast of a Dominican friar, Girolamo Savonarola, in Florence. But Rome was hardened, and few listened to the preacher's words. He passed away unnoticed as he came. Yet there was an uneasy feeling of disquiet. Men sought a cause for the decay of faith, and found it in the corruption brought by foreign influences. There was a great influx into Italy of Jews and Moors from Spain, who fled before the Inquisition and the conquering arms of Ferdinand and Isabella. They brought the plague, and it was thought that they also brought heresy in their train. An attempt was made to mend matters by an investigation into the orthodoxy of the members of the Curia, amongst whom was found a priest who, in the Mass service, substituted words of derision for the solemn words of consecration. More than 1,500 households in Rome were condemned to pay fines for heretical opinions, and we cannot think that Roman inquisitors were likely to err on the side of severity. Already the heedless secularity of the papacy was beginning to afford a means of political attack. Innocent had good cause to be dissatisfied with Ferrante of Naples, who refused to pay the promised tribute and set at naught the papal authority. In vain the Pope remonstrated. Ferrante counted on the Pope's weaknesses, and entered upon the career of cynical indifference to others, which precipitated the fall of his kingdom and of the independence of Italy. Innocent made some show of undertaking war against Naples, and in June 1489 he invested Niccolo Orsini, Count of Pitigliano, as captain general of the Church. As the negotiations with France about the surrender of Gem gave him hopes of foreign aid. On September 11th, 1489, he declared in a consistory that the kingdom of Naples had lapsed to the Holy See through the non-payment of the tribute. The Neapolitan ambassador appealed to a future council, and offered to prove that the tribute was not rightfully due. In this critical state of affairs, Lorenzo de' Medici interposed to keep the peace. With the genius of a true statesman, he pointed out to the Pope that Naples could not be conquered unless Venice and Milan remained neutral, and either France or Spain joined in the attack. He went on to consider the chances of effective help from France or Spain, and ended with the warning that whoever became king of Naples would settle his own accounts. Innocent hesitated between either the dangers of French or Spanish intervention, and satisfied himself with complaining of Ferrante's conduct. Ferrante, on his part, thought that France was sufficiently occupied at home, and paid no heed to the gathering storm. In May 1490, on the occasion of one of the interminable disputes about precedence amongst ambassadors at the papal court, the Neapolitan envoy prepared to force his way by violence into the papal chapel, and to prevent a scandal, the other envoys were requested to absent themselves till the matter was settled. Soon afterwards the Pope was disturbed, by hearing that Ferrante had written Maximilian, King of the Romans, telling him of the life and morals of the Pope and cardinals, their sons and daughters, their simony, luxury, avarice, beseeching him to provide according to God's precept for the tottering Church. Italy was beginning to use the scandal of the papal court as a political engine of attack, and cried to Germany to undertake the task of reform which was beyond her own moral capacity. The instability of the papal rule was soon exhibited with startling clearness. In September 1490, Innocent was ill, and on the 27th there was a rumour that he was dead. Immediately the shops were shut and men armed themselves in expectation of a tumult. Franceschetto Cibo left his father's deathbed to make a swoop on the papal treasury. When he was frustrated in his attempt, he tried to get hold of Gem as an opening for financial speculations. Next day the cardinals thought it well to secure the Pope's treasury against Franceschetto's designs. They went in a body to the Vatican and proceeded to make an inventory, after which they left Cardinal Savelli in charge. Though it was suspected that much of the Pope's treasure was already deposited in Florence, yet the cardinals found in one chest 800,000 ducats, and in another 300,000. When Innocent recovered, he was very angry at this investigation into his possessions. He said that he hoped to outlive all the cardinals, though they plotted against his life. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 5, Innocent VIII, 1484 to 1492, Part 3. While Innocent sat inactively on the papal throne, engaged only in feeble bickerings with the King of Naples, events of momentous importance were occurring in Europe. The consolidation of the French kingdom, which had been skilfully pursued by Louis XI, became an accomplished fact, and the marriage of Charles VIII with Anne of Brittany was the last step in the incorporation of the provinces under the crown of France. This marriage, however, was brought about in a way dishonourable to all concerned. Innocent VIII had been willing to prevent the marriage of Anne to Alain d'Albret, but another suitor came forward in the person of Maximilian. With the utmost secrecy, Anne, a girl of 13, was affianced to the future emperor, who, however, took no steps to succour his bride against the arms of France. At last it seemed the shortest way to annex Brittany to the French crown by marrying Anne to Charles VIII, though she was betrothed to Maximilian, and Charles VIII was betrothed to Margaret, Maximilian's daughter, a child of 10 years old already at the French court. The papal dispensation was required both on the ground of previous contracts and because Anne stood within the prohibited degrees to Charles. Anne's consent was wrung from her by the dread of the French arms, and Charles VIII so far presumed on the Pope's complaisance that he did not await his formal dispensation for an act which shocked even the low sense of the decorum of the day. The marriage was celebrated on December 6th, 1491, and the French ambassadors demanding the bulls only entered Rome on December 5th. The bulls themselves were issued 10 days after the marriage had taken place. There could be no doubt of the political importance of this event. It warned Ferrante of Naples that France was likely to seek occupation for her energies abroad. The desire for a good understanding with the French king was the cause of the Pope's complaisance, and the effect of the good understanding was soon obvious on Neapolitan diplomacy. Ferrante listened more heedfully to the advice of Lorenzo de' Medici. He agreed to pay the tribute for Naples which the Pope demanded, and in the middle of February 1492 peace was made between Ferrante and Innocent VIII. A second great event occurred about the same time. On January 2nd, 1492, Granada, the last stronghold of the Moors in Spain, surrendered to King Ferdinand the Catholic. The union of the crowns of Aragon and Castile, by the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella, had led to a vigorous crusade which ended in the expulsion of the Moors from the peninsula. The effect of a great enterprise, founded on an appeal to Christian sentiment, was to weaken provincial jealousies and combine the Spanish peoples into a nation. The crusading spirit, which could not be kindled in Eastern Europe, was strong in the West, and Spain rose at once to be a great power in Europe. But Italy did not understand the mighty change that was being wrought by the creation of powerful kingdoms, and there was no statesman in the Roman court who could perceive the signs of the times. Rome celebrated the triumph of Christian arms after her wonted fashion. There were processions and bonfires, races of men and boys, and buffaloes. Bread and wine were distributed to the populace. The Spanish ambassadors gave a representation of the capture of Granada by erecting a wooden tower in the Piazza Navona and offering prizes to those who could first climb up its walls. Cardinal Borgia entertained the people by a bullfight in which 5 bulls were killed. Rome was a city of festivals, and was enlivened on March 22nd, 1492, by the magnificent entry of the young Florentine cardinal Giovanni de' Medici. The 3 years' term which Innocent had imposed when first he secretly created Giovanni cardinal was at an end, and Lorenzo at last enjoyed the realization of his most cherished scheme. Lorenzo had carefully prepared Giovanni to be an ecclesiastical personage. He used his influence with Louis XI of France to obtain for him in his childhood an abbey in France. The Pope declared him capable of holding benefices, and conferred on him the dignity of a protonotary. Shortly afterwards Louis XI made him Archbishop of Aix, but the Pope refused his confirmation to this monstrous nomination. Still, at the age of 14, Giovanni was promised the cardinalate, and at the age of 17 was thought of mature years to take his place amongst the Pope's councillors. He was invested with the insignia of his dignity at Fiesole, and Florence celebrated with unwonted rejoicings the honour conferred upon her chief family. When the young cardinal set out for Rome, he was escorted 2 miles out of Florence by the chief citizens. At Siena he was received with as much honour as if he had been the Pope himself. At Viterbo he was met by Franceschetto Cibo, who escorted him to Rome, where the whole city came out to meet him in spite of torrents of rain. He went through the ceremonial of presentation to the Pope with dignity and with address, and paid the accustomed visits to his brother cardinals. Amongst them was Raffaele Riario, who had played such a suspicious part in the conspiracy of the Pazzi. He felt the awkwardness of the situation and reinforced himself for the visit by the presence of Cardinal Orsini. It is said that he and Giovanni de' Medici turned deadly pale at their meeting, and could scarcely stammer out a few formal sentences. Soon after his arrival in Rome, the young cardinal received from his father a letter of advice. The letter is honourable to Lorenzo, and shows that he was by no means destitute of principle. He urges upon Giovanni gratitude to God for his mercies, gratitude to be shown by a holy, exemplary, and upright life. He beseeches him not to forget the lessons of his early training, not to neglect the means of grace afforded by confession and communion. I know that by going to Rome, which is the sink of all iniquities, you encounter greater difficulties than hitherto. Not only is there the danger of bad example, but many will endeavour to allure and corrupt you. Your elevation at your age to the cardinalate causes much envy, and many who could not prevent your dignity will endeavour to diminish it by blackening your life and casting you into the ditch where they have fallen themselves. Your youth will encourage them to hope for an easy success. You must withstand these dangers with greater firmness, as there is at present less virtue in the college of cardinals. Yet there are some men in the college, learned and good and of holy life. Follow their example, and you will be the more esteemed, as you are the more distinguished from the rest." So far Lorenzo had spoken as a moralist. His concluding remarks are those of a statesman and observer of life. He warns his son to avoid hypocrisy, to observe a mean in all things, to shun austerity and severity, to give no offence. He dwells on the difficulty of life amid men of different characters, and urges geniality, reasonableness, and care not to make enemies. On his first visit to Rome, it was better to use his ears than his tongue. You are devoted to God and the Church, yet you will find many ways to help your city and your house. You are the chain that binds this city with the Church, and your house goes with the city. You are the youngest cardinal. Be the most zealous and the most humble. Let no one have to wait for you. Encourage as little intimacy as may be with the less reputable of your brethren, but in public converse with all. In all matters of display, be under rather than over the mean. Let your establishment be refined and well ordered rather than rich and splendid. Silks and jewels are not becoming. Collect rather a few elegant antiques and rare books. Let your attendants be well conducted and learned rather than numerous. In entertainments, do nothing superfluous, but invite more often than you are invited. Let your food be plain and take plenty of exercise, for men of your cloth easily contract infirmities if they are not careful. The dignity of cardinal is as secure as it is great. Let not this security beguile you into negligence, as it has done many. Rise in good time in the morning. This habit is not only good for your health, but gives you time to arrange what you have to do in the day. Every evening think over the morrow's business, that you be not taken unawares. In consistory, submit your opinion to that of the Pope on the ground of your youth. Beware of carrying petitions to the Pope or of troubling him, for his character is to give most to those who ask him least. Surely it was from Italy that Polonius learned his saws. This letter of Lorenzo's was his last testament to his son. On April 7th, 1492, he died at the age of 44, and Italy lost its one great statesman. Lorenzo had striven to identify the Medici family with Florence, and had been himself the representative and expression of the desires and aspirations of Florentine life and culture. He had also learned that the existence of Italy depended upon the maintenance of internal peace, and his efforts for that end had for the last 10 years of his life been unceasing. His early experience had taught him how difficult was the position which he had to maintain, that of the chief citizen of a free city, whose fortunes and whose very existence depended on exercising absolute power without seeming to do so. It is easy to accuse him of insidiously destroying Florentine liberty, but the policy of Sixtus IV left him no choice between such a course and retirement from Florence, and he may be pardoned if he doubted whether his abdication would conduce to the welfare of the city. He has been accused of abetting the moral enervation and corruption of his people, but the causes of this corruption are to be found in the general character of Italian life, and Lorenzo did no more than follow the prevailing fashion in lending his refinement to give expression to the popular taste. Lorenzo did what all Italian statesmen were doing. He identified his city for good and ill with his own house. He worked craftily and insidiously, not by open violence, and in the midst of his self-seeking he retained the large views of a statesman and embodied the culture of his age. Florence was the most eminently Italian of all Italian cities, and had long shown herself to be the brain of Italy. It was there that the culture of the Renaissance found its highest and most serious expression. and there the first attempt was made to bring the ideas of the new learning into relation with the old system of thought on which the life of Christendom was founded. The Aristotelian logic had furnished the phraseology and the method of the teaching of the schoolmen. The scholars of the Renaissance sought in Plato a larger expression of their widening views. At Florence, this was done deliberately by the patronage of Cosimo de' Medici, who founded a Platonic academy and chose as its first head the son of his physician, Marsilio Ficino, who was carefully educated in the Greek language. Marsilio was a scholar of fine mind and keen susceptibilities, who entered with fervour upon the study of Plato, and established a religious cult of his great master. A shrine was built to Plato, and a lamp burned before it. His bust was crowned with laurels, and his birthday was celebrated with a high festival. The Florentine Academy met and discussed the writings of Plato, and Marsilio spent his life in their translation and exposition. Though a philosopher, Marsilio was also a sincere Christian. At the age of 40 he took orders after serious deliberation, but he did not seek high office or large revenues from the Church. He lived and died a poor man, and his works were published at the expense of Lorenzo de' Medici and other wealthy Florentines. Ficino's knowledge of Plato was neither accurate nor profound. He lacked the critical faculty which was necessary to understand the Platonic system. He did not distinguish between the writings of Plato and those of the Alexandrian mystics of later time. To him, Plotinus was a true interpreter of his master. Ficino seized on the mystical side of Plato, and found in it a means of reconciling Christianity with the new philosophy. He saw in Plato an Attic-speaking Moses. He compared the life of Socrates with that of Jesus. He discovered in the doctrines of Plato a forecast of Christian dogma. He did this with all sincerity and earnestness. It was the first attempt to unify the intellectual world, to weave into a system the old and new beliefs. This intellectual movement, which Ficino expressed, was carried further by his scholar Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, son of the Count of Mirandola. He early devoted himself to study, and at the age of 20 came to Florence, where he showed himself a zealous disciple of Ficino. He went to Paris in quest of more learning, and set himself to supplement Ficino's system by researches into Jewish tradition. The teaching of the Alexandrian school had largely affected the Jews, and a body of tradition called the Kabbalah had gradually grown up, which expanded the teaching of Moses into a theosophy. From the Kabbalah, from astrology, from magic, Pico obtained proofs of the truth of Christian doctrine, and carried into the more obscure regions of medieval knowledge the unifying process which Ficino had begun. In 1486, Pico visited Rome, and in a fit of youthful self-sufficiency promulgated 900 theses, which he was ready to maintain in public disputation. His theses dealt with theology, philosophy, in fact, all human knowledge down to magic and the Kabbalah. This audacity awakened enemies who were not slow in pointing out heresies which lay lurking in some of Pico's propositions. Innocent VIII issued a brief against the more dangerous theses, and Pico, foreseeing a storm, left Rome, published an apology protesting his orthodoxy, and took refuge in France. Pico dreaded a citation to Rome and possible imprisonment, and the influence of Lorenzo de' Medici was needed to induce the Pope to suspend proceedings. Pico returned to Florence after a while, but only Lorenzo's exertions prevailed on the Pope to stay his hand. The Florentine Neoplatonism was an attempt to bring the new learning into connection with Christian doctrine. It aspired to a restoration of the unity of human thought, and was aimed against the prevalent materialism and indifference to religion. It was a protest against the ignorance of the clergy, who were rapidly being left stranded by the advance of men's interest and the development of an intelligent and critical curiosity about all speculative matters. According to Ficino, the priest and the philosopher were identical. Religion was to be rescued from ignorance, and philosophy from godlessness. The soul came from God, and yearned after the consciousness of its union with him. All religions were the expression of this desire. The Christian religion alone was true, and showed its truth by the completeness of the union between God and man which it revealed. Ficino and Pico alike aimed at a complete identification of wisdom and piety, as only being different aspects of the same quality. Hence they took up an attitude of large intellectual tolerance. The truth to them was one and indivisible. All that was good and noble was but a reflection of the complete truth which was fully revealed in Christ. Ficino and Pico were men of undoubted piety, but their teaching did not produce any deep impression. On the one side, it did not prove an effective barrier against the growing materialism of the Aristotelian school. On the other side, it easily passed into a vague philosophic theism, which attracted a character like that of Lorenzo de' Medici. In no way was it fitted to impress the mass of mankind and turn them back to piety. Lorenzo was the centre of a literary circle which sometimes listened to the Platonic philosophy of Ficino and Pico, sometimes to the moral disputations of Cristoforo Landino, and sometimes to the burlesques of Luigi Pulci. The first force of the classical revival was spent, and men brought back the knowledge they had gained from the study of style to deck their native literature. Pulci's Morganti Maggiore was the beginning of a revived romanticism. The legends of chivalry were again told in the vulgar tongue, with no serious purpose and with a strong infusion of popular buffoonery. Pulci refined the literature of the marketplace and introduced it into cultivated society. His poem contains a strange mixture of piety and shocking skepticism. He jests with Scripture, with miracles, with sacred words, without any sense of incongruity. He is under the humour of the moment. His seriousness and his laughter are alike transient. His piety and his profanity rest equally on no basis of firm conviction. The greatest man in this Florentine circle was Angelo Poliziano, so called for his birthplace of Monte Pulciano. He was the foremost scholar in Italy, and his lectures were thronged by an eager audience. He was so far master of Latin that he wrote Latin poems with an ease of style and mastery of expression which entitled him to rank as an original Latin poet. He stands, moreover, first among the poets of the revived Italian tongue. The passion, the fire of true poetry rings through his songs, but his greatest poems are only graceful trifles, and he wasted his powers on such themes as a tournament at which Giuliano de' Medici bore away the prize. There were mastery of language and gifts of genius, but there was no depth of feeling, no grasp of reality. Italy was enjoying a dream of beauty and lived only for the day. Amongst these literary men, Lorenzo moved, not merely as a patron, but as one who himself had won a foremost place. His Italian poems are careful and pleasing, though they lack the spontaneity of Poliziano. Florence was proud of its literary chief, and Lorenzo gratified every taste. He wrote sonnets for the cultivated, a coarse satire on drunkenness for the rude, and a collection of sacred lauds for the pious. Moreover, he turned his artistic gifts to the organization of the festivals which the Florentines loved so well. At carnival time, the young men used to ramble through the city in masks, singing and dancing. Lorenzo aimed at giving greater variety to these songs and dances. He wrote canzoni a ballo and had them set to music. He arranged costumes for the masqueraders and designed for them chariots filled with mythological figures which they drew through the streets. They sallied forth after dinner, sometimes to the number of 300, and traversed the city with their songs and dances till the stars began to fade. These carnival songs give us a surprising insight into Lorenzo's mind and the tone of thought in his days. They openly incite to breaches of the moral law. They clothe profligacy with the veil of gallantry. They take the ordinary occupations of life and turn them into elaborate innuendos of obscenity. The ruler of Florence himself devised and encouraged this means of corrupting what remained of moral sentiment among the Florentine youth. Lorenzo's example might not be edifying, his tone of thought might not be noble, but these only directly affected those who were in his immediate circle. By his carnival songs, he carried to all ranks and classes the incitement to abandon self-restraint and adopt as a rule of life the pursuit of self-indulgence. He gave them as their motto, "Quante bella giovinezza, che si fuggi tuttavia. Chi vuol esser lieto sia, di doman non c'è certezza." Even Poliziano was amazed at Lorenzo's versatility, at the ease with which he changed his tone from his songs for the masquerades to his lauds for the pious penitents. Amongst the memorials of the Medici in Florence, few are more interesting than the convent of San Marco, which Cosimo rebuilt with splendid magnificence. Michelozzi laboured for 6 years to make a worthy monument of Cosimo's liberality, and in it Cosimo established a branch of the Dominicans of Lombardy, to whose care he committed the first public library of Italy, of which the collection of Niccolò Niccoli formed the nucleus. Everything favoured Cosimo's desire to make the convent of San Marco a monumental building. Fra Angelico came from Fiesole and adorned its walls with fresco. The holy Archbishop of Florence, Sant'Antonino, shed round it the memories of his sanctity. To this convent of San Marco, thus richly endowed by the patronage of the Medici, came in 1482 a young brother, Girolamo Savonarola. He was a native of Ferrara, born in 1452. His father wished to educate him as a classical scholar, but Girolamo showed a decided preference for the works of St. Thomas Aquinas. A disappointment in love is said to have done much to wean his mind from the world, but his own reading and reflection did more. At the age of 22 he left his parents and found a refuge for his weary soul amongst the Dominicans of Bologna. On his departure from home, he left behind him to console his father a short treatise on contempt of the world, which shows how deeply he felt the wickedness around him. Everything is full of impiety, of usury and robbery, foul and wicked blasphemies, fornication, adultery, sodomy, and all uncleanness, murder and envy, ambition and pride, hypocrisy and falseness, crime and iniquity. Virtues are turned into vices, and vices into virtues. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Men are summoned to penitence by disasters, earthquakes, hailstones, and storms of wind, but they do not hearken. They are summoned by floods, diseases, famines, but they do not hearken. They are summoned by the impious deeds of the overweening Turks, but they do not hearken. They are summoned by the affectionate voice of preachers and servants of God, but they do not hearken. All, in fine, are summoned by the natural pricks of conscience, but they do not hearken. With these feelings in his heart, Savonarola quietly performed his novitiate at Bologna, whence in 1482 he was sent by order of his superiors to preach at Ferrara. He found that he had no honour in his own country, but the outbreak of the war into which Sixtus IV plunged Ferrara soon drove him to seek another refuge, and he entered the convent of San Marco at Florence. In 1483 he began to preach and testify against the prevalent corruptions. He was not, however, successful. His rugged oratory, his passionate appeals, did not attract the cultivated Florentines, who looked upon sermons as rhetorical exercises. Savonarola was left to preach to empty benches in San Lorenzo, while everybody flocked to San Spirito to hear the favourite preacher of Lorenzo de' Medici, Mariano de Genezzano. They admired his voice, his management of his breath, his graceful action. Their critical sense was satisfied by his periods, his dexterous transitions, his pathos, his command of his main argument, while seemingly wandering at his pleasure. They were delighted at his artificial simplicity, entirely destitute of dignity. They applauded the orator all the more because he had not the bad taste to aim at convincing their minds or carrying truth to their hearts. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 5, Innocent VIII, 1484 to 1492, Part 4. Savonarola grieved over his own want of success, but it only convinced him of the hardness of men's hearts. He read with greater fervour the writings of the Hebrew prophets till their spirit took possession of his soul. He felt that to him too had come a mission from on high, a mission to announce God's coming judgment to an unrepentant world, and his fiery zeal made him realize the imminence of the impending doom. In his Lenten sermons, preached at San Gimignano in 1484 and 1485, he foretold that the scourge of God's wrath would rapidly fall upon the Church, which should be purified and revived by punishment. These sermons were eagerly listened to, and Savonarola acquired confidence by seeing that his ideas could awaken the sympathy of others. He returned to Florence, strengthened in his own beliefs, and with growing faith in his own mission. In 1486 he was ordered to preach at Brescia. There he expounded the Apocalypse with terrible vividness, so that his fame as a preacher of righteousness was spread abroad in northern Italy, where he continued to preach until 1490, when he was ordered by his superiors to return to Florence. In Florence he undertook the work of teaching the novices in San Marco, but many people sought him out and besought him to give expository lectures on the Apocalypse. At first he spoke in the cloister, but his audience increased so rapidly that he had to transfer himself to the church. There he produced a marked impression on his hearers and became a ruling power in Florence. In the Lent of 1491 he preached to a crowded congregation in the cathedral, and his triumph as a preacher was assured. The object of Savonarola's teaching was to awaken men to a sense of righteousness, temperance, and judgment to come. He called them back from the study of Plato and Plotinus to the study of the Scriptures. He bade them renounce their life of pleasure for a life of communion with God. He besought them to turn their eyes from the newly discovered glories of this world to the eternal splendor of the world to come. In this he did not differ from the earnest spiritual teachers of all times, but he did not appeal to men only as a teacher. He warned them as a prophet. The prevailing corruption was so vivid in his mind that he saw with equal vividness and certainty the scourge of God's vengeance. He called upon his hearers not merely to flee from God's wrath hereafter, but to prepare for a speedy manifestation of his judgment upon earth. The deep sense of universal wickedness was combined in his mind with an ideal of a pure and holy church. He saw God's hand already stretched out to work through suffering and woe a mighty process of purification, and he expressed the results of his insight with the imperiousness and certainty of the Hebrew prophets. He found the pleadings of reason, the arguments of experience, cold and inconclusive. Overmastered by his sense of prophetic insight, he was driven to rest his admonitions on the certainty of immediate punishment. His preaching rested upon prophecy, and an age whose enlightenment was not advanced beyond the realm of unfettered imagination needed a prophet. Men who with all their culture believed in astrology and magic were riveted by the fire of Savonarola's denunciations, though they would have paid a little heed to his reasonings. Between the spiritual movement set on foot by Savonarola and the ideas of Lorenzo de' Medici there could be little sympathy. Savonarola justly regarded Lorenzo's government as one great source of Florentine corruption. He held aloof from the Medician circle and assumed an independent attitude. 5 of the chief citizens went to him and advised him to be more moderate in his language. "I see that you are sent to me by Lorenzo," said Savonarola. "Tell him to repent of his sins, for the Lord spares no one and fears not the princes of the earth." They spoke to him of the probability of exile. "I fear not your exile," he answered, "for this city of yours is like a grain of lentil on the earth. Nevertheless, though I am a stranger and Lorenzo the first citizen in your city, I must remain and he must depart." When in July 1491 Savonarola was elected prior of San Marco, he refused to pay the usual visit of ceremony to Lorenzo. "I owe my election to God only," he said, "and to him will I pay my obedience." Lorenzo, when this speech was told him, said in jest, "You see, a stranger has come into my house and does not even think fit to visit me." It was the passing rebuke of a statesman to what he considered the discourtesy of ecclesiastical pretentiousness. Lorenzo, on his part, could not sympathize with the exalted enthusiasm of Savonarola's preaching. He could not fail to recognize that it contained elements of political danger, and he looked to the popular Franciscan, Mariano of Genazzano, to outdo Savonarola's eloquence. But Mariano overshot the mark in a sermon on the text, "It is not for you to know the times and seasons." His invective was so violent that it failed to carry conviction, and Mariano's failure left Savonarola more popular than before. Lorenzo treated Savonarola with kindly tolerance. He visited the convent of San Marco as before, though Savonarola studiously kept out of his way. In his behaviour towards Lorenzo, Savonarola's zeal led him to take up the position of a partisan. As a preacher of repentance, he might have laboured to influence Lorenzo amongst other sinners. As it was, he did not strive to bring Lorenzo to better ways, but aimed at a reformation in his despite. Lorenzo bore no animosity against Savonarola, but respected him for his good intentions, and was willing that the Florentines should enjoy a preacher of their own choice. In the beginning of 1492 he suffered greatly from gout, and already on the departure of his son Giovanni for Rome there were but slight hopes of his recovery. His disease grew worse, and he prepared to die like a Christian. On April 7th he sent for a priest to administer to him the Holy Communion. He dragged himself from his sick bed, supported by his attendants, to go and meet the host, before which he knelt with expressions of devout contrition. The priest, seeing his weakness, besought him to lie down in bed, where he received the last solemn rites of religion. He then summoned his son Piero and gave him his last advice. He looked with a smile on Poliziano, who was at his bedside. "Ah, Angelo," he said, and pressed his old friend's hands. He asked for Pico, and bade him farewell, saying pleasantly, "I wish that death had left me time to finish your library." When Pico had gone, another visitor appeared, Fra Girolamo Savonarola. He came at the request of Lorenzo, who wished to die in charity with all men. Savonarola addressed a few words of exhortation to the dying man. He admonished him to hold the faith. Lorenzo replied that he held it firmly. He exhorted him to amend his life, and Lorenzo promised to do so diligently. Finally, he urged him to endure death if need be with constancy. "Nothing could please me more," said Lorenzo, "if it were God's will." Savonarola prepared to depart. "Give me your blessing, father, before you go," Lorenzo asked. He bowed his head, and with pious mien joined in Savonarola's prayers, while all around gave way to uncontrolled grief. After this Lorenzo rapidly sank. He bade farewell to his servants, and asked their forgiveness if he had in aught offended them. He desired to have read to him the Passion of our Lord, and his lips moved as he followed the reader. A crucifix was held before him. He raised himself to kiss it, fell back, and died. The death of Lorenzo was of grave moment to the politics of Italy, and bereft Innocent of his adviser. Innocent did not survive Lorenzo many months, and their record is that of a succession of festivals. On May 27th, Don Ferrantino, Prince of Capua, son of Alfonso of Calabria, entered Rome in pomp to celebrate the reconciliation of Naples with the Pope. He was entertained by Cardinal Ascanio Sforza at a banquet of incredible splendour, so that the chronicler in Fessura declares himself unequal to the task of describing it. His retinue of 900 horsemen and 260 mules laden with luggage proved troublesome guests. They sold in the market much of the food with which the Pope supplied them, and at their departure they despoiled their quarters of all their furniture. The arrival of Ferrantino was rapidly succeeded by an imposing ecclesiastical ceremony. The Sultan Bajazet, in his desire to ingratiate himself with his brother's jailer, sent the Pope a valuable present, the head of the lance with which the Saviour was pierced. There was some discussion among the cardinals about the reception of this holy relic. It was pointed out that already both Paris and Nuremberg claimed to possess the same thing. It was urged that the Sultan, an enemy of the Christian faith, might be sending this gift in derision. The majority of the cardinals were in favour of receiving it without any solemnity, and waiting to make inquiries about its genuineness. But the Pope thought otherwise, and sent a cardinal to receive it at Ancona and bring it reverentially to Rome. On May 29th, the Sultan's ambassador arrived and was conducted in state to his lodgings. It was thought well that he should come in advance of the prelates who bore the relic, so as not to mix an incongruous figure in the solemnity, which was fixed for Ascension Day, May 31st. Meanwhile, the question was raised how the next day should be spent. The vigil of the Ascension was a fast day, but Burchard, the papal master of ceremonies, gave it as his opinion that under present circumstances a fast, instead of inspiring devotion, might cause many to blaspheme. He suggested, as an amendment to the fast, that fountains of wine should play in the street through which the procession was to pass. The Pope so far followed his opinion as to say nothing about the fast in his proclamation of the ceremonies. On May 31st, Innocent VIII advanced to the Porta del Popolo and received the Holy Lance, which was borne in procession to the Vatican. The Pope was too feeble to attend the Mass, but gave his benediction to the people from the loggia of the portico, while Cardinal Borgia, standing by his side, held aloft the relic. He then received the Sultan's ambassador and returned to his room, leaving the cardinals to finish the ecclesiastical part of the ceremony. Yet the ailing Pope could still nerve himself for a family festival. Ferrante of Naples, in his desire to detach the Pope from France, was willing to cement his political alliance by a marriage. He asked the hand of the Pope's granddaughter, Battistina Cibo, daughter of Gerardo Uso di Mare, for his grandson, Don Luigi, Marquis of Gerace, and the marriage took place June 3rd in the Vatican, amidst a brilliant throng of lords and ladies. After this token of friendship, the Prince of Capua received the investiture of Naples, which Innocent in 1489 had declared to have reverted to the Holy See. From this time the health of Innocent grew worse, till in the beginning of July there were small hopes of his recovery. The cardinals began to prepare against any tumults that might arise on his death. They placed Gem in a safe place over the Sistine Chapel, as they were afraid that an attempt might be made to seize so lucrative a prisoner. They gathered troops to protect the Vatican, and proceeded to make an inventory of the property of the Church. The dying Pope asked their permission to distribute 48,000 ducats among his relatives. They acceded to his request, and he made provision for his grandchildren. A fever seized him, and he sank slowly. At the last he became so feeble that he could take no nourishment except women's milk. It is said that a Jew doctor offered to cure the Pope by transfusion of blood. 3 boys of 10 years old were chosen for this purpose, and were paid a ducat each. They died in the experiment, and the Pope obtained no benefit. On the night of July 25th, Innocent died. He was buried on August 5th in St. Peter's, where his grave is adorned by a brazen monument of Polaiuolo, who represents the Pope seated and in the act of giving the benediction. The inscription on the tomb of Innocent, Italicae Pacis Perpetuo Custodi, the constant guardian of the peace of Italy, records his one claim to respect. Coming between Sixtus IV and Alexander VI, Innocent VIII seemed to play a harmless role in Italian politics. His easy good nature was a quality which all men appreciated, and which made Innocent an involuntary benefactor to Italy. He was incapable of any great design, and willingly yielded himself to others. At first he was in the hands of Giuliano della Rovere, who urged him to follow the bold career of Sixtus IV. But Innocent had no capacity for facing difficulties, and shrank back at the approach of danger. He withdrew from his fiery adviser, and placed himself in the hands of Lorenzo de' Medici, who skilfully used the papacy as a great factor in the Italian balance of power which he strove to bring about. Moreover, Lorenzo used his opportunity to connect the interests of Rome and Florence, and establish the Medici family in the Curia, which thus became more widely representative of Italian politics. In other matters also he was helped by his incompetence. He enriched his family, but he had not the energy or capacity to do so by far-reaching schemes. He made his son, Franceschetto, Count of Cervetri and Anguillara. But Franceschetto had no ambition beyond an easy life, and on his father's death he sold his territory to Virginio Orsini. One of his nephews, Lorenzo Cibo, he created cardinal, a dignity which Lorenzo worthily filled. But it was clear that the Cibo family was in no way remarkable. Innocent seems most at his ease when engaged in family festivals in the Vatican, which during his pontificate began to wear a homelike aspect. It was often graced with the presence of ladies, and Innocent VIII set the example of an estimable father of a family. There were, however, affairs in which the easy good nature of Innocent did not stand him in such good stead. He was incapable of dealing with the turbulence of Rome, and his administration varied between outbursts of severity and periods of neglect. Generally, the vice-chancellor Borgia and Franceschetto Cibo divided between them the fees that could be obtained from the administration of justice, and a lawless spirit of revenge prevailed among the dwellers in Rome. Innocent VIII was in sore need of money. He was not a good manager, and the troubles of the early part of his reign left him in great straits. To recruit his finances he followed the example of Sixtus IV, and created new offices in the Curia, which he sold to aspiring candidates. He increased the number of papal secretaries to 26, and sold these posts for 62,400 ducats. The new officials multiplied the general business of the Curia, and exacted taxes on all appointments to offices in the Papal States, even from the officers who superintended the Roman markets. Moreover, Innocent appointed 52 plumbatores, whose duty was to seal the bulls. Each of them paid the Pope 2,500 ducats on their appointment. This multiplication of needless offices as a means of raising money not only increased the extortions of the Curia, but also lowered the character of its officials. In September 1489, 2 papal secretaries and 4 subordinates were seized and imprisoned on the charge of forging papal bulls. These 2 secretaries confessed that during the preceding 2 years they had forged and sold upwards of 50 bulls, giving dispensations of various kinds. One of them adopted the ingenious process of obliterating portions of bulls granted for small matters and filling in the blank with matters of weightier moment. The Pope was naturally incensed at this discovery, and the criminals were burnt to death in spite of the efforts of wealthier relatives to buy them off. There were other irregularities in the Curia. Many Jews and Marani made their way to high places and held the posts of scribes and protonotaries. But the general condition of the Curia was such that it was useless to be scrupulous about lesser officials. The cardinals lived lives of luxury ill-befitting the princes of the Church. It was said that in 2 nights' gambling at the palace of Raffaele Riario, Franceschetto Cibo lost 14,000 ducats, and Cardinal La Balue 800. Riario was famous for his good luck, and Franceschetto, with characteristic feebleness, complained to the Pope of foul play. Innocent ordered Riario to restore the money, but was answered that it was already spent in paying for the new palace which he was engaged in building. It is no wonder that Cardinal Ardicino della Porta, a learned theologian, found Rome a dangerous place for one who had aspirations after a spiritual life. He laid aside his robes and left Rome secretly by night with the intention of entering the monastery of Camaldoli. But he had only advanced to Ronciglione when a messenger from the Pope commanded his return, as he had acted irregularly in laying aside his cardinalate without the Pope's permission. The cardinals objected to this bad example of seeking after saintliness, but Ardicino did not trouble them long. Soon after his return to Rome he sickened and died. Innocent was not a man of learning or of culture, though he welcomed Poliziano at Rome and received the dedication of his translation of Herodotus. Pomponius Laetus contrived to be the literary dictator of the city, and the classical revival took deeper and deeper hold of men's minds. In 1485 the Renaissance even discovered its saint. Some workmen engaged in excavations at the Via Appia found a marble sarcophagus, which, when opened, showed the body of a Roman girl who had been embalmed. Men's excited imaginations found in this mummy unsurpassed beauty. The maiden lay in all the loveliness of youth, her golden hair encircled with a fillet of gold. Her eyes and mouth were partly open, and the roseate hue of health was on her cheek. Pilgrims from all parts of Italy flocked to Rome, amongst them many painters, who wished to make sketches of this classic model. But the corpse gradually began to decompose through exposure to the air, and one night it was quietly buried on the Appian Road in the tomb believed to be that of Cicero's Tullia. Nothing save the empty sarcophagus was left for the disappointed votaries. Of course the body was identified, and the general opinion was in favour of Julia, daughter of Claudius, though others claimed her as Priscilla, wife of Abascantius, Domitian's minister, whose burial is sung by Statius. Innocent continued the architectural decoration of Rome. He adorned the piazza of St. Peter's with a marble fountain in the form of 2 vases, one above the other, so finely wrought that it was reckoned to be the fairest work of the kind in Italy. He made some additions to the Vatican and to St. Peter's, but his chief work was the Villa Belvedere, designed by Antonio Pollaiuolo, which was erected in the Vatican gardens, and still stands, joined by a cortile to the central block of buildings. A small chapel, dedicated to St. John, adjoined the Belvedere, and Andrea Mantegna was employed by the Pope to adorn it. This he did with so much care that the walls and ceiling seemed painted in miniature rather than fresco. A picture of the baptism of Christ above the altar was remarkable for the realism shown in depicting the efforts of the crowd to divest themselves of their garments before entering the water. Innocent was an irregular paymaster, and one day when he visited the chapel he found Mantegna at work on an allegorical figure. He inquired the subject, and the painter, with a meaning smile, answered discretion. Set patience beside her, was Innocent's answer. When the works were finished, the Pope paid Mantegna liberally and dismissed him contented. These works of Mantegna were destroyed by Pius VI, who pulled down the chapel that he might enlarge the Vatican Museum. 8 miles out of Rome, in the direction of the sea, Innocent built a country house, La Maliana, which was a favorite resort of his successors. But the advance of the malaria rendered it unhealthy, and it now lies in ruins. It is still a massive pile of buildings, and the name of Innocent may still be seen inscribed above the windows. In the city of Rome, Innocent's great work was the rebuilding of the ancient church of Santa Maria in Via Lata. For this purpose he removed the arch of Diocletian, which stood on the site. Only the main building, as the church is at present, belongs to the time of Innocent. Its façade and the decoration of the interior date from 1660. The pontificate of Innocent was ignoble. He drifted with the stream, and his example was disastrous to the discipline of the Church. The general corruption of morals in Italy advanced unchecked during his pontificate. A pope whose son and daughter were openly recognized in the Vatican could do nothing towards stemming the irregularity of the clergy. The papacy under Innocent was merely a factor in Italian politics, of which Lorenzo de' Medici made a prudent use. In the affairs of Christendom, its voice was scarcely heard. The best that can be said of Innocent VIII is that in politics he was too indolent to do anything mischievous, and he was pacific because he shrank from effort. In minor matters he was generally complacent, and England owed him some gratitude for a bull which helped to re-establish peace by securing the succession of the crown to the children born of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York, or any future wife. Henry VII further obtained from him a bull which diminished the rights of sanctuary, an important concession to a king who was troubled by persistent rebellions. Bacon gives a true picture of Innocent when he says that this bull was granted in return for a complimentary oration delivered by the English ambassadors. The Pope, knowing himself to be lazy and unprofitable to the Christian world, was wonderfully glad to hear that there were such echoes of him sounding in so distant parts. He was willing to barter ecclesiastical immunities for a little judicious flattery. End of section 18. Section 19 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 6, Beginnings of Alexander VI, 1492 to 1494, Part 1. On August 6, 1492, the 23 cardinals in Rome entered the conclave. The death of Innocent VIII had been long foreseen, and the probabilities of the future election had been discussed. Innocent's nephew, Lorenzo Cibo, was anxious for the election of someone bound to his house by ties of gratitude. His candidate was the Genoese cardinal Pallavicini, but Cardinal Cibo shared the incompetence of his family, and when he saw that his first proposal was unacceptable, he had no one else to propose. Charles VIII of France was anxious to secure the election of Cardinal Rovere, and sent 200,000 ducats to a Roman bank as a means of furthering his desire. A pope in the French interest was dreaded by Milan, and Cardinal Ascanio Sforza was resolutely opposed to Rovere. Sforza did not judge it wise to put himself forward as a candidate. He rather wished to have a pope who would owe everything to him, and he joined with Raffaele Riario in pressing the election of Cardinal Borgia. There were many reasons why Borgia should be acceptable. As a Spaniard, he would hold a neutral position towards political parties in Italy, and the recent successes of the Spanish monarchs had turned men's eyes to Spain as a power which was rising to importance in the affairs of Christendom. Moreover, Borgia was the richest cardinal in Rome. His election would vacate many important offices for which there were eager candidates. The former objections to his personal character disappeared in the low tone of morality which was now almost universal. The first days of the conclave were spent in the futile proceeding of making regulations to bind the future pope. Ascanio Sforza, seconded by Orsini, was working hard to secure the election of Borgia, who debased himself to make the most humble entreaties. Borgia's wealth was a useful argument to confirm the minds of waverers. Ascanio Sforza's zeal was increased by the promise of the office of vice-chancellor and Borgia's palace. Orsini, Colonna, Savelli, Sanseverino, Riario, Pallavicini, even the nonagenarian Gherardo of Venice, all received promises of benefices or gifts of money. So matters proceeded smoothly in the conclave, and late in the evening of August 10th, the election of Rodrigo Borgia was unanimously accomplished. We are told that the first utterance of the newly elected pope was a cry of joy. "I am pope and vicar of Christ." Cardinal Sforza said that the election was the work of God, and that great things were expected of the new pope for the good of the Church. Borgia replied that he felt his own weakness, but trusted to God's Holy Spirit. He showed great haste in clothing himself with the pontifical vestments, and ordered the master of ceremonies to write the fact of his election on pieces of paper and throw them out of the window. It was late in the evening when the election was made, and not till the early dawn did the crowd assemble outside the Vatican and hear the customary proclamation from the window. Then the bells rung, and Rome was filled with rejoicing. When Borgia was asked what name he would take, and Calixtus was suggested in remembrance of his uncle, he answered, "We desire the name of the invincible Alexander." Cardinal Medici, alarmed at the demeanour of the new pope, whispered in the ear of Cardinal Cibo, "We are in the jaws of a rapacious wolf. If we do not flee, he will devour us." Alexander VI was enthroned in St. Peter's, where Cardinal Sanseverino, a man of huge stature, lifted the new pope in his arms and placed him on the high altar. Rodrigo Borgia was born at Zativa in the Diocese of Valencia on January 1st, 1431. His parents, Geoffrey and Isabella Borgia, were cousins, and belonged to a family which may have had far-off claims to nobility, but was poor and of small account. The young Rodrigo was early destined to a clerical career, in which his uncle Alfonso, Bishop of Valencia, could help him to preferment. The elevation of Alfonso Borgia to the pontificate brought Rodrigo a cardinalate at the age of 25, and soon afterwards the lucrative office of vice-chancellor. At the time of his election to the papacy, he had had 36 years' experience of the curia, and had served under 5 popes. He went with Pius II to the Congress of Mantua, and had been the legate of Sixtus IV to Spain in the first fervour of his crusading zeal. He had seen the old ideals of the papacy die away, and had gracefully accommodated himself to changes as they came. He was always influential, but never powerful, and cultivated useful friends. He was capable in business, and used his opportunities to amass money, so that no cardinal except d'Estouteville ever established so great a reputation for wealth. On great occasions he displayed a becoming magnificence, as at the festival of Pius II at Viterbo, and the celebration in Rome at the fall of Granada. But he was not given to prodigality or luxury. He lived with careful economy, and when he was pope, preferred to make his meal of one dish only, so that lovers of good fare found it an affliction to dine with him. He built himself a splendid palace near the river, but in so doing he only followed the fashion of his time. He was kindly and showed active benevolence to those who were in want, but the most striking thing about him was his fascinating appearance and attractive manners. "He is handsome," says a contemporary, "with a pleasant look and honeyed tongue. He attracts ladies to love him, and draws them to him in a wondrous way, more than a magnet draws iron." Cardinal Borgia's fascinations for women were not always kept in check by rigorous self-restraint. When he was at Siena in 1460, Pius II reproved him for unseemly gallantry. Cardinal Ammanati, at a later date, wrote and exhorted him to a change of life. Indeed, there were evidences enough that Cardinal Borgia was not true to his priestly vow of chastity. He had a daughter, Girolama, who was old enough to be married in 1482. A son, Pedro Luis, lived in Spain, and Cardinal Borgia used some of his wealth to buy for him the Duchy of Gandia. He died, however, in 1488, before his father's accession to the papacy. Besides these children, whose mother we do not know, Cardinal Borgia had 4 others, Giovanni, Cesare, Lucrezia, and Geoffrey, whose mother's name was Vanozza de Castanei, a Roman. The testimonies that we have of Vanozza speak of her as an excellent woman, and the inscription on her tomb calls her upright, pious, and charitable. Her youngest son, Geoffrey, was born in 1480 or 1481, and either immediately before or after his birth she was married to a scribe, Giorgio della Croce, and after his death in 1485 she married a second husband, Carlo Canale, a secretary of the penitentiary. Vanozza lived a quiet and secluded life. We never hear of her presence at the Vatican, or of any recognition shown her by the Pope. She signs a letter to her daughter, Lucrezia, La felice et infelice madre Vanozza Borgia, the happy and unhappy mother. That was the summary of her checkered life. She was happy in her children, their worldly success, their splendid opportunities. She was unhappy because there was a bar between them and her, and she could only witness their triumphs from a distance. She lived to the age of 76 and died respected in 1518. These facts about the private life of Cardinal Borgia must have been known to the majority of his electors. But the election of Innocent VIII had already shown that the current feeling, even among churchmen, was not rigorous in judging breaches of the priestly vow. Cardinal Borgia was a loving and tender father, who took care betimes for the advancement of his children. They were probably all brought up by relatives of his at Rome. Girolama was comfortably married at an early age. Giovanni succeeded to his brother's Duchy of Gandia in Spain. Cesare was destined for a clerical career, and in 1488 Sixtus IV granted him a dispensation from proving the legality of his birth, and allowed him to receive minor orders at the age of 7. In 1482, another act of Sixtus IV appointed Cardinal Borgia administrator of the revenues of any ecclesiastical benefices which might be conferred upon this young clerk before he reached the age of 14. The tolerance of Sixtus IV and the example of Innocent VIII had relaxed the bonds of ecclesiastical discipline into accordance with prevalent morality. Cardinal Borgia was a kindly man, and likely to make a capable ruler. His elevation to the papacy suited the self-interest of the College of Cardinals. They looked no further into his private life, and Italy in general was quite satisfied with the choice which they had made. The Romans rejoiced in the election of Alexander VI, which opened to them the prospect of a splendid pontificate. On the night of his enthronement, the magistrates rode in procession by torchlight to the Vatican to do him honour. For a mile the streets and squares gleamed with the brightness of midday. Even Mark Antony, exclaims a spectator, did not receive Cleopatra with such splendour. I thought of the nocturnal sacrifices of the ancients, or the bacchanals bearing torches in honour of their god. The Pope received them graciously and gave his benediction from the top of the Vatican. On August 26th, the coronation of Alexander VI was celebrated with unwonted magnificence. The cardinals vied with one another in the splendour of the dresses of their equipage for the procession which accompanied the Pope in his progress to the Lateran. The streets were adorned with triumphal arches, with tapestries, flowers, and paintings, which celebrated the glories of Cardinal Borgia in the past and foretold his successes in the future. There were processions of allegorical figures and addresses in profusion. The inscriptions in the streets were framed in terms of extravagant adulation, and the Borgia arms, a grazing bull on a gold field, lent itself to mythological interpretations of surpassing ingenuity. By the Palazzo of San Marco was a gigantic figure of a bull, from whose horns, eyes, nostrils, and ears flowed water, and from its forehead a stream of wine. The procession moved slowly, and the intense heat of an August sun was so oppressive to the Pope, who sweltered beneath the weight of his magnificent apparel, that when he reached the Lateran he could scarcely stand. He had to be propped up by two cardinals, and when he sat down at last on the papal throne he fainted, and was supported by Cardinal Riario till he recovered consciousness. Alexander repaid the loyalty of the Roman citizens by taking steps for the restoration of order within Rome. It was computed that in the interval between the death of Innocent VIII and the coronation of Alexander, no fewer than 220 men had been assassinated in the streets. Alexander made an example of the first assassin whom he could discover. He sent the magistrates to pull down his house. He hanged the culprit and his brother. It was so long since Rome had seen such vigour in the administration of justice that the citizens ascribed it to the direct disposition of God. Alexander further established commissioners for the trial of disputes, and appointed days of public audience in which he himself decided quarrels. He gave every sign of vigour and good intentions, and even undertook to reform in the Curia. He has promised, wrote the Ferrarese ambassador on August 17th, to make many reforms in the Curia, to dismiss the secretaries and many tyrannical officials, to keep his sons far from Rome, and make worthy appointments. It is said that he will be a glorious pontiff, and will have no need of guardians. We have no reason for thinking that Alexander's intentions were not sincere, but the love of his relatives was strong within him, and his good intentions fell before his regard for his own kin. On September 1st he raised to the cardinalate a nephew, Juan Borgia, Bishop of Monreale, and issued a bull in which, by the consent of the cardinals and the plenitude of the apostolic power, he absolved himself from keeping the restrictions imposed by the regulations of the conclave on the nomination of cardinals. If Rome was well content with a new pope, so also were the Italian powers. Congratulatory embassies poured into the city, and vied with one another in praising the majestic appearance, the tried capacity, and large experience of Alexander. Italy was sincere in its good wishes. It felt the need of a guiding hand in its political perplexities. Men were enjoying prosperity to the full, and only longed for peace in which to reap the harvest of pleasure. But a vague presentiment of coming misfortune mingled with their satisfaction, and the prophecies of Savonarola owed their force to the fact that they corresponded to a concealed uneasiness. The death of Lorenzo de' Medici removed a powerful influence for peace. Italy looked for guidance to the new pope. The chief source of danger to the peace of Italy lay in the condition of affairs at Milan. The assassination of Galeazzo Maria Sforza in 1476 left the Duchy of Milan in the hands of his infant son, John Galeazzo. His mother, Bona of Savoy, undertook the regency, and managed to hold it in spite of the machinations of the four brothers of the deceased duke. But Bona's government was feeble, and the eldest of these brothers, Ludovico Sforza, surnamed Il Moro, succeeded in 1479 in wresting the power from her hands. Ludovico ruled as regent of Milan, and was helped at Rome by his brother, the Cardinal Ascanio. In 1482, Bona appealed to King Louis XI of France, but the death of Louis XI delivered Ludovico from danger. The young John Galeazzo was kept in retirement at Pavia, and Ludovico reigned supreme. But John Galeazzo had been affianced by his mother to Isabella, daughter of Alfonso, Duke of Calabria, and when in 1489 he reached the age of 20, Ludovico had no pretext for refusing to fulfil the contract. John Galeazzo was married with all due festivity, and then returned with his wife to Pavia. In 1490 Isabella gave birth to a son, and it became increasingly difficult for Ludovico to keep his nephew any longer in tutelage. In 1491 Ludovico married Beatrice d'Este, daughter of the Duke of Ferrara, and the indignation of Isabella was increased by seeing another receive the homage and enjoy the splendour which she justly considered to be her own. She appealed to her father, Alfonso, for help to restore her husband to his rightful station, and Alfonso was willing to attend her summons. The old age of Ferrante made him cautious, and the influence of Lorenzo de' Medici had preserved peace hitherto. But war was imminent unless Ludovico Sforza withdrew from his usurped authority. Both sides waited anxiously to see the policy of the new pope, and Italy generally hoped that he might play the part of mediator. The death of Innocent VIII left the papacy at peace with Naples, but Alexander VI owed his election to Ascanio Sforza, the brother of Ludovico il Moro. The political position of the new pope was delicate, and the consequences of his action were likely to be momentous. On December 11th, Don Federigo, Prince of Altamura, second son of Ferrante, arrived in Rome to congratulate the new pope and offer him the obedience of Naples. He was magnificently entertained by Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere during his stay. There was every outward manifestation of goodwill between the pope and Don Federigo, but difficulties had already begun to arise. Federigo besought the pope to side with Naples in a family matter. Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, had married Beatrice, an illegitimate daughter of King Ferrante. On the death of Matthias in 1490, Beatrice lent her influence to procure the Hungarian succession for Władysław, King of Bohemia, on condition that he married her in return. Władysław succeeded to the Hungarian crown, but besought a dispensation from his promise of marriage. Don Federigo begged the pope to refuse this dispensation, and when Alexander VI refused to make any promise in the matter, Federigo was aggrieved. It is not surprising that Alexander was not over anxious to please the King of Naples. He had received the news of a transaction which he could not look upon without alarm, and which was clearly due to Neapolitan intrigues. On the death of Innocent VIII, his son Franceschetto Cibo had withdrawn to Florence, to live under the protection of his brother-in-law, Piero de' Medici. Francescato had no ambition beyond that of leading a comfortable life, and did not care for the responsibilities attaching to a baron in the States of the Church. He had not aspired to found a principality, and at his father's death he hastened to dispose of lands which Innocent VIII had conferred upon him, the lordships of Cervetri and Anguillara. As early as September 3rd, he sold them for 40,000 ducats to Virginio Orsini, and Piero de' Medici negotiated the bargain between his two brothers-in-law. As Virginio Orsini was a firm adherent of Ferrante of Naples, it was clear that Ferrante had supplied the money for this purchase. Alexander was justified in objecting to this unauthorized transfer of lands held under the Pope, and Ludovico il Moro regarded with suspicion a transaction which opened up the road from Naples to Tuscany, and which showed a good understanding between Piero de' Medici and Ferrante. In the delicate equilibrium of Italian politics, a small matter sufficed to bring powerful parties into antagonism. Alexander, urged by Cardinal Ascanio Sforza, protested against the transfer of Cervetri and Anguillara. The cause of Naples was espoused by Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, who had been the Neapolitan candidate for the Papacy, and who was supported by the Colonna and the Orsini. Giuliano was opposed to Ascanio Sforza, and was resolved that one or other of them should quit the Curia. Hostile feeling went so far between them, and Alexander was so clearly allied with Ascanio, that Giuliano suspected the Pope of forging some plot to ruin his reputation and deprive him of his dignities, and did not consider Rome a safe place of residence. At the end of January 1493 he withdrew to his bishopric of Ostia, where he surrounded himself with armed men. This was a direct menace, as Ostia commanded the mouth of the Tiber, and might cut off supplies from Rome. And Alexander was alarmed at this hostile demonstration. One day, when he was going to picnic at Innocent VIII's villa of La Magliana, he was so terrified by the sound of some cannon which was fired in honour of his approach, that he returned in haste to Rome, amid the murmurs of his attendants, who were disappointed of their dinner. He suspected a landing of Neapolitan troops at Ostia, and an attempt to seize his person. End of section 19.